As the saying goes, you can't have both, we have to make a decision. Lord Xiaobili knocked on the table and said in a deep voice. Actually, this question is very simple. If we want to join forces with Bruin to decide the outcome in this battle of heaven, we cannot transfer more fleets to participate in the battle of heaven in the overlord country. To put it bluntly, we have to give up one side. Everyone think about it. The voting will start in 5 minutes, and the number of votes will determine our main tendency. After he finished speaking, all the military leaders in the venue whispered to each other. 5 minutes passed quickly, and Lord Xiaobili quickly started the voting session. Start to vote now. If you agree to increase support for the suzerain in this battle of heaven and strengthen your own autonomy, please press the red button. Agree to not participate in the main battlefield in this battle of heaven, and invest the main force in the fight against the Bruin United for total war, press the green button. For those who don't, press no button, or the abstain button. Hearing this, Li Qing looked at the 3 buttons, one red, one green and one black displayed on the light curtain in front of him, pondered for a while, and stretched out his hand to press the green button. The Battle of Paradise is too far away from them. No matter how big the key support is, they will not allow them to develop into the Yinpan star field. They might as well concentrate on operating the Perseus spiral arm, defeat Bruin first, and occupy 4 or 5 star fields in one go. Besides, no matter how great the support of the suzerain is, it is limited, and it is impossible for the suzerain to be willing to see the rise of the vassal. It is still up to you to say 1,000 words or 10,000 words, first defeat the Bruin United, and eat this fat meat in your mouth. It only took a minute to vote. A dozen lords looked at the results and communicated with each other. His Highness Xiaobili soon announced the results. It was beyond our expectations. We thought that many people were interested in the Battle of Paradise, but we didn't expect it to be much less than we expected. In the end, there were 7 abstentions. There were only 22 votes in favor of increasing support, and there were more than 200 votes. Decided to continue the original strategic plan and join forces with Bruin to start a full-scale war. At this time, the voting results appeared in front of Li Qing, which was exactly the same as what Xiaobili said. There is no need to doubt whether it is a fake. They are located in the civilization artifact at this time. The Lord only has temporary control, no ownership, and no control over the votes. At this moment, Xiaobili continued. Since the voting results have been announced, the delegation will implement the voting results of the Senate, and will complete the affairs here as soon as possible, go back as soon as possible, and prepare for an all-out war. Next, taking advantage of the opportunity of the temporary Council of Elders, the Lords continued to discuss a series of resolutions on all-out war, as well as the selection of generals to serve. If you don't continue to support, you will not continue to support. There will be no shortage of basic support. How to support, where to gather, and which will serve as the key all need to be discussed. At this time, Li Qing was watching his nose with his eyes, and his nose was watching his heart, sitting motionless in his seat. He didn't need to pay attention to these things, as long as he cooperated. In fact, up to now, his mission has been basically completed, and the mission of their mission has also been basically completed. Now that the meeting is confirmed and the final agreement is signed with Fianuo to restore the empire, they can go home. Li Qing took stock of this trip to the Milky Way in his heart, and felt that apart from gaining some knowledge and a general understanding of the current situation in the Milky Way, he didn't gain much. In the final analysis, his own strength is too weak. If he is strong, he can take the initiative to participate in the Battle of Heaven, and even get the attention of the revivalists of Fianuo and participate in the war as an important vassal or even an ally. At this time, the United Empire of Mankind can only be regarded as medium among all the 5-level conventional civilizations in the galaxy, slightly higher than them, and it is much stronger than them. There is nothing to say. Go home and deal with the Bruin United first, and try to defeat the Bruin United as soon as possible, so as not to be besieged by the Bruin United civilization and Kairzaka Star Sea Empire on both sides. As for the cooperation plan with Icos before, there is no need to worry now. Bad ships have 3-inch nails. At any rate, a powerful civilization that can withstand an alliance of more than 25-level civilizations alone, even if Fianuo revives the empire himself, it will not be able to push it flat in a short while. He still has time. Next, as he expected, the elders will complete the negotiation soon, and the final statistics will determine the number of support, and the support will be appointed by the second-ranked lord. Although Li Qing has 2 great generals at hand, such a good thing is definitely not his turn. That's right, although this support fleet will most likely be used as cannon fodder by Fianuo's revival empire, it's still a good thing for human civilization. Cannon fodder belongs to cannon fodder, but it has access to higher civilizations, and although it is cannon fodder, there is room for maneuver. It is not impossible for such a huge fleet to do some big things under the command of a general. Good thing. The meeting ended quickly, and then Yi Kangchong signed the final agreement with the Fianuo Revival Empire on behalf of the United Empire of Mankind, officially becoming a treaty country of the Fianuo Revival Empire. Well, it is probably to take care of the face of various civilizations, and it is not directly called a vassal state, the official name is a treaty state. Although the inner meaning is that, at least a little face is preserved. Then, the mission stayed in the capital of the Fianuo Restoration Empire for about half a month. Yi Kangchong asked to meet His Majesty the Supreme Emperor in the name of the mission. After waiting for a week, they finally met, but they only had 15 minutes. There is simply no time to do anything. Although Yi Kangchong mentioned that Li Qing had entered the hermitage of Adis Mentor, a sentence from His Majesty the Supreme Emperor left him speechless. I saw you in the sentinel array, young human, you should be glad you failed. Li Qing. In addition to speechless, there is only speechless. Sure enough, the moment the Ada recorder's inheritance is inherited, it will be discovered by the other Fianuo, the old enemy, and there is no possibility of hiding it. That night, Li Qing revisited Icos 18, and agreed that Icos would send someone to inform Li Qing to prepare to do it after Fianuo revived the empire and defeated Sarnu's main force devouring the Lord. At noon on the second day, the human mission left the Ring World, left Fianuo to revive the empire, and prepared to return. They are considered to be walking slowly. Before them, most of the missions have left, including many player civilizations. The mission did not come into contact with these players' civilizations throughout the entire process, because everyone could see the undisguised hostility in each other's eyes. Of course, the Battle of Heaven is not suitable for doing anything now, but when the Battle of Heaven is over, the Milky Way will be fun. If it is Adis Mentor who wins, then it goes without saying, everyone is ready to run away. If Fianuo wins the revival of the empire, there must be various intrigues among the player civilizations, and there may even be direct wars. It is exciting to think about it. 1.5 months later, the mission fleet circled back and forth for more than 200,000 light years in the Milky Way, and finally returned to the Perseus spiral-armed Jinmen galaxy. Li Qing broke away from the mission here, and teleported directly back to Jilanling through the Star Gate. After going back, call all the core members of the territory and tell them about the experience of the mission so that everyone can prepare for war. First of all, Li Qing readjusted the territorial fleet, and reassigned all the 10 standard 5th-level divisions scattered in the 5-star fields, plus a regular mobile fortress, let Li Qi lead, and carry a large amount of supplies to Jinmen Star Field. According to the agreement of the meeting point this time is in Jinmen. As for the missing fleets in the garrisons of the 5-star fields, there is no replenishment for the time being. After years of uninterrupted patrols and cleanups in the nearby star fields, rebels and pirates are rarely refreshed. Occasionally, the 7th-level Fearless Division in the star field, the strength of the regiment can be easily swept away. In addition, Li Qing took out the 3.5 6-level standard divisions plus a total of 11 5-level standard divisions in Fort Querta, Lock Fortress and Palm Universe, and divided them equally among Li Qi, Li Lai, Hong Chengfeng. Each had a 6th level and 2 5th-level standard divisions. The remaining 5 divisions are assigned to other subordinates. These subordinates are the clansmen who followed Li Qi and Li Lai very early, some clansmen brought by Yu Yufa from her natal family, some clansmen who supported Qinghe Li, and some clansmen brought by Ding Yoren from the clan. Anyway, Li Qing didn't care too much, and directly handed it over to them for distribution. Anyway, all of them have been attuned to Servants of Light, and it doesn't matter who he distributes them to. In this way, all the 6th-level standard warships and 5th-level standard warships in the territory will be easily disposed of. Then there will be only the 7th-level Fearless Division and the 6th-level Fearless Division in the territory, all elites. Next, Li Qing redeployed the fleet, brought out the Fearless Division fleet built in the Palm Universe, and replenished the 2 fortresses. Finally, each of the 5-star fields in the territory has a level 7 Fearless Division, and the capital also has a regular mobile fortress. There will be 5 level 7 Fearless Divisions in the Querta Fortress Galaxy. The Lock Fortress Galaxy will have 1 advanced mobile fortress and 15 level 7 Fearless Divisions, which are enough to suppress the entire territory. In addition, all the remaining fleets are left in the POM universe, which are 1 high-level mobile fortress, 6 LEVEL 7 fearless divisions, and 2 level 6 fearless divisions. Of course, the 6th level fearless division belonging to the Lords is not included in the calculation. Next, POM universe will no longer build conventional fleets, but only build fearless divisions, fortresses and battle stars at all levels. Stay on until the all-out war with the Bruin United Civilization begins. Time passed quickly. Half a year later, Li Qing completed the verification of the general. To his surprise, His Royal Highness Xiao Bili did not seem to be aware of Cybertron's identity, which surprised him. He thought that according to the rarity of the generals, since the generals of Cybertron had been so active in ancient times, as the Lord of Xiao Bili Xinghai, there is no reason why he has never heard of it. But in fact, His Highness Xiao Bili did not have any strange things other than expressing surprise and envy during the verification, and congratulating him after the verification. Since nothing happened, Li Qing naturally wouldn't ask for trouble, and continued to work on it. A few months later, at the second year's regular elders meeting, Li Qing was successfully elected as one of the 10 group army commanders of the Eastern Allied Forces. The specific number of army commanders under his affiliation has not yet been determined, but the position has already been obtained. Regardless of the strength of the fleet assigned to him at that time, at least there will be cannon fodder. The joint command of the three-way coalition has been established, and it is basically determined that the all-out war with Bruin is a certainty. Next, a temporary meeting of elders will be held every 3 or 4 months to continue to raise fleets from various lords and army lords, with various material support. In one breath, Li Qing supported the blueprint of the 5th level standard division that had been discontinued in his territory, and the blueprints of a dozen 6th level standard divisions that he had obtained before. In addition, all military leaders issued announcements at the same time, announcing that a full-scale war is about to begin, calling on some players who are interested in this to prepare for war. So far, the all-out war chariot combined by the United Empire of Mankind and Bruin has pulled the brakes, stepped on the accelerator, and has no way out. In the 3rd year, the major military leaders have already started to move their fleets to the north to assemble, and Li Qing also started to mobilize the fleets inside the territory. Apart from other things, the 5 major star regions and the Querta fortress did not move. He transferred the high-level mobile fortress Seaboden and 10 7th-level fearless divisions that were stationed in the Lock fortress, all of which were collected in the universe in the palm of his hand. There are 15 7th-level fearless divisions remaining in the territory, plus a dozen regular divisions under him, and a regular mobile fortress. Considering the possibility of being attacked by Zaka Xinghai Empire and Bruin, the Elder Council decided to speed up the progress after discussion. They did not prepare for the war in 5 years as expected. They had already assembled in the 3rd year. 4 years, the next year, to prepare for total war. According to the time calculation, Li Qing can only build a total of 3 rounds of 7-level fearless divisions, and a total of 30 fearless divisions. It's a pity that the time is still a little bit short, and the conventional mobile fortress is still about a year away from being launched into service. At that time, only about 36 LEVEL 7 fearless divisions can be mobilized. According to the comparison of combat power, I am afraid that they can fight thousands of level 5 standard divisions head-on. It is still no problem to use them as the main force of their own army. After all, a group army can only have 2 or 300 5th-level divisions at most, and there may be as few as more than 100, and there may be 400 or 500 more. The specific number depends on the organization. Like Li Qing has it to command in the future, he will definitely try his best to play the role of the general, and it is estimated that he will be assigned a large group of coalition forces. In the second half of the 3rd year, Li Qing received the expected news that the Pan-Galaxy Defense Alliance was split. As expected, as members of the alliance joined different awakened empires, the alliance naturally split. There are a total of 25 major alliance members, only 8 of which are close to join Fianu to restore the empire, and the remaining 17 all join the command of Ada's Guide, located at the junction of the Perseus Spiral Arm and the Silver Plate. The Kaxinghai Empire and the Holy Besset Monarchy have all been confirmed to have joined the leader of Ada. Just when the United Empire of Humanity held a temporary elders meeting to discuss how to deal with the incoming news, they suddenly received another message. As the alliance broke down, the 8 alliance members in the 3 core fortresses of the alliance withdrew their troops one after another. Sarnor devoured the bee swarm and took the opportunity to send troops to storm the joint fortress between the Zaka Xinghai Empire and the Holy Besart Monarchy. Chapter 303 The Star Sea Lord Who Fell for the First Time in 8,000 Years. The reason why the attack was launched as soon as the alliance split, and why the other two core fortresses were not attacked but only the core fortress between the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire and the Holy Basart Monarchy, some think tanks gave the answer. Sarnor devoured the swarm to save himself. Of course he knew that he was the nail that Fionuo must remove to revive the empire, and he also knew that with his own strength, he would definitely not be an opponent of a higher civilization, so he had to find a way out. The back road he chose is very simple: leave this star field, leave the chaotic silver disk area, and enter other spiral arms to avoid disasters. The main battlefield of the Battle of Heaven is the Yinpan area, and the four major spiral arms will be affected very little, especially most of the territory of the nearest Perseid spiral arm does not belong to the ancient territory of Fionuo's rival empire. The civilization on the road enters the Perseus spiral arm and abandons the original territory to avoid this catastrophe. So as soon as the alliance split and the 8 civilizations withdrew from the joint fortress and their strength weakened, he immediately mobilized the main force to launch a fierce attack. The united fortress no longer has the support of the alliance members 2 years ago, and now it has mobilized some of the main forces, and its strength has been greatly reduced, and there is a high probability that it will not be able to withstand its soldiers. Once the united fortress is defeated, Kairzaka Star Sea Empire will bear the brunt. If Adis Mentor doesn't support, Kelzaka Xinghai Empire and other nearby alliance members may not be able to stop its attack, and Kelzaka Xinghai Empire is in danger. The United Empire of Mankind is also in danger. Maybe it's okay now, but when Kelzaka's Star Sea Empire is killed, the next step is the United Empire of Humanity. What an eventful year. But at this time, the arrow is already on the string, and it has to be done. After preparing for so long, it is impossible to suspend the plan suddenly. The temporary council of elders deliberated and finally decided to continue the war plan. However, two-handed preparations have also been made. The military masters located in the southern border of the empire need to prepare for war and must keep a fleet for emergency. If the situation really develops to the worst, they need to ensure that they can temporarily assemble a frontal defense for a period of time. Fleet, buy time for the frontline troops to withdraw. And when Li Qing led the fleet northward, he also told his wife to prepare for evacuation immediately if the worst happens. Prepare all the populations on all planets for shipment, and wait for him to come back and take them away. If Sarnor devours the bee swarms and kills the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire, it will take several years to annex the huge territory, and it will take a few years to cross the Tianjin starfield to the Zutar starfield. Having made all the preparations, Li Qing led a fleet consisting of 2 advanced mobile fortresses and 10 fearless divisions to the north. It is worth mentioning that he has already asked his subordinates to modify the appearance and painting of the 6th-level dreadnoughts to look like the 7th-level group star dreadnoughts, including those sold to the Star Sea Lords. From the appearance point of view, they are exactly the same, and they can be completely confused with real ones. When the time came to go to the north, he directly used the pretext that he had re-enhanced the batch of level 6 dreadnought mother chips to cover up the LEVEL-7 dreadnought battleships. As for whether it will be exposed in the war, he has no control, as long as he kills him and refuses to admit it. With his current status, no one can do anything without conclusive evidence. 1 leap exceeded 2,000 light-years, and 3 leaps crossed the Zutar star field and appeared in the southern border of the empire. Just a week later, the fleet traveled tens of thousands of light-years across 2 star fields and arrived at the northern border of the empire, the Eastern Core Fortress. Returning to the Eastern Core Fortress again, his identity and status are completely different. He used to be an ordinary lord, but now he is the 5th military lord within the United Empire of Mankind, and ranks 19th in the entire United Empire of Mankind. He is definitely a super big shot. In terms of status, he is now one of the 10 group army commanders of the Eastern Alliance Army of the Empire. It is worth mentioning that the status of the Eastern Allied Command is higher than that of the original decision-makers of the Eastern Core Fort. As one of the 20 core decision-makers of the Eastern Allied Forces, he enjoys the same authority and status as the senior decision-maker in the Eastern Core Fort. The strange appearance of the Dreadnought Division has attracted the attention of many people. Many knowledgeable people recognize that this is a dreadnought battleship exclusive to advanced civilizations. They are all envious and ask whose fleet it is. Li Qing came early. When he came, only half of the 20 core decision-making veterans came. The chief of staff of the military staff group under him, named Examenlu. Li Qing obtained from him the location of the 2nd Army of the Eastern Allied Forces to which he belongs, which is located in the number 3 galaxy next to the Eastern Core Fortress. Judging from the ranking, This is one of the main armies of the Eastern Allied forces, but they don't know how many fleets they have assigned to them. Take the fleet to the fifth planet in the number 3 galaxy, and from a distance, you can see a row of 5-star cities near that planet, surrounded by densely packed fleets, extending all the way to the starry sky. This is the fleets of the lords who arrived early. Now, after a rough scan, there are about 100 divisions. Li Qing's fleet approached, and immediately received a message from the Central Star City Dispatch Tower. After verifying their identity, they were allowed to enter. The fleet was moored near the Central Star City. After a series of verifications, Li Qing obtained the authority corresponding to his status. This planetary base and the fleet moored around it were all under the jurisdiction of his second army. It is worth mentioning that although these fleets are contributed by different military owners, they will be fully commanded and controlled by the decision-making level of the group army during the war phase, and the original owner of the fleet will temporarily lose command. In the future, if the war ends, the fleet will still be there, and it will return. If the fleet has sunk, it will be gone. The military leaders who contributed to the fleet can go out with the fleet, but they are not allowed to interfere with the command at will, but the commander of the fleet is appointed by the military leaders and can be indirectly influenced. Li Qing could theoretically replace all the commanders with his own, but he is not interested in this. Anyway, the commander of the army group is the general of Cybertron. As the commander, his talent buff is applied to all fleets. He arranges at most a few servants of light as the commanders of the subordinate legions in order to better control the fleet. Now there are not enough senior officers in the group army, and less than 1/3 of them have come, so Li Qing greeted them one by one, and did not intend to hold a meeting. Turn around and enter the Palm universe, enter the high-dimensional fortress, and advance to the battle area that was repaired before. 5 complete areas have been repaired in the Light of God area. Together, they can almost kill a high-level mobile ship in one round. Fortified. It is still in the preparation stage, and it is estimated that it will take about a year to officially start, and it is estimated that more than one complete area can be repaired by then. If there are 6 repaired Divine Judgment light combat areas, they can almost kill a high-level mobile fortress in one round, and the deterrence will be greatly improved by then. Other areas did not change much. Li Qing went straight to the super livable area for inspection. At this time, it has been more than 10 years since the first super livable zone was unlocked. The territory had not yet been established when it was first unlocked, and now it has been more than 10 years since the establishment of the territory. The first batch of newcomers of human reproduction are about 15 years old, basically teenagers and girls, and their basic studies are almost over. In another 2 or 3 years, the first batch of outstanding professionals will be ready to use. At the same time, the first batch of players born in the Palm universe are about to come in handy. For these newcomer human players, Li Qing is going to let them take different routes according to their occupations, and the ending will be different. Those who take basic occupations, administrators and scientists continue to stay in the Palm universe, or send them to the planets in the territory. Those who take the military route are sent out directly, and each person is provided with an ship and fixed funds to let them go outside to hang out. Anyway, they are in the super livable zone from birth to adulthood, and they don't know the truth about the universe in the Palm and the high-dimensional fortress. Even if they go out, they will not reveal the secrets of the universe in the Palm. Born from his territory, and he provided the initial development funds, at least with this kind of incense, if it can develop in the future, this is a natural ally. Of course, if you don't want to go outside to hang out, you can also hang out under him. His huge fleet is short of crew captains and commanders everywhere, and those who are capable can also develop in his territory. And this is just the plan at this time. When the Bruin Alliance is defeated in the future, the human forces will have a huge expansion. The sites of 4 or 5-star fields need a large number of players to explore and develop. At this time, they will come in handy. In the days that followed, Li Qing spent most of his time in the Palm universe, and occasionally went to the core fortress to meet some friends he had known before, or to visit other army lords and the 3-star sea lords assigned to the eastern fortress. They are Taishan Xiaobi, who is ranked 9th in the Lord, Examenlu, the representative of Examen Wu, who is ranked 6th in the Lord, and Luo Zhen, who is ranked 5th in Ziliang. Examen Wu Jun is still serving with the Guardian of Cervantes, and will be represented by his younger brother Examenlu. The 3 lords naturally occupy high positions. His Highness Luo Zhen is the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Allied Forces. Examenlu, the representative of His Highness Examen Wu, is the chief of staff of the Eastern Allied Forces. His Highness Xiao Bili is the chief of general logistics, and other positions are held by other military leaders. Basically, the non-military command position is held by the Lord or the military leader himself. If it is a direct commander such as the commander of the army group, it is the commander of the military leader. After half a year, the 20 core decision makers of the Eastern Coalition Army arrived one after another, and the 10 senior commanders of his Second Army also took their positions one after another, including the fleet. At this time, his Second Army has assembled more than 440 standard divisions, which is obviously a large army. At the same time, at the first online meeting of decision makers of the Eastern Allied Forces, Commander-in-Chief Luo Zhen also clearly stated that the First Army would be the main force of the Central Army, the Second Army would be the main force of the left wing, the Third Army would be the main force of the right wing, and the other armies would belong to one of the three armies. With the arrival of the high-level fleet one by one, the fleet is assembled one by one, and all the war materials are in place, the atmosphere of war in the entire frontline fortress begins to heat up. At this moment, the all-out war with Bruin has entered the final stage. At this time, unless the director of Ada declares war on humans, the war will never stop. At the same time, another batch of fearless divisions of Li Qing was just completed. He immediately entered the Palm universe and began to prepare the crew to be equipped on the battleship, striving to serve before the war started. At the same time, by the way, another 20 or so 6th-level fearless divisions were prepared and handed over to the lords. The crew and captain have already made preparations, and the universe in the Palm has already collected a huge amount, most of which were sent over by the Star Sea Lords early on. As long as the ship is built, it can be boarded as soon as it is built. It took half a month to complete the equipment. Li Qing drilled out of the universe in his palm, and was about to contact the lords to receive it, but found that the situation was different, and an inexplicable sadness welled up in his heart. No one told him what happened, but he knew what happened by some kind of induction. He quickly walked out of the room to the window, and saw the inexplicable redness of the starry sky outside the window, and an inexplicable sadness rushed over his face. He was silent for a while, and opened the communication with a complicated mood. He immediately saw a bunch of messages, all of which were contacted by the senior decision makers of the Eastern Alliance Army. All of them have contacted him, and there are only 5 missing, including the one with the highest status. Your Excellency Li Qing, please do not leave the base, be careful and safe. Commander Li Qing, please respond as soon as you receive the message. Your Excellency Li Qing, please stand after receiving the message. 14 messages, basically the same, all asking where he went. Li Qing was silent for a while, and responded one by one. I am back. Open the Supreme Command channel of the Eastern Allied Forces in the regional channel. There used to be 20 people in it, but now there are only 14 people. The missing names include Luo Zhen, the Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Allied Forces. The Star Sea Lord ranked 5th in the United Human Empire, and the Supreme Commander of the Eastern Allied Forces has fallen. Just 10 days after he entered the universe in the palm of his hand, that is, 5 days before now, His Royal Highness Razin was assassinated by the Bruin Union when he was inspecting the outpost headquarters under construction more than 2,000 light-years north of the Eastern Core Fortress, fell on the spot. Normally, one can be resurrected after being killed, but this time Bruin has been plotting for a long time. 3 Star Sea Lords and more than 20 military leaders gathered more than 120 super psychics to surround and kill His Royal Highness Luo Zhen in one fell swoop, and successfully completed the sacrifice before the strong support from the Eastern Core Fortress arrived. Before the all-out war started, a Star Sea Lord and 4 military masters had already fallen. Yes, together with His Royal Highness Luo Zhen, there are 4 military masters, as well as a large number of middle and senior commanders. This is the first time that the United Empire of Mankind has lost a Star Sea Lord in 8,000 years, and it is still ranked 5th, which shows the horror of civilized total war. In addition, this kind of assassination not only happened in the Eastern Fortress, but also in the Central and Western Fortresses. The Commander-in-Chief of the Central Fortress was alert and escaped in advance, and the Commander-in-Chief of the Western Fortress was not very far from the fortress at that time. The support arrived in time to rescue him. Chapter 304 Expedition. The sudden fall of His Royal Highness Luo Zhen produced a series of consequences. First of all, the Star Sea Lord fell completely, and was forcibly sacrificed by other civilizations, which meant that the entire Star Sea Lord was also sacrificed, and his descendants could no longer inherit his status. Its territory, descendants and subordinates of the same family are still there, but its territory is no longer recognized by the will of the universe, and it is no longer the Lord of the Star Sea. A series of buff bonuses that originally relied on the Lord and the system framework have all disappeared and lost their constraints force. This means that the generals and subordinates in their territory have no constraints on their fellow clans, and in theory they can directly take their property and leave. As for His Royal Highness Luo Zhen's clan, and even descendants, because of the loss of the Qinghai Lord's status, they can no longer inherit his status. In the real situation, regardless of whether the Star Sea Lord or the Star Marine Lord dies in battle, as long as the personality is still there, their direct descendants can inherit the position of the military lord, but each succession needs to consume a lot of civilization points or destiny points to ensure that the personality does not decline. For example, the Lord of the Star Sea needs 10 mandate points for each succession to ensure that he will still be the Lord of the Star Sea after he inherits. The military lord needs 10,000 civilization points every time he inherits to ensure that he will still be the military lord after the inheritance. If not, the military lord's personality will collapse. That is to say, the Star Sea Lord can inherit once unconditionally, but the military master does not have this opportunity. If the civilization points are not enough, the military master will disappear. His Royal Highness Luo Zhen's personality has been sacrificed, and it is completely gone. His descendants can't even inherit the military leader. This means, well, Li Qing has nothing to do with the matter of a Star Sea Lord's internal struggle for profit. At this moment, he has neither the opportunity nor the ability to covet the Lord's inheritance. It's just that the 5th-ranked Star Sea Lord suddenly fell, especially Luo Zhen. His Highness is still the Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Allied Forces, which will inevitably have a huge impact on the Eastern Allied Forces. Regarding the fleet transferred by His Royal Highness Luo Zhen, it is estimated that it should be directly under the jurisdiction of the Human Senate, and the main reason is to re-elect the Commander-in-Chief. Of course, Li Qing is not completely without benefits. At least with the fall of His Royal Highness Luo Zhen, he no longer needs to give the 6th-level dreadnought fleet he ordered from himself, no matter now or in the future. The destiny points given by His Royal Highness Luo Zhen have been strengthened twice, and 4 divisions have been built in 2 years, and now Li Qing can do all of them. Anyway, not many people know about this matter. It is estimated that His Royal Highness Luo Zhen's son will not know about it, and it is even less likely that other lords will ask him for it. They will only lament his good luck. Although this incident had a great impact, it did not affect the progress of the war. At this time, the all-out war was not on the verge of imminent attack, but had already been launched. There was no turning back, and no one could stop it. A week after the fall of His Royal Highness Luo Zhen, the Eastern Allied Forces re-elected. It is worth mentioning that the 4 military leaders who fell with His Royal Highness Luo Zhen were all senior leaders of the Eastern Alliance Army, which means that the Eastern Alliance Army has vacated 5 decision-making positions. These 4 military leaders were all sacrificed, their personalities disappeared, and their territories would also fall apart. So far, there are only 13 Star Sea Lords and 269 military masters left in the United Human Empire. It took a week for the re-election, and Li Qing, who had no idea, was surprised to find that with the re-election adjustment, he was actually promoted. He used to be the commander of the Second Army, but now he became one of the 3 deputy commanders-in-chief. I fainted. Li Qing didn't know whether to cry or laugh for a moment. The 4 army leaders who fell had 2 deputy commanders, an intelligence minister, and an army commander. As they fell, the positions of others increased accordingly. Although Li Qing had just been promoted to the leader of the army, his ranking at 5th was extremely high. In the past, there were too many senior military leaders with strength and he couldn't compete. Now that several people who are stronger than him have died, he can only be increased incrementally. The task of the deputy commander-in-chief is generally to assist the commander-in-chief to control the overall situation, and it depends on the specific situation. There are 3 deputy commander-in-chiefs in the Eastern Allied Forces. It was originally planned that one would follow the Central Army, and the other 2 would command the left and right respectively. Fleet of 2 wings. According to the original plan, the 10 group armies will be divided into 5 parts, namely the forward, the Central Army, the reserve team, and the left and right wings. Among them, the forward is estimated to be an army group, the reserve team is also estimated to be an army group, the left and right wings are estimated to be 2 army groups, and the remaining 4 army groups are concentrated in the Central Army. This means that if you become the deputy commander of the left and right wings, you can control the 2 armies in one go. Good. Of course, the more cannon fodder, the better. He is sure of 1 group army, not to mention 2 group armies. After the meeting, the Eastern Allied Forces Command announced the results online, and opened the application channel, allowing player fleets and legions, as well as small lord fleets to apply for registration. Players can choose to sign up to join the Legion, and can freely decide to join the forward or left and right wings, and the reserve team of the Central Army. And there are two options for joining. One is incorporated into the regular fleet, and the other is non-staff. If you choose to be incorporated into a regular fleet, a large number of large and small fleets will be integrated into a complete division-level fleet like a regular fleet. Many small and medium fleet players who are incorporated into a large fleet will temporarily lose the command of their own fleet. The advantage is that there is a 100% merit bonus, and the exchange authority is higher than that of non-staff people, and there is a chance to exchange some good things that non-staff people cannot exchange. If you choose non-staff, you don't need to accept the integration, you can act freely, but you can't get the buff bonus from the Legion commander. After the re-election of the Joint Command, the final preparations began. There were endless meetings almost every day, and there were several meetings a day. In addition to adjusting the fleet and continuing to raise supplies, the main task was to formulate combat plans. The command of each fleet has been determined as early as the beginning. Commander-in-Chief Examen Wu and Chief of Staff His Highness Xiao Bili are in charge of the Chinese Army, and the three deputy commanders Zhang Ma Anrong are also in charge of the Chinese Army, while coordinating the forward and rear reserve fleets. Another deputy commander-in-chief, Yu Zongchao, was assigned as the commander-in-chief of the right-wing fleet, commanding the 4th Army and the 9th Army. And Li Qing was assigned as the commander-in-chief of the left-wing fleet, commanding the 2nd and 8th Armies. Among them, the 2nd Army has 1 mobile battle star, 2 war moons, 7 advanced mobile fortresses and 31 conventional mobile fortresses, and 440 standard 5th-level divisions. The 8th Army has 1 war moon, 9 high-level mobile fortresses, 25 conventional mobile fortresses, and 260 standard 5th-level divisions. The commander of the group army is Yi Zhengqiu. In addition, there are also a large number of player fleets who have signed up as regular fleets. A powerful formal army can raise a fleet of 5 or 6 divisions, while small private players only have a few thousand large and small warships. Although there are not many players, there are not enough players. You have a few hundred, he has a few thousand, and there are tens of thousands of powerful warships. If the number is large, the assembled fleet is also quite impressive. Right now, there are about 85 of them, non-standard divisions. The reason why it is called a non-standard division is because the players have a large number of ships, but their quality is not high. Most of them are small ships such as frigates and destroyers, which are useless except as cannon fodder. A non-standard division has 4,000 or 5,000 battleships and hundreds of thousands of frigates, which is extremely non-standard. There are so few battleships, let alone flagships. None of the 85 non-standard divisions can have 2 flagships per division, let alone a mobile fortress. In fact, this is the norm. Normally, only large groups such as legions will have flagships. How can ordinary casual players have several flagships? They can't even afford to support them. Ordinary players give him a flagship aircraft carrier, and it will probably go bankrupt within a year. At this stage, the gathering of players is just the beginning. After all, the intensity of the war was too high when the war first started. But after the initial collision and the war enters a stalemate, it is time for players to play their game. By then, it is estimated that a large number of player fleets will gather. In addition, there are a large number of private players who form large fleets by themselves, especially some small lords who have certain strength, capital and status, and can call a large number of individual players to form a large-scale joint fleet. Li Qing didn't pay too much attention to the player team, except for some clansmen of Qinghe Li clan, such as Li Jingtun and some clansmen of other Qinghe Li clans. They would all gather in the Eastern Fortress and join the Eastern Coalition forces. It is worth mentioning that Li Jingtun received support from his flagship a long time ago and his strength sword, gaining an advantage in the competition with other Legion members. But later, with his lineage, that is, Li Qing's father won a living planet on Zotar's side and established a territory, he simply gave up the base here, exchanged shares for compensation, and then became independent. With the support of this vein, it has developed well. For this all-out war, Li Qing's father also mobilized a fleet, gathering the strength of all members of his lineage, about 6 divisions. Based on this, it has attracted a large number of individual players, and now it has assembled a fleet of more than 10 divisions, which can be regarded as a strong player force. One day 2 months later, the vanguard fleet of the Eastern Allied Forces held a grand swearing-in ceremony at the Eastern Core Fortress and officially set off. In the center of the huge fleet that is not inferior to the Second Army stands a huge mobile fortress. Surrounded by the huge fleet, it slowly drives away from the barracks. A layer of light transition fluctuations slowly spread and enveloped the entire fleet. According to regulations, the striker and the left and right wings each have a mobile battle star to ensure that the three sides have enough force to suppress them. The mobile battle star on Li Qing's left wing belongs to the Eastern Core Fortress. Li Qing has command authority, but he cannot control this battle star. The Vanguard fleet quickly left the core fortress. According to the combat plan, the Vanguard fleet will move forward along the predetermined route until the northern outpost galaxy in the middle of the Faust star field between humans and Bruven United. A few years ago, the United Empire of Mankind had already built no less than 10 fortified star systems between the Faust star fields as combat bases and support bases, assigned 1. On the second day after the forward left, Li Qing returned to the battle star Candle Dragon belonging to the left-wing fleet, summoned senior commanders above the commanders of the left-wing coalition forces, and ordered the fleet to prepare for departure. The reorganized joint fleet specifications are all reorganized according to the standards of total war. Each corps-level fleet is composed of 10 standard divisions. For example, the Second Army has 440 standard divisions, and there are 44 standard corps. Of course, Li Qing's dozens of fearless divisions were not included in it. He organized these 30 or so divisions into a reinforced corps as a garrison corps directly under the left-wing coalition forces. The huge fleet left the barracks and began the leap, and 2 hours later, it left the fortress galaxy under the eyes of everyone. The fleet is too large, and the transition time will increase according to the size of the fleet. Li Qing has seen many mobile battle stars, and there are 20 or 30 ships in total, but this is the first time he personally rides and commands a mobile battle star. As the commander, he has the authority to mobilize all the information of the fleet, and quickly found the information of this mobile battle star named Candle Dragon. Candle Dragon, a mobile battle star with a diameter of 10,500 kilometers. It is equipped with the ultimate weapon Star Blaster. Most of the weapons are 6-level enhanced technology, and only a small amount is 6-level dark matter technology. It is obviously a legacy of a high-level civilization in ancient times, but after many super large-scale wars and overhauls, a large number of original weapons were damaged and could only be replaced with 6-level enhanced technology. Mobile Battle Star, the ultimate strategic war weapon, with the power to suppress the fate of the country. Basic hull, 50,000 trillion. Basic armor, 50,000 trillion. Basic shield, 50,000 trillion. Moving speed, 20,000 kilometers per hour. Default tactics. The default tactics of Mobile Battlestar. Battleship slot size, 10 million. Mobile Battlestar Central Core Default. Mobile Battlestar Inner Ring Core Default. Mobile Battlestar Outer Ring Core Default. Components. Energy Core 10, Superluminal Component 5, Thruster 5, Sensor 3, Combat Computer 10, Battlestar Halo 5. Weapon slots. 1 Ultimate Weapon in W slot, 200 Battlestar Axis-based railguns in T slot, 6,000 Fortress Railgun in T slot, 60,000 Titan Lance in T slot, 300,000 Doomsday Light in T slot, 3 million X slot battleship main guns, 30 million L slot large weapons, 30 million P-type point defense slots, 30 million G slot missiles, and 80 million H-type hangars. General slots. 600 million Fort General slots, 500 A-type functional slots. Mobile Battlestar Correction. Hull regeneration plus 3 million, armor regeneration plus 3 million, shield regeneration plus 3 million. Mobile Battlestar Correction. All weapons plus 500% range, plus 100% power. Mobile Battlestar Correction. Radius 200 million kilometers jump enhancement, jump range plus 1500%, penetration strength 13 levels. Mobile Battlestar Correction. A strong electronic interference force field with a radius of 200 million kilometers, and the interference intensity is 13 levels. Mobile Battlestar Correction. A radius of 200 million kilometers jumps the interference force field, and the interference strength is 13 levels. Mobile Battlestar Correction. Interception force field with a radius of 200 million kilometers, interception strength level 13. Mobile Battlestar Universal Halo. Jump force field, which can carry the same fleet to jump across galaxies, ignoring any conventional shielding and interference force fields appearing on the battlefield. Mobile Battlestar Universal Halo. Planetary level gravitational variable force field. Mobile Battlestar is huge in size and can change gravity, causing the following effects on enemies within a radius of 10 million kilometers. Effect. Gravitational repulsion status. Movement speed minus 30%. Activation speed minus 50%. Hit reduction by 50%. Ignores all weapons below large size. And 20% damage of X battle line main gun. Effect. Gravitational attraction state. Movement speed plus 50%. Activation speed plus 50%. Small and medium warships and attacks will involuntarily approach the mobile battle star. Effect. Gravity control. Consume a lot of energy. Gravitational traction controls the movement trajectories of small and medium-sized warships, fighter planes and meteorites. Planetary suppression aura. Releases a super suppression force field to reduce the damage received by all friendly warships within the range of the aura. Effect. All friendly troops within a radius of 100 million kilometers of the mobile battle star receive minus 30% damage. Planet Nano Cloud Halo. Release countless nano robots to repair all friendly damaged warships. Effect. All friendly forces within a radius of 100 million kilometers of the mobile battle star get plus 1000 points of hull regeneration and plus 1000 points of armor regeneration per second. Planetary suppression aura. Releases a planetary force field to reduce the enemy buff effect of certain enemies within the range. Effect. All friendly forces within a radius of 100 million kilometers of the mobile battle star are no longer affected by hostile buffs below the epic level. Chapter 305. The Fourth All-Out War for Mankind officially begins. After reading the attributes, Li Qing remained silent for a long time. This attribute cannot be said to be abnormal, it can only be said to be too abnormal. The basic attributes are very simple, 1,000 times that of the high-level mobile fortress, and the weapon slots it has are also very simple, 100 times that of the high-level mobile fortress. Say too perverted. At this moment, Li Qing also saw the power of the Star Blaster that he never forgot. Starburst. The ultimate weapon. After a long period of energy storage, it fires a terrifying energy column that can crush planets. Type. W slot. Energy. Damage. 150 trillion 150 trillion. Fire rate. Charge for 5 minutes, cooldown for 60 minutes. Hit. 100%. Range. 50 million kilometers. Fix. Ignore all damage reduction auras and force fields. Fix. Not affected by all skills, talents and buffs. The power is within Li Qing's expectations, 150 trillion, regardless of the damage of any damage reduction aura and force field, the lethality can definitely easily crush a conventional mobile fortress. However, it is quite surprising that this thing does not receive any bonuses. This means that he cannot take advantage of the talent and skill bonuses of the negative star to fly the enemy's mobile battle star kite, so he can only fight hard. Unfortunately, this is not mine. There are several ships being built in the Palm universe, but it took decades to build this thing, and now there is not even a frame built, and it will be hopeless for a while. There is still no news about the legacy of Lord Senluo in the isolated star field. I have been trying to find a way to open it, but I have not been able to open it, and there is no response until now. Li Qing also felt quite speechless, and really wanted to use violent means to tear it down. If it takes decades to open it, he will have several mobile battle stars by then, and the value of this thing will be greatly reduced. Li Qing was silent for a while, and through the mental matrix, he gave an order to the 2 negative stars stationed in the isolated star field, and gave them another year. If the mechanical battle star cannot be opened safely within 1 year, it will be dismantled by violent means. He can't really wait for decades. Although he may not be able to get the battle star after dismantling it, he can get the inheritance and hidden treasures of Lord Senluo. As a powerful Star Sea Lord, he must have a lot of rare treasures on hand, and a large amount of accumulated civilization points and destiny points, which can greatly enhance his strength. The fleet only took 2 jumps to arrive at the outpost assigned to him, a galaxy located about 3,600 light-years north of the eastern core fortress. The fleet jumped in directly, and Li Qing immediately gained control of the galaxy. There are always hundreds of super-star cities in the galaxy, and more than 50 divisions of garrisons, including a war moon and 14 mobile battle stars, all of which are under his command at this time. After the fleet was in place, Li Qing opened the command channel and sent a message to other fleets that it was in place. In the stage of total war, the Council of Elders consumed a large number of civilization points to expand the regional channel. Now the regional channel of human civilization has expanded to most of the Faust star field. The reason for not continuing to expand is mainly due to the suppression of the Bruvan civilization. Although it is not a player civilization, as long as a powerful civilization with the will of civilization can sense the existence of the regional channel, it will automatically reject it. If it's a weak civilization, it's fine, even if you know it, you can't resist it, just like Li Qing had just established his territory, and spent a lot of civilization points to expand his territory channel to cover the territory of the United Empire of Shatta, and it has been spreading to Shatta, the capital of the United Empire. However, the Bruin United Civilization is also a fifth-level civilization, and it is a powerful civilization with comprehensive strength comparable to that of human beings. This has caused the power of human civilization not only to be unable to project to the territory of the Bruin United Civilization, and even its repelling power has expanded to outside of civilization. About one-third of the territory of the Faust star field between the two civilizations was blocked. The regional channel only occupies two-thirds of the Faust star field at this time. If you want to expand the scope, you must go to war to defeat the enemy and seize the territory. Where the territory is controlled, the regional channel will expand. If the Bruin alliance can be defeated and absorbed, the regional channel will expand to the entire Faust and Bruin starfields. After the fleet was in place, Li Qing summoned many senior leaders of the left-wing coalition forces and quickly issued a series of orders to prepare for the next all-out war. The left-wing coalition also has a top decision-maker, but the number is not large. There are only 4 people including him, the commanders of the 2nd and 8th armies, and the commander of the outpost garrison fleet. But if it is expanded, it will also include the deputy commanders of each group army, the heads of each army regiment, as well as the chief of staff of the group army, the minister of intelligence, the minister of logistics equipment and other senior officers, all adding up to about 100 people. One by one scouting fleets left the outpost base and headed north, entering between the outpost base and Bruin's eastern core fortress to scout enemy intelligence. They have to determine the decision of the Bruin Union, to see if they want to fight with humans outside the fortress, or if they want to stick to the fortress. Needless to say, the field battle, the three-way coalition forces mobilized the main force to fight head-on in a certain galaxy. If you stick to the fortress, you have to find a way to join forces to attack it. Don't expect to use the ability of the mobile battle star to forcefully penetrate the border isolation zone and jump to the territory of the Bruin Union. In peacetime, you can use this ability to jump at will. You can still jump in from the outside, but at that time, you can't get out after jumping in. This is the significance of the existence of the 3 core fortresses. If there is no civilization artifact to cooperate with the suppression of the border, no matter how strong the border isolation zone is, it will not be able to stop the penetration of the mobile battle star. If the transition cannot be blocked, these 3 core fortresses would have no meaning of existence, and it would be impossible to rely on these 3 core fortresses to stand deadlocked for thousands of years regardless of the outcome. The base on the left wing is not far from the outpost base of the Chinese army, about 1,500 light years away. If there is a mobile fortress in charge of the fleet, even if the commander does not have the skills and talents related to the transition, it will not exceed 4 times at most. Can jump over. But for Li Qing, who has a super long jump distance, he can jump over in 1 jump. The left and right wings plus forwards are not far from the 4 outposts of the Chinese army. They are all located in the north of the Eastern Core Fortress, facing the Eastern Core Fortress united by Bruin. On the 2nd day after the reconnaissance fleet was dispatched, a large number of Bruin United scout fleets were discovered. On the 5th day, Li Qing received news that the forward scout fleet of the Eastern Allied forces had discovered the Bruin United outpost, which meant that Bruin United's thoughts are the same as theirs, and they want to fight a battle with them in the wild. It is obvious that after thousands of years of recuperation, Bruin United is full of self-confidence, and feels stronger than humans. Determined that a battle might start, the Eastern Coalition Command immediately held an online meeting, announced the news on the same day, and issued an emergency call-up order. The emergency call-up order is for all small lords and all official legions. All small lords and legions who receive the emergency call-up order must send at least 50% of their warships to respond to the call-up. Boom. The last destroyer was bombarded back and forth by the last remaining 4 frigates of the opponent for several minutes. The starry sky is full of burning wreckage of warships, both human warships and Bruin Union warships. The 2 civilizations are still gathering forces, but the scout fleets of the 2 sides have already engaged in battle within the star field of more than 2,000 light years. At this time, the players' cannon fodder warships come in handy. Most of them are destroyers and frigates. Large-scale battlefields are basically pure cannon fodder, but they can take advantage of small and medium warships when they are used on the reconnaissance front. Although the loss is the same, it is no longer pure cannon fodder. The size of the reconnaissance fleet is generally not very large, and they are all composed of destroyers and frigates. Generally, the total number will not exceed 100. Cruisers and above are not flexible enough and slow, so they are not suitable for scouting ships. In this galaxy, after a battle between two scouting fleets of similar size, the human side ended with the annihilation of the entire army, but the Bruin joint side only had 4 frigates left. Both are destroyers and frigates equipped with level 5 technology, and the scale is not much different. The difference between victory and defeat mainly depends on the command skills of the commanders of both sides. Such a situation happened in different galaxies, and the two sides each sent thousands of patrol fleets, which were scattered in this star field and continued to fight and test each other. As time passed, more and more fleets gathered at the major outposts. Li Qing's left base also received support fleets one after another. He reorganized these fleets into standard divisions, and 10 standard divisions were combined into a standard legion. These new fleets were not incorporated into the two armies, but existed as a reserve of the left-wing coalition forces, directly under him. It does not mean seizing power. As the commander-in-chief of the left wing, he can directly mobilize his subordinates by bypassing the two army commanders. It is just purely preparing a reserve team, which can replenish the battlefield without having to deploy the fleets of the two armies during the battle. The time was in preparation. Almost 4 months passed without knowing it, and it will be half a year in 2 months. At this time, Li Qingxin's group of more than a dozen 7th-level fearless divisions have been completed and served, and a new round has begun. Batches were built. The rhythm of civilized battles is so slow. There is no turning back when the bow is opened. Once the battle starts, you have to fight to the end until the winner is decided. Therefore, both sides prepare as much as possible, and prepare as long as they can. A comprehensive team of their size, it is normal for the battle to be delayed for a few years in the early stage. In fact, strictly speaking, the battle has already begun. Although there is no battle, such a huge fleet gathers, and the amount of food and consumables consumed every day is unknown. This is also a test for the supplies of both sides. If possible, Li Qing would like to delay it as long as possible. After another 2 years, the 7 conventional mobile fortresses in the POM universe will be completed, and 2 batches of 27-level fearless divisions will be added. At this time, he already has 46 fearless divisions of the 7th level and 8 fearless divisions of the 6th level. In 2 years, he can gather 66 fearless divisions of the 7th level and 14 fearless divisions of the 6th level. Under the command of General Cybertron, the overall combat effectiveness may be comparable to a 5th-level standard division of more than 5,000. What is this concept? The Eastern Allied Army has 10 group armies. The 2nd Group Army is considered a large group army, with 440 divisions, and the 8th Group Army has only 260 standard divisions. On average, one has 350 standard divisions, and 10 is 3,500. This means that Li Qingguang can defeat the entire Eastern Coalition forces under the command of General Seboden with the fleet in hand. Of course, only the regular fleet, without the big guys above the mobile fortress. He is far behind in this respect. And this is just that the 7th-level star warships use the 6th-level enhanced technology, and some of them only use the 5th-level technology. If all the 7th-level dark energy configurations are used, without any bonus, a 7th-level fearless division can face it easily. Promote more than 105-level standard divisions. The gap in technology is too large, and the gap in combat power will also be outrageous. Wait a few more decades. When the batch of war moons and mobile battle stars in the universe in his hands are created, the mobile battle stars with all 7-level technology configurations are extremely terrifying. With the strength of a super civilization, even in the face of a high civilization, it has the power to fight. But although the idea is good, the reality is that after another 2 months, that is, half a year after Li Qing came to the outpost, the scouting fleet discovered that the main force of the enemy forward had left the base galaxy. After a short meeting, the human side chose to wait. It is not to stick to the base and wait for the Bruin coalition to attack the base, but to determine the exact position of the main force of the Bruin joint striker, and then the two sides will find a suitable galaxy to fight. Although both sides now default to start a battle, it does not mean that strategies cannot be used. It is not impossible for the main striker to come to the battle on the surface, but it is actually a trap. Although unlikely. 20 days later, the reconnaissance fleet saw the vanguard fleet of the Bruin coalition stopped in a galaxy more than 800 light-years away from the vanguard base of the human left coalition. The fleet established a temporary base in that galaxy and relied on the outpost set up a battle formation. Obviously, they are going to fight the human fleet in the galaxy located in the middle of the outposts of both sides. The reconnaissance fleet that was not intercepted scouted back and forth for almost a week. After confirming that there was no ambush, the vanguard fleet left the outpost and approached the galaxy. At the same time, Li Qing's left and right bases also received orders from the commander-in-chief of the left coalition forces, asking him to prepare for the camp and jump to support at any time. Li Qing only mobilized the Second Army to prepare for the camp, and the Eighth Army and other reserves temporarily stayed at the base, depending on the situation. 8 days later in the morning, Li Qing, who routinely inspected the reconnaissance fleet to collect information as before, suddenly looked up together with other senior officers of the headquarters. At this moment, they felt an inexplicable feeling envelop the entire galaxy. There is no need to ask him to know that this is the boiling of the will of human civilization. This means that at this very moment, human civilization and the Bruin United Civilization are officially at war, and the fourth all-out war in human history has officially started. Chapter 306 Bruin Union's Active Attack. Streams of light descended from the sky and landed on the heads of the senior officers, slowly forming a cloud-like vortex. Li Qing instantly felt as if his whole mind was immersed in mint, and instantly felt that his mind became very clear without feeling tired. Everyone knows that this is because after the united empire of mankind and Bruin united the old enemies to start an all-out war, the will of civilization was completely awakened and paid attention to this battle. All senior officers participating in this battle will be paid attention to by the will of civilization and temporarily get a buff, civilization-favored person. This buff does not increase the strength of these senior officers. It only has one effect, which is to keep them clear-headed at all times, and ignore the influence of some psychers or the temptation of evil existences in subspace. In war, keeping your head clear is actually a very powerful state, which means that unless it is intentional, the commander will not make any confusion and mistakes on the battlefield under normal circumstances, which is very important. The clouds and vortices above the heads of the senior officers gradually condensed and formed into strange crown phantoms, which slowly merged into the body. At this time, Li Qing suddenly noticed that His Excellency Yi Zhengqiu, commander of the Eighth Army, suddenly opened his eyes slightly, and looked at him with a look of extreme surprise. Your Excellency Li Qing, you. The voice attracted the attention of many senior officers in the headquarters, and they all turned their heads with shocked expressions. Li Qing looked up strangely, but found that what was condensed above his head was a round of extremely luxurious golden glazed crown, which was slowly emitting a faint crystal light into the void. What is this? He also talks to himself in a strange way. Yi Zhengqiu was silent for a moment, then said, It's a status symbol. Status symbol. Li Qing thought for a while and asked, Is there something wrong with the shape of the top of my head? Yi Zhengqiu twitched the corner of his mouth, shook his head and said, No, it's because the abnormal shape on your head has surpassed the rank of military leader. Be clear. Yi Zhengqiu looked at the puzzled Li Qing with a puzzled and complicated face, making sure that he really didn't know, and said with doubts and envy. Look at the abnormal shape on the top of my head. The silver color represents the rank of the military lord. Although I am not a military lord, I represent the Dongyang Yi clan, and the golden abnormal shape represents the rank of the Star Sea Lord. Li Qing raised his head sharply again, with a shocked expression on his face, and said, Impossible, I have not been promoted to Star Sea Lord. Yi Zhengqiu spread his hands and said, I don't know, but the favor of the will of civilization cannot be faked. Li Qing. At this moment, Li Qing already had a guess in his mind. If there is no accident, it should be that I obtained the Pioneer database from the Ada recorder and obtained the complete dark energy technology. I have concealed it from the world, but I cannot hide it from the will of civilization. So in the eyes of the world, he is just a military leader ranked 5th, but in the eyes of the will of civilization, It doesn't mean that he is the Lord now, he is still ranked 5th in the civilization artifact. This golden crown just represents the will of civilization. This cannot be explained to people. Li Qing squeezed the center of his eyebrows, now he can only say that he doesn't know about it. He can only keep his mouth shut first, and after defeating Bruin United, he will definitely be able to obtain a large number of destiny points with his own ability. At that time, he can use his destiny points to promote the Star Sea Lord as an excuse. That is it. Withdrawing his thoughts, he didn't mean to explain, but just opened the communication with Kai Chenggo, commander of the Second Army who was already in charge of the fleet, and ordered. The war has already begun. The striker has already fought against the striker united by Bruin. You are starting now. You will first go to the striker's base for a transfer, and then go to the front line. Kai Chenggo, who was on the opposite side of the communication, immediately responded with a military salute and disconnected decisively. Soon the headquarters received the news that the Second Army had started to make the jump. The anomaly just now is obvious. It is a sign that the all-out war between human civilization and the Bruven joint civilization has officially started. Only at this time will the will of civilization wake up and boil. Seeing that the Second Army is about to jump, Li Qing turned his head and said to Yi Zhengqiu, "Pay attention to the frontline news, including the situation of the Central and Western coalition forces." Yi Zhengqiu nodded, opened his mouth slightly to say something, but shook his head after a while, and didn't continue to ask. Curiosity is curiosity, but this kind of thing is obviously a secret of others, and it is not suitable to ask it to the end. Turn around and return to the command room, and come to the huge virtual star map sand table. At this time, the sand table has simulated the huge territory of the entire Perseus spiral arm from the first star field to the seventh star field in real time. The gathering place is the throne where human civilization is located. The star field and the Faust star field, as well as the Bruin star field where the Bruin United Civilization is located. He stood motionless in front of the star field sand table, tapping his fingers lightly on the edge of the sand table as if thinking. Yi Zhengqiu and other senior officers of the left-wing coalition also came to the sand table. While receiving information from the front line, several staff officers adjusted the strength and position of the two fleets displayed on the sand table in real time to ensure the accuracy of the sand table. Li Qing thought for a while, stretched out his hand and pressed the star map to pull down, and pulled the star field where the eastern core fortress of Bruven United was in front of him. Thanks to thousands of years of reconnaissance penetration, human beings have already clearly grasped every galaxy within 1,000 light years around the three core fortresses of Bruven. The star map is as real as it is, and even the terrain structure on the surface of each planet was photographed and incorporated into the star map system. Basically, what it looks like on the virtual star map is what the nearby galaxies look like in reality. Li Qing clicked on the nearby galaxies one by one, checked, closed, and then opened another galaxy, and combined with the information he simulated in his mind. After a while, he returned to the main command chair and sat down, closing his eyes and tapping his fingers on the table. Bruin United dared to leave the core fortress to fight in the field, which was beyond his expectations. It turned out that his plan was to assemble a large army to storm the core fortress in the east. When the strength of the two sides was almost exhausted and the all-out war entered a stalemate, then he started to make trouble. At the beginning of total war, the nerves of both sides were very tense. At that time, doing anything would trigger a strong reaction, and it was not easy to operate. After entering the stalemate stage, the nerves of both sides are no longer so tense. At that time, find another opportunity to fight, although it will also trigger a strong reaction, but at that time the troops on both sides are too exhausted, and the pressure they face is less than at the beginning. Don't just look at it, there is a slight difference between winning and losing in many cases. The previous all-out wars lasted at least a dozen years, and the longest one was a stalemate between the two sides for nearly 100 years, and there was no rush at all. 2 days later, a communication from Kai Chenggo, the commander of the Second Army, indicated that the Second Army had arrived at the forward fortress base of the Eastern Allied forces. After leaving behind a part of the reserve fleet, the main force continued northward, entered the two warring galaxies, and entered the frontline battlefield. At the same time, Li Qing also obtained first-hand intelligence from the frontline battlefield in real time. The speed of the Second Army was not much different from the support of the right-wing coalition forces, and the front and rear feet arrived. Together with the Third Army, the three armies assembled more than 1,000 division-level fleets in the frontline battlefield galaxy. With 2 mobile battle stars as the core, a total of more than 2,000 division-level fleets from both sides launched a super-long battle line of more than 1 billion kilometers to fight in this galaxy. 3 days later, Li Qing ordered the 8th Army to start to assemble, and together with nearly 100-player divisions formed a joint formation to go north. There is still 1 war moon left in the left outpost, 3 high-level and 5 conventional mobile fortresses, and about 50 divisions are stationed. All other fleets go north with him, ready to join the battle. The fleet jumped over 1,500 light-years at one time, paused once, and jumped directly to the galaxy next to the battle galaxy for the second jump. Warning, a large-scale enemy fleet has been discovered, please prepare for battle, Commander. Warning, a large-scale enemy fleet has been discovered, please prepare for battle, Commander. Warning, a large-scale enemy fleet has been discovered, please prepare for battle, Commander. The fleet had just jumped into the galaxy, and was still on the edge of the galaxy's gravitational well. The mobile battle star's sensors scanned the traces of the enemy fleet less than 1,000,000 kilometers away from the jump site. By coincidence, a combined Bruin main fleet jumped to this galaxy less than an hour before them, and jumped to the same location. Ready to fight. The fleet quickly spread out to form a combat formation, but the enemy arrived before them and had already deployed a combat formation. When they found that they had leapt not far away, they immediately seized the opportunity that they had just transitioned and their formation had not yet unfolded to launch an attack first. Only at this time did the fleet scan the size of the enemy fleet. 1 mobile battle star, 2 war moons, 15 advanced mobile fortresses and more than 41 conventional mobile fortresses, and about 500 standard divisions, the total size almost 25% stronger than them. No wonder you are so decisive. At this moment, Yi Zhengqiu asked in a low voice. Your Excellency, Commander, I have already contacted the Second Army. Commander Kai Chenggo asked if he wanted support. Li Qing smiled and waved his hands. No, we can handle it. By the way, report the situation here to the headquarters. He tapped his finger lightly, and a light curtain popped open to reveal Chu Yuan, who was sitting on the command seat, and ordered. Get ready for battle. Then he turned his head and said to General Cybertron. Expand the halo, first increase the distance, and let the fleet expand. General Cybertron nodded. In the next second, everyone felt in a trance. Everything in front of them blurred for a while and then recovered. Just in doubt, a staff officer immediately reported loudly. Just now the fleet suddenly left its position out of thin air, and has opened a distance of 30 million kilometers from the enemy fleet. The senior officers were astonished, Li Qing said without waiting for them to ask. This is the unique talent of a general, who can teleport within the galaxy regardless of any conditions. Yi Zhengqiu looked at the Cybertron general, who was sitting expressionlessly in his place with a shocked expression on his face, opened his mouth and couldn't speak, and finally stretched out his big finger. Sharp, holding his hands together, he said seriously. Your Excellency will continue to command. It is very realistic. After knowing that Cybertron is a great general, Yi Zhengqiu naturally began to blame him. At a distance of 30 million kilometers, except for the Star Blaster of the mobile battle star, no other weapon can reach such a distance. After the two sides suddenly opened the distance out of thin air, the opposite side was obviously confused, and then saw the opposite fleet spread out, covering an area of tens of millions of kilometers, and a terrifying energy vortex appeared in the center of the mobile battle star, standing in the center of the fleet. The starburst starts charging. Our side immediately retaliated, and the Star Blaster in the center of the mobile battle star also started to recharge, targeting one of the mobile fortresses. After recharging in just 5 minutes, 2 extremely thick beams of light traversed the starry sky of more than 30 million kilometers, and blasted into the opponent's fleet respectively. Then, 2 regular mobile fortresses became victims, and 2 huge flaming fireworks exploded in the starry sky. Can't defend. Although Li Qing has a universe in his palm that can open and take away the attack, the premise is that he needs to know who the target of the starburst is. He is now in the mobile battle star, and the enemy's Star Blaster is definitely impossible to directly bombard the mobile battle star. Although this thing is powerful, a conventional mobile fortress can be destroyed in one shot, but it is powerful against a mobile battle star with ridiculously strong defense, that's it. Since he can't attack mobile battle stars, he naturally can't know the target in advance by feeling the threat. 2 starbursts destroy 2 mobile fortresses, no one will take advantage. Starbursts have a cooling time of 1 hour, and the distance of 30 million kilometers during this period ensures that they will not be attacked by any attack other than starbursts, and they can calmly adjust and deploy the fleet. An hour later, the final weapons of the 2 mobile battle stars began to recharge again. The suffocating energy vortexes converged and once again turned into 2 destructive beams of light that pierced through the void. No accident, 2 more mobile fortresses turned into dust. In just 2 hours, the 4 mobile fortresses were reduced to cosmic fragments. Even the Star Sea Lord would feel heartbroken and unbearable for this loss. I don't know which army lord owns the 2 mobile fortresses, so I'm probably going to die of heartache. 15 minutes after the 2 starbursts, the fleet finally readjusted its formation, and after an order to get everyone ready for battle was issued to the entire fleet, Cybertron immediately activated the unique talent of the general. People felt a trance, the fleet disappeared out of thin air again, and reappeared at 40 million kilometers away, the rear of the Bruin United Fleet. That is to say, they jumped directly behind the buttocks of the Bruin United Fleet. The forwards were only less than 100,000 kilometers away from their tails. From a distance, it seemed that the two sides were almost stuck together. Everyone was stunned by this move. Fortunately, he had issued an order before, and the human fleet was mentally prepared. It only took a few seconds to react and immediately launched an attack. All flagships and fortresses and the T-slot main guns of the mobile battlestar are charged at the same time, and only aim at two of the mobile fortresses. As millions of light spears of various T-slots fired at the same time, countless thick light spears poured down on the two unresponsive mobile fortresses like an endless rainstorm. Thinned, broken. The high-strength alloy armor with a thickness of more than 10 kilometers was riddled with holes by countless Doomsday Spear Titans, and large pieces of hard alloy armor were forcibly torn apart by the more powerful T-slot Doomsday weapon and thrown into the starry sky. Chapter 307: The Temptation Before the Decisive Battle. In less than 30 seconds, the armor within hundreds of kilometers behind the two mobile fortresses and the thicker hull alloy were ripped open, exposing the internal structural compartments of the hull. Indescribable terrifying energy penetrated into the interior of the fortress along the cabins and passages. The entire mobile fortress cracked in the violent vibrations. Countless white flames spewed out from the cracks in the cracks. The mobile fortress fell apart on the spot. At this time, the enemy fleet has not even reacted. How could they have imagined that an enemy fleet as large as the enemy who had just confronted the starburst 30 million kilometers away would appear behind their buttocks out of thin air in the blink of an eye? Who could react to this? The formation of the fleet is exquisite, with cannon fodder in the front, main battleships and dreadnoughts in the middle, and aircraft carriers and logistics ships in the rear. It's like the 8th Army had just jumped over and it took almost an hour and a half to deploy its combat formation. This is still a preset combat formation, as long as it is deployed according to the previous preset. Now what this huge fleet of Bruin United Civilization needs to do is not to deploy the formation, but to return around, which is much more troublesome than deploying the formation. The reserve team at the rear of the Bruin combined fleet reacted immediately and rushed forward, but the reserve team with only about 20 divisions in size could not stop the full-scale attack of more than 200 divisions. The front line of more than 2 million kilometers was overwhelmed by a larger number of human coalition forces on the spot. At the same time, Li Qing ordered the Light of Divine Judgment combat zone to start recharging at the moment when the Cybertron general made a move and jumped the fleet out of thin air to the rear of the enemy fleet. The charging time of half an hour is slower than that of a starburst, but the enemy can turn around for more than half an hour. When the Divine Judgment Light battle zone was fully charged, the enemy had only time to release the space fleet to buy time, and a large number of destroyers and frigates guarding the position of the Central Army were temporarily transferred out to block the guns. The first wave of Divine Light showed the stand mode. When the charging was completed, Li Qing stretched out his finger, and a huge black hole door appeared on the chaotic battlefield, and dazzling rays of light flew out of it and shot into the Bruin United Fleet. Among. Boom. As Li Qing held his hands empty, of light exploded like fireworks, forming huge of light with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. Under his control, the light of divine judgment scattered to different positions in the starry sky. The brilliant fireworks exploded within a radius of millions of kilometers. The U-turned forward cannon fodder fleet. But the main coverage area is still the area where the enemy's Chinese battleship group is located, which is his key target. Groups of fireworks representing death exploded, and all frigates and main battleships in it melted. Although he saw it more than once, Li Qing couldn't help but click his tongue. It is worthy of being the weapon of the star-lost civilization, and it is completely overwhelming to defeat the low-level civilization. Only 6 combat areas have been repaired. If it is in good condition, there may be tens of thousands of combat areas. A full-scale attack may be able to complete the clearance of a galaxy from the inside to the outside. From the interior to the stars, to the edge of the galaxy's gravitational well, it is estimated that all can be covered. A wave of 600 divine lights, 600 positions with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers, almost covering nearly half of the opponent's fleet. When this wave ended, the entire battlefield fell silent. He turned his head and saw Yi Zhengqiu staring at him dumbfounded. The shock on his face was indescribable. This, Yi Zhengqiu swallowed, feeling that he didn't know what to ask. Li Qing looked back at the shocked crowd, smiled and waved his hands and said, "Everyone, don't be too surprised. You should all know that you must have experienced many adventures and opportunities to be promoted to the leader of the army. This thing is the treasure I got by a certain chance. Everyone, I don't know where to start with a bad mouthful. There is a chance that they believe it, but this thing is too outrageous. A battlefield of this size can be cleared with one move. This is simply a 1. This wave of divine light covers an extremely wide area, with 600 circular areas with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers superimposed, facing the enemy with a huge front that is tens of millions of kilometers in length and width, more than 4 million kilometers in height, and more than 5 million kilometers in depth. It's not a fatal blow. But the problem is that his main attack area is the enemy's central army, where the battleship group gathers. A wave of 610,000 kilometer positions almost completely covered this core area, and a wave of nearly 500 divisions of the enemy's Chinese army battle groups wiped out at least 20% or more. Although there are more than 95% of the total fleet remaining, and although the flagships are still there, the combat power has been directly weakened by more than 20%. And more importantly, this is just a wave. Such an attack he can come every hour. But he didn't have a chance to come for the second time. After this wave, the mobile battle star in the center directly activated the jump halo, started the emergency jump, and forcibly completed the jump in just 10 minutes, and forcibly left the battlefield with most of the fleet. This is the main reason why it is basically impossible to complete the battle with mobile battle stars. There is no way to restrict the forced transition of mobile battle stars. Unless the opponent is stupid or desperate to the end, as long as you want to run, no one can stop you. An encounter ended in less than 2 hours, and the result was astonishing. After the war, his subordinates picked up the spoils, reorganized and repaired the fleet, and Li Qing reported the results to the Eastern Allied Command. According to wartime regulations, these are military exploits. As a commander, his fleet record is his record, but the merit calculation method is different from that of his subordinates. A battle lasted less than 2 hours, but it took 2 days to pack up the loot and repair the damaged warship. Simple repairs are enough to sail. If the damage is so severe that it can't even sail, it doesn't need to be repaired. It can be directly thrown into the internal dock of the mobile battle star for overhaul, and it will jump with the mobile battle star at that time. Although it took 2 days, it did not affect the battle in the neighboring galaxy. As the transition halo exploded in the starry sky, a huge fleet appeared in the starry sky lined up by the dazzling energy ring. As soon as he jumped into the arena, Li Qing received a communication from the forward headquarters. In addition to the battle situation in the galaxy at this time, the communication also included a map of the positions of the fleets of both sides in the galaxy, as well as the designated defense zone for his fleet. Li Qing took a look. His defense zone was located on the left wing of the fighting vanguard fleet in the center of the galaxy. It was roughly 2 billion kilometers away from the star and reached the edge of the galaxy's gravitational well. The width was about 3 billion kilometers, and the upper and lower sides were about there as an area of about 7 or 8 billion kilometers. That is to say, the radius of the gravitational well of this galaxy is about 5 billion kilometers. Of course, although the range is so large, he does not need to arm such a large area. You only need to join up with the second army that arrived earlier, and then protect the left wing of the central army. The huge fleet slowly entered the sub-light speed state, and was stopped by the enemy's War Moon interception force field in about 3 hours, and appeared in the starry sky 40 million kilometers away from the Second Army. At this time, the Second Army is fighting a Bruven United Fleet. The core flagships of both sides are the Moon of War, and various interference force fields are deployed, making it impossible to directly approach the normal sub-light speed. Unfortunately, at this time, the core flagship of Li Qing's fleet is a mobile battle star. It only needs to be readjusted to forcibly penetrate the intercepting force field and continue to move forward at sublight speed with the higher priority of the battle star. About 45 minutes or so, the fleet broke away from the sublight speed after arriving at the scheduled time, and appeared in the starry sky less than 1 million kilometers behind the Second Army. Then adjust the fleet to sail to the right of the Second Army, preparing to attack on both sides with the Second Army. However, when the mobile battle star crossed the second group of warships and appeared on the battlefield, the opposing fleet quickly shrank and retreated. The speed is very fast, and the mobile battle star has left the battlefield before it is in place. Although the Moon of War does not have a star blaster, and its specifications are not as good as the mobile battle star, its level is not much different from that of the mobile battle star, so it cannot be forcibly intercepted. The fleet did not retreat completely after retreating, but stopped in the starry sky about 70 million kilometers away. The 8th Army merged with the Second Army. Li Qing took over the Second Army, and reorganized around the mobile battle star. During the reorganization, he checked the record of the Second Army during his absence and the situation of this galaxy. At this time, it is not considered a decisive battle. It can only be regarded as a test before the start of the battle. The main forces of both sides have not moved, only the left and right wings plus forwards. Regardless of whether humans or the Bruven United Three-Way Allied forces have a general sitting in command, the general on the human side is still in the Chinese fleet behind. Decisive battle. Well, although Li Qing's Cybertron is a master, he is not the commander-in-chief. He has no authority to command any fleet other than the left wing, so naturally he is not qualified to start a decisive battle. 8 hours later, the reorganized fleet restarted and advanced towards the enemy fleet 70 million kilometers away. Testing is also a war. Testing is to determine the strength of the opponent, so as to decide how to fight the battle, where to fight, whether to fight, etc. The most important thing is to try to weaken the enemy's strength before the decisive battle. Li Qing's ultimate goal is to capture the eastern core fortress of the Bruin Union. If he can defeat most of the fleet of the eastern core fortress of the Bruin Union in the field, he will be able to reduce the pressure when he is ready to attack. Half an hour later, a dazzling energy halo exploded in the center of the advancing fleet, and the huge fleet disappeared as quickly as if the halo was erased. At the same time, a halo exploded behind the Bruven United Fleet, which was 70 million kilometers away, and the fleet that had just disappeared appeared behind the fleet out of thin air. Repeat the old trick, the effect is just as good. This fleet also never thought of this kind of operation at all, and it was completely unprepared. The operation is the same as before, and this time, the battle zone of the light of divine judgment has been charged as early as half an hour, and the door of the black hole was opened less than 5 minutes after the transition, and a wave of light of divine judgment bombed the central battleship of the fleet group. The record was exactly the same as before, and they were stunned by a wave. After the ignorance, the commander didn't know whether he was a bullhead, or thought that the method he just used could not be used a second time. Instead of retreating, he mobilized the reserve fleet to resist, and the main force turned around. It seemed that he wanted to fight a wave head-on. Li Qing laughed at his opponent's head first, but realized something was wrong after only 2 seconds. Support. It is impossible for a commander who can command such a huge fleet to make such a low-level mistake. If he dares to stay in this situation, he has a 100% hole card or backhand. General Cybertron thought of something with him, and immediately adjusted the fleet. The Second Army was the main attack, and the Eighth Army adjusted the position of the fleet to prepare for a possible double-sided attack. Anyway, this fleet is not as large as theirs, and it is not much different from the Second Army. They were able to fight on par before, and now there is no need to be afraid of the Mobile Battlestar support. Boom! Mobile Battlestar takes the lead in destroying a mobile fortress with a starburst. The opposite side responded immediately, assembled the fortress and the flagship for a round of fire, and wiped out one side of a conventional mobile fortress of the Second Army on the spot. The body blasted away. It wasn't until the second mobile fortress moved sideways to block the follow-up firepower that Li Qing opened the universe in his palm and put away the heavily damaged mobile fortress. Fortunately, the opponent doesn't have a star blaster, so he can't get into the soul with one shot. The total power of the flagship fire set is not inferior to the starburst, but as long as it is not a spike, there is room for buffering. The chaotic battlefield did not give them a chance to worry about the disappearance of the heavily damaged fortress. At this time, Cybertron immediately retaliated, and also assembled the fortress and flagship firepower to target a mobile fortress. Many T-slot doomsday weapons, Titan lances, and a small number of fortress railguns traversed the battlefield, erasing a large number of cannon fodder warships in front of the target fortress in one go, and bombarded the target fortress heavily. Even if the mobile battle star does not use a star blaster, it is equipped with far more T-slot weapons than War Moon. Just like the replica just now, the terrifying light spear smashes through the fortress shield, and the thick fortress armor collapses like a bubble, all the way roll to the end. Accompanied by a wave of planetary axis-based orbital gun light spears hitting the same position, the hull was finally penetrated, and terrifying energy penetrated into the interior of the fortress. Bright for a split second, the fortress exploded like a new star. Dazzling light sprayed from the torn fortress, turning into a huge ball of light and burning in the void. After a wave of flagship fire, all the flagships collectively misfired. Light of Doom, which has the fastest firing rate, also needs 15 minutes of maintenance time, and then it is time for the main battleships and front row cannon fodder frigates of both sides to play their roles. The frigates in the front row of the two sides had already launched a charge when the starburst fired, and the front row was already exchanging fire. The battleships lined up, one every 10 kilometers or so, and traveled millions of kilometers in one breath. A dozen of them were lined up, and they began to line up to shoot tactical bombardment. Chapter 308 New Ultimate Weapon, Nova Projector. There is no operation at all in the next war. Line up and shoot, that is, the two sides line up and bombard each other without dodging or evading. The commander basically has no room to command, it depends on the bonus of basic naval skills and talent bonus. While the battleships of the Chinese army were bombarding each other, hundreds of millions of frigates and destroyers located in the front line were distributed on the vast battlefield and began to fight each other. The frigate is small in size, fast and very flexible. They can turn around in a small area to avoid ballistic attacks, especially the main guns of battleships can kill a frigate with one shot, but it is difficult to hit the dexterous frigate. However, on such a large-scale battlefield, dexterity is useless, because you don't know when a laser or a missile will be fired from which direction. The battlefield is too big, there are too many warships, and ordinary frigates cannot defend against all aspects at the same time. In the first few minutes of the battle, the forwards of the two sides did not lose much, but after about 5 minutes, the losses began to increase, and by the 10th minute, the losses increased sharply. Li Qing is sitting in the command center of the mobile battle star, which is a super large combat center with a height of more than 10 kilometers. There are several super large light curtains with a height of 10 kilometers in the center and around it. At this time, the data on one of the light curtains showing casualties is like swiping the screen and falling down. Li Qing has seen large-scale wars before, and he has seen casualty data swiping, but he has never seen such a fast swiping. After waiting for a while, he looked directly at the final casualty statistics. In the 29th minute, more than 600,000 frigates, more than 80,000 destroyers, and about 40,000 cruisers, more than 10,000 battleships, and more than 20 million space fighters have been killed by our own side alone. The fireballs exploded by warships in the void are like oversized fireworks, one after another, continuous, and it is unknown how many fireworks explode every second. This is only the death of the human side, and the loss of the Bruin United side is even greater, and the initial estimate is more than twice theirs. This is because Bruin's commander-in-chief is not weak, and he is also a top commander with a golden name. His talent and skills are not as good as that of a Cybertron general, but the gap is not irresistible, and he is not yet able to reach the level of brainless crushing. The point. According to this loss trend, it is estimated that it will take 20 to 30 hours before the enemy's losses reach an unbearable level and they retreat. But they dare to face it head-on when they are at such a disadvantage, so they naturally have a whole card. At the 33rd minute, the mobile battle star sensor scanned a super strong transition signal, which appeared behind its own fleet. Generally, the transition signal can be scanned, which means that the fleet will transition at any time, and there is basically no room for reaction. At the same time, Li Qing found that the fleet that was being pressed and attacked by them suddenly changed their previous defense and launched a counterattack as if they had taken medicine. Is this trying to eat us up? Yi Zhengqiu beside Li Qing had no worries on his face, and said with a smile. They also want to use the same method to return to the other body, and turn around to kill us, but they never thought about whether the method we just used can be used again, can they be surrounded and killed? Li Qing said suddenly full of vicious humor. What if the method just now can no longer be used? The smile on Yi Zhengqiu's face froze, he was stunned, and after a while he said with some anxiety. Your Excellency, this joke is not funny. Li Qing laughed and said. It's really just a joke. As soon as the words fell, Cybertron had already used the ability of the general, and a halo exploded. The human fleet that was fighting fiercely with the Bruin United fleet suddenly disappeared out of thin air, leaving the Bruin United fleet in a daze. The fleet reappeared 30 million kilometers away. The fleet quickly reorganized and repaired, and at the same time, the mobile battle star's sensors detected a huge fleet that suddenly jumped out of less than 700,000 kilometers behind the position they just left. The scale is larger than the Bruin United fleet that they fought against just now. There is a mobile battle star. The total size of the two is about more than 1,100 standard divisions. The 8th Army has less than 800 standard divisions. The bad news is that their overall size is about 30% larger than the human side. But the good news is that they have no generals, nor masters of cheating. As soon as the support fleet came over, it adjusted its angle and moved the fortress in the center. A ball of light flew out and exploded a terrifying high-temperature area with a diameter of more than 500,000 kilometers. In one wave, all small and medium-sized warships below battleships in this area were destroyed. Melt. Even Li Qing was stunned for a moment. Maz, what kind of ultimate weapon is this? Yi Zhengqiu quickly checked the losses just now, punched the armrest of the command chair, and said to Li Qing. Your Excellency, the loss is a bit big. Li Qing glanced at the injury, and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. In the wave just now, a total of 4.52 million frigates, 1.14 million destroyers, 220,000 cruisers, and more than 40 million space fighters that have not yet returned to the aircraft carrier were lost. It was completely unexpected that the opponent would have such a super large-scale clearing weapon. Their fleet did not disperse on purpose. This ultimate weapon directly wiped out all the small and medium warships in the area where the small and medium warships were most concentrated. Cleaned up. This loss is not a serious injury. After all, the size of the fleet is here, and the main battleship is fine, but if there are a few more waves, it will not be able to withstand it. Your Excellency Yi Zhengqiu, Your Excellency Kai Chenggo, have you seen this ultimate weapon? Yi Zhengqiu shook his head. Never seen. Kai Chenggo, who was on his own flagship, in the Moon of War, thought for a while and replied. I seem to have heard of an ultimate weapon called a Nova projector before, which can launch a Nova that can explode. It is not powerful but has a large killing range. I don't know if the ultimate weapon just now is it. Nova projector. Li Qing pondered for a while, and said in the command channel. Let's use kite tactics next. Since the enemy also has field-clearing weapons, they can't wave. At this time, you can only use your own advantages, using Cybertron's super speed bonus and God's unlimited teleportation ability to fly a kite. I didn't use it before because this tactic was too troublesome and time-consuming. The key point is that you can't keep kiting. If you can't catch up with people in 2 rounds, they just run away and don't play with you. The second round of cooldown ended soon, and the Star Blaster, the ultimate weapon of Mobile Battlestar, began to recharge again. Li Qing also mentally communicated with his subordinates in the Divine Light combat zone, ready to start charging. 5 minutes later, an earth-shattering starburst shattered a mobile fortress again. There is no suspense. With the speed and acceleration of the mobile fortress, once it is aimed at, it is impossible to dodge, so it can only be carried hard. So mobile battle stars are fortress killers. In battles with mobile battle stars participating in the battle, the mobile fortress with thick skin and thick flesh will suffer the greatest loss. Many times after a battle, there will be no mobile fortress left on both sides. Half an hour later, the light of divine judgment was fully recharged, and it was still a wave of turmoil. Even though the enemy had already prepared to disperse the fleet, the damage range of the light of divine judgment was too large, and it was much larger than the Nova projector. There are many, many more warships melted in a round of land washing than the one just now. Nothing below the key flagship can block the light of divine judgment, which is much more powerful than the Nova projector. After a round of attack, Li Qing immediately let Cybertron open the distance again to 60 million kilometers away, escaping the killing range of the enemy's Star Blaster. Next, prepare to wait an hour for the Starburst and Light of God to cool down, and then move the Battlestar to jump over and start another wave. There is no fleet behind, so as not to be caught by the opponent and come back again. The armor of the mobile battle star shield is super strong, and even 10 starbursts can't break the shield, so it can be carried hard. But although the idea is good, it needs to cooperate face to face. The other side quickly understood his thoughts, and after about half an hour, they saw an energy halo explode in the distant starry sky, and the huge fleet leapt away from the battlefield centered on the mobile battle star. Seeing this, Li Qing spread his hands and said to the senior officers in the headquarters. I can't help it, people won't play with us anymore. Yi Zhengqiu also laughed and said, I can only be beaten and can't touch anyone, and I wouldn't know how to play. Li Qing smiled, and passed the results of the battle just now and the news of the enemy's departure to the forward side, so that they would be prepared to avoid being attacked. Then contact the Eastern Allied Forces headquarters and request the next step. Turning back and ordering, get ready, I hope I can jump at any time in 2 hours. Not long after, the fleet received an order from the Eastern Allied Forces headquarters. Temporarily patrol the current galaxy, release the reconnaissance fleet to the nearby galaxy, and the Second Army is ready for battle, and must jump to support other battlefields at any time. Ready for battle. Li Qing responded in this way, turned around and readjusted the fleet configuration, and allocated the mobile fortress to the Second Army. If support is needed later, the Second Army and the mobile fortress will be transferred there. However, although the preparations were made, it was too late to wait for the next instruction. He contacted the general headquarters through the command channel, only to know that although the striker had already engaged in battle and the enemy had dispatched part of the fleet, the main force of the enemy's central army had not yet arrived. The main force of the enemy's central army has not been found, and it is not easy for the main force of our own side to enter the field, so as not to be besieged and suffer losses. That is to say, at this stage, only the forwards and the left and right wings are in a stalemate, and the main force of the Chinese army has not moved. It is not clear what the enemy's intentions are, and even the exact location of the enemy's main force is not known yet. Up to now, the two sides have invested tens of thousands of reconnaissance fleets of different sizes in the nearby galaxies. It's impossible to get through it all, and the opposite scouting fleet can't get through either. There is no other way. We can only respond to all changes with the same. Even if the opponent's main force has not moved, our main force will not move, so we will continue to consume like this. And Li Qing naturally continued to wait in the left-wing galaxy and did not need his reinforcements. At this stage, general conspiracies and tricks are basically useless. At most it is just a matter of tactical priority. This time, 2 months have passed without knowing it, and the battle situation of the entire Eastern Allied forces has not changed. Except for the stalemate in the middle, constant consumption, and a steady stream of fleet support from the rear, there are no other changes. Actually, it's not that Li Qing didn't contact the commander during this period. He transferred himself to support the Chinese army, and used his power of God's judgment to clear the field and force Bruin to join the main force to take action. But I didn't expect that the commander-in-chief Xamenlu would not let him take action after knowing about it, and continued to wait. There is no special reason, just to observe again and confirm a certain guess. Because this situation is not the Eastern Allied forces, this situation also happened to the Western Allied forces. After the war has been going on for so long, no trace of the main force of the Western Allied forces combined by Bruin has been found. So the General Command of the Third Route Army speculated after comprehensive information, whether it is possible that Bruin would like to make troubles, secretly transfer the main forces of the left and right wings to the middle, and want to gather all the main forces to defeat the middle. This idea sounds unreliable at first glance. After all, with the mobile Battlestar, the coalition forces on the left and right wings can rush back to the center in only 2 or 3 days. With the size of the fleet assembled by the coalition forces in the middle, it is impossible to defeat it within 2 or 3 days with the combined strength of Bruin. However, this premise is only in the case of Bruin and his family. If there is interference from outside forces, then it is uncertain. For example, support from the Zener constellation. Or, the Aisha player civilization in the northern part of the Perseus spiral arm and Bruin jointly reached an agreement secretly. Or, which star Sea Lord in the Bruin alliance has obtained special opportunities in these years to greatly increase its strength, what super treasures and treasures have been obtained, and so on. Just as Li Qing has the opportunity to obtain the Pioneer database and complete dark matter technology, it is not impossible for other civilizations to have great opportunities. All-out war cannot tolerate mistakes. The most important trait of a commander is stability, and he would rather give up some opportunities to be stable. Players can take risks among themselves, but they hold the fate of the entire human civilization in their hands, and they don't have the capital to take risks. It's like Li Qing can completely roam around with the talent of the Cybertronian general. It's very difficult to catch him, but he can't do it. Know that it's hard, not totally impossible to catch him. First of all, Bruin United also has a super general, with 4 official figures. It is not clear if there are any hidden ones. The abilities of each of the generals are very powerful and unreasonable. You can refer to the abilities of the 2 generals, Cybertron and Cyrus. If he dares to wander around, Bruin United will definitely dispatch 1 or 2 generals to hunt him down. If the abilities of these generals are weird enough, the possibility of overturning is not so high. Although he hasn't met the 3rd general yet, it doesn't mean he will despise him. So, he obeyed the order obediently, parked the fleet in the center of the galaxy, and then sent thousands of small reconnaissance fleets to disperse the entire galaxy, and the farthest point has come to the Kuiper belt outside the gravitational well. But although he is honest, he is not completely honest. Find a negative star to hide his aura, leave the fleet alone, and head to the north. Li Qing issued an order to him, asking him to sneak around the eastern core fortress of Bruin Union and find a safe place to hide. When the time is right, he teleports directly to the coordinates of the negative star, and teleports directly to the eastern core fortress of the Bruin Union in 1 step. Chapter 309 Mutation. Aisha civilization joins the war. West of the Eastern Allied forces, a certain galaxy more than 5,000 light-years away is the main battlefield of the Central Allied forces. The coalition forces of the East and the West are still in a stalemate, but after many attempts by the human coalition forces in the middle and the Bruven Joint Striker, the Central Coalition Striker has discovered the information that the main force of the Bruven Joint Civilization is approaching the main battlefield. The main force of the human Central Coalition Army received the news, and immediately adjusted their main force to approach the battle galaxy, and the decisive battle was imminent. At this time, there are tens of thousands of scouting fleets of different sizes within a range of more than 1,000 light-years centered on a certain galaxy. Countless players bring their own fleets back and forth in this area, looking for the Bruven United Scouting Fleet fight. According to the contribution regulations, each destroying a Bruven Joint Scouting Fleet will get a certain amount of merit. In addition to the actual killing feats, there are additional merits for destroying the scouting fleet. A small formation consisting of 30 destroyers and more than 80 frigates was parked behind a huge meteorite. The fleet was attached to the meteorite and moved as the meteorite moved. Captain Wang Tiangwang leaned back in his chair, chatting with his subordinates while checking the radar scan. You said, can the main force of the coalition force beat the main force of the Bruven United? Another player sitting opposite him nodded and said, of course it has been fought. Now the main battlefield galaxy has assembled 6 armies, a large number of player fleets, a total of 5 mobile battle stars and a huge fleet of more than 3,000 standard divisions, and 2 generals sitting in command. And there are only 4 generals in the Bruven United, 1 for each of the left and right coalition forces, 1 for the country, and only 1 for the generals. Although the size of the fleet is not much different, it is slightly weaker in terms of generals. The commanders can fully seize this advantage and pursue and attack fiercely, slowly expand the advantage, and finally defeat the Bruin coalition forces and win the battle. Wang Tiangwang nodded and said, I think so too, but what I don't quite understand is that Bruven and United are clearly at a disadvantage, so why do they dare to fight? Could it be that there are hidden cards yet to be played? The companion on the opposite side smiled and said, there must be a whole card, but they have a whole card. Could it be that we don't have a whole card? Everyone's strength is not much different. Once you lose the opportunity, you may not be able to turn around if you use all your cards. That is, Wang Tiangwang laughed and said, if this battle can defeat the Bruin United, we will launch a powerful civilization comparable to human beings. The corpse can feed us all. Let me tell you, I sneaked into Bruin United once before, and I know there is a. Before he finished speaking, the fleet staff officer who was sitting on the other side suddenly stood up with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. The companion sitting opposite to Wang Tiangwang noticed the subordinate not far away, and wondered. What's the matter? This also interrupted Wang Tiangwang's words. He turned his head and saw the disbelief and a trace of fear on his companion's face, and something bad flashed in his heart, and he also asked. Did something happen? The staff officer turned his head and said with a look of horror. Just received the news from the Central Coalition headquarters that the main force of the Central Coalition Army has been defeated. The headquarters ordered us to retreat immediately and gather at the forward outpost. Everyone stood up abruptly, looking at each other. How is this possible? Wang Tiangwang was full of disbelief. Don't talk nonsense. How long is the decisive battle now? Less than a day. How could it be defeated? Did you receive false news? The staff officer was silent for a few seconds, and said bitterly. The news comes from the Central Allied Forces headquarters. He paused and continued. Less than 10 hours after the decisive battle started, a new Bruven United fleet jumped directly onto the battlefield. In addition to the huge size of more than 2,000 army groups, there are as many as 8 mobile battle stars and 3 generals, as well as the total there are at least 500 super psychers. The Central Allied forces were caught off guard and abandoned the battlefield after persisting for 2 hours, leaving a part of the fleet in the rear. Everyone looked at each other with serious expressions. In a certain galaxy less than 10 jumps away from them, in the starry sky less than 100 million kilometers away from the main sequence star, the densely packed Bruven United fleet is forming an array, launching a fierce siege to a large remnant army in the center. The Central Remnant Army is a human fleet with a huge mobile battle star in the center, but at this time the battle star shield has been broken, leaving only scarred armor. A large number of warships gathered around, and most of them were traumatized to varying degrees. Burning warship wreckage was everywhere in the void, and the wreckage of mobile fortresses that were blown to pieces floated in the starry sky. Sacrificial explosion and flames spurt. It's over. In the mobile battle star, Lu Jingyi, the army leader who led the Order of the Queen, smiled wryly, with a hint of helplessness on his face, but more worried about the fate of mankind. There are a total of 11 mobile battle stars in the huge fleet besieged around, which almost catches up with the total number of mobile battle stars currently mobilized by the entire human coalition. The United Empire of Mankind has been studying the Bruin Union for so long, and it is certain that the newly supported mobile battle star and the 3 newly appeared gods are definitely not owned by the Bruin Union. That is to say, a new civilization has entered the war. It is now 100% certain that a certain powerful civilization participated in the all-out war between humans and Bruin, and in their hearts, they have already guessed who the shooter is. Aisha civilization. Lu Jingyi had a solemn expression, and slowly said the name. It's careless. I didn't expect them to have been silent for so many years, but they secretly reached an agreement with Bruin and transferred 7 mobile battle stars. He heaved a long sigh, and there was no fear of the imminent death on his face, but more worry about the fate of human civilization. Running is impossible. One of the 3 new generals has a unique talent that combines interception and various interference capabilities. Not only is it impossible to penetrate mobile battle stars, but even the civilization that has expanded with the fleet channels are temporarily blocked. After discovering that the enemy's strength surpassed itself in an instant, the central headquarters decisively gave up the decisive battle, reluctantly leaving a mobile battle star and an army behind. It's just a retreat, not a rout. But if there is no way to deal with the Bruin coalition supported by the Aisha civilization, the fate of mankind is still worrying. 3 generals, 7 mobile battle stars, no extra fleet, directly bypassing the suzerain's ban. Boom, boom, boom. 11 mobile battle stars scattered in all directions in different directions. The central ultimate weapon is charged at the same time. 10 starbursts containing terrifying energy spanned millions of kilometers of starry sky and blasted the mobile battle star fiercely. The hard alloy armor on the surface of the battle star was shattered, torn apart. Large chunks of continent-like alloy fragments were lifted off by terrifying energy and flew into the starry sky. After the starburst, a new star exploded in the fleet, and a large number of small and medium-sized warships melted on the spot. There are also many severely damaged battleships that cannot withstand the terrifying energy of the nova explosion and melt or split. After the ultimate weapon, there are countless kinds of T-slot doomsday weapons that focus wildly on the mobile battle star. But the battle star is worthy of being the ultimate war weapon. The armored hull is ridiculously strong. Facing 11 mobile battle stars and more than 200 mobile fortresses alone, and tens of thousands of Titan dreadnoughts focused fire, it was also a round of hard work. Another round. It is also impossible to jump. If it can jump, even if 11 mobile battle stars of the same specification siege, there will be no mobile battle star that wants to leave. But there is no if in the world. 2 hours later, with another round of starburst fire, one of the armor of the mobile battle star was forcibly knocked open, exposing the hull. Commander Lu Jingyi let out a sigh of relief, with a hint of determination in his eyes, and ordered. I ordered, activate the mobile battle star reactor overload, ready to explode. The hesitant fleet commanders were silent for a moment, and the hesitation slowly disappeared, followed by a look of determination. At this time, all expressions on Lu Jingyi's face have disappeared, and he said calmly. Although this battle is defeated, the main force still exists. We cannot let the enemy capture us, and we cannot let the enemy obtain our war weapons to attack our people in the future. After a little silence, Chao Wanji, the deputy commander of the fleet, looked at the commanders of the many lower-level fleets on the light curtain of the command channel, and said in a deep voice. Everyone should know that we can't surrender, and we can't surrender, let alone let the enemy get our warships and repair them to deal with our people. There is an old saying that a person is mortal, whether it is lighter than a feather, or heavier than Mount Tai. As soldiers, you should have this awareness. He paused for a moment, then looked at Lu Jingyi. Lu Jingyi also happened to look over, nodded, and said in a heavy voice. As the commander of the fleet, I issue the last order, please fight to the death. Battlestar Command Hall, all fleet officers in the light curtain saluted together. Obey. When Li Qing received the news that the Central Allied forces had been defeated and had withdrawn to the Central Army outpost, he was stunned. This is a premeditated plan. At the emergency meeting of the Allied forces on the East Road, Commander-in-Chief Examenlu said in a deep voice. The situation suddenly changed. The original strategic plan was all abolished, and the fleet is preparing to retreat. At this time, the deputy commander Yu Zongchao asked. They have already dispatched the left and right main forces to the center, and now the left wing is empty. Should we take the opportunity to attack and disable the left alliance of Bruin, and reduce the pressure in the future? Chief of General Staff Shalbili shook his head and vetoed. It's not feasible. Since the Aisha civilization is participating in the war, it must not be a small fight. The specific support is still unclear, but since we dare to transfer the main force, we must leave behind. Our chances of winning are not high. There are mobile battle stars, and their maneuverability is too high. Unless they can be completely defeated within 2 or 3 days, their central fleet can support them at any time. Once they fail to achieve their strategic goals within 2 days, or oppose their entanglement, then it will be we're in a crisis situation. Everyone was silent. Li Qing was also silent. With the ability I have now, it is actually not a big problem to cooperate with the coalition fleet to defeat the coalition forces on the Bruven East Road where the main force is not there. But he was not sure that he could complete the annihilation within 2 days. Although the Light of Divine Trial has top-notch ability to clear the field, this trick only works best the first time. The key players can escape at any time if they can't beat them, and they can retreat while fighting. They can't stop them with mobile battle stars, and they have no way to restrict mobile battle stars. Thinking of this, Li Qing suddenly remembered the information sent by the coalition forces in the middle, and couldn't help frowning. To have such a bug supernatural ability that can even intercept mobile battle stars, this is simply abnormal. This means that in a battle with this general, you can only win but not lose. Once you can't fight, you must pay enough to cover the retreat of the main force. One kill won't kill you. If you come a few more times, each time you have to have a fleet that is not weak to come to the rear, and the fleet will be gone just like that. At this time, Commander-in-Chief Examenlu said. Now a notice has been sent from the central headquarters, let us prepare to withdraw our troops, and first withdraw to the core fortress of the East Road. Boom. Yu Zongchao slammed his fist on the table, leaving everyone speechless. Li Qing frowned in thought, his eyes flickering. It's time to do it. The original plan was to fight a decisive battle for a period of time, and then fight after consuming part of Bruven's joint strength, and the pressure he would face would be much less. But now the situation has changed suddenly, and the bad situation has become the human side. According to the current situation, the human side will definitely not be able to defeat the Bruin United, which is supported by the Aisha civilization, in field battles. They can only defend against danger and stick to the 3 core fortresses. If in the past, if you stick to it, it's nothing. Based on the comparison of the strengths of the two sides, it is not a problem to fight field battles but to defend the home. With the combined strength of Bruin, it is unlikely to break through the 3 core fortresses. But now with the support of an Aisha civilization whose strength is unknown, the prospect of sticking to it may be uncertain. He can't sit still. He must destroy the core fortress along the way before the Bruven United form a comprehensive siege on the core fortress in the middle. Destroying the core fortress along the way does not mean that they will definitely win, but at least their Eastern Allied forces must be abolished to reduce the pressure on one side. The so-called destroying a core fortress does not refer to a single fortress, but refers to the entire fortress system relying on the core fortress, all subsidiary galaxies, including logistics galaxies. Supporting a core fortress system includes a large number of logistics galaxies. Once all the logistics galaxies are knocked out, the entire Eastern Allied forces will lose their logistics supplies, and they must not last long and have to withdraw their troops. The human side only needs to stick to the Eastern fortress. There is no place to supply supplies outside the fortress. When the Eastern Allied forces united by Bruin have no supplies and have to retreat, there will be no chance of a comeback. The Eastern Allied forces were liberated in an instant. At that time, it doesn't matter whether they invade the interior of the Bruven United from the eastern route, or they can transfer the Eastern Allied forces to support the central route. The premise of all these assumptions is that the eastern core fortress of the Bruven United can be successfully knocked down. I need at least one fleet of the army group to serve me. But now the Eastern Allied forces are preparing to withdraw to the eastern core fortress. Apart from leaving a small number of fleets to defend the eastern core fortress, most of the main force will be transferred to the central core fortress. I have to discuss it with those two in private. Chapter 310. The situation has taken a turn for the worse. If you want to leave a fleet to work in private, you have to talk to the two commanders. After all, although the fleet is under his command, he only has the right to command. On the battlefield, he can move the fleet at will depending on the situation of the battle. But at this time, the situation has changed, and he has decided to transfer the fleet to support the coalition forces in the middle. At this time, he wants to transfer the fleet and get their permission. As soon as the meeting was over, Li Qing contacted the two lords, Xiao Bili and Examen Wu, in private. Examen Building is only a representative, and only has the highest command authority. His Highness Examen Wu can only make a decision on such a matter. In the small courtyard, two lords came hand in hand. Li Qing arched his hands and invited the two lords to sit down. Xiao Bi said with a smile. Your Excellency, Li Qing invited the two of us in private. I don't know how important it is. His Highness Examen Wu smiled without saying a word. Before his real body, he had been serving with the Servanti Guardians, and it was also a civilized total war, so he could ask for leave and come back. Li Qing didn't hold back, and said directly, both your highnesses know that with the sudden participation of the Aisha civilization, human civilization is now facing a strong threat from the Bruin Union and the Aisha civilization, and the situation is extremely dangerous. I have an ultimate weapon here, called the Light of Dimensional Convergence, which can completely cut off a large area of space after a long period of energy storage, and constrict it in a small square inch. What? Both His Royal Highnesses looked at each other with strange expressions on their faces. At this moment, Li Qing continued. Theoretically, the power of this ultimate weapon has no upper limit. With enough energy and charging time, it can theoretically cut down an entire galaxy in one go. At this time, the two highnesses understood what he meant, showing expressions of interest. The use conditions of this ultimate weapon are extremely harsh. It can only target a fixed area and cannot move. During the aiming period, it will pose a strong threat to the existence of the target area and will definitely be discovered by the enemy. Therefore, I need a huge fleet to serve I fend off the enemy's counterattack and buy time. Well, the two highnesses looked at each other, and Xiao Bili asked very interestedly. So, Your Excellency Li Qing wants to lead a fleet to raid the eastern core fortress of the Bruin United. Li Qing nodded. Yes, the current situation is not good for us. Blindly defending is too disadvantageous. If we can knock down the eastern core fortress of the Bruin Union, it means that the Bruin Union's eastern coalition forces will lose their supplies and lose their ability to continue fighting. Can give up offense and go back to defense in the east. We only need a small part of the fleet to hold down their entire eastern coalition forces, thus freeing up more manpower to support the central region. Or simply assemble a large fleet to break into the Bruin Union from the eastern gap, forcing the Bruin Union's current main force to withdraw. Or simply do nothing, or use the same method to jump to the central or western core fortress of the Bruin United before the main force of the Bruin United can react, and forcefully knock one of them down again. Removing one of the three core fortresses can affect their overall strategy. If they can knock out two, they must withdraw their troops to defend, and the crisis will be destroyed by itself. Li Qing finished his plan in one breath, and then there was a hint of temptation on his face. The most important thing is that if we can knock down any one of the three core fortresses, we can get a lot of destiny points. If we can knock out two, we will definitely be able to get the blessing of the will of civilization. The most important thing is, if we can knock out a core fortress, breaking the perfect line of defense of the Bruin United, this means that the initiative has changed hands, and we immediately return from a disadvantage to an advantage, which is very important too. There is no detailed explanation later, but the two lords are smart people, and they can understand what it means without him saying it. Without any hesitation, Lord Xiao Bili said seriously. Let us see the power of your ultimate weapon. If it is as powerful as you said, we will support you with all our strength. Li Qing nodded. Just try it in the galaxy next door. At this time, the fleet has retreated to the outpost of the Chinese army and is preparing to retreat. A small fleet left the current base galaxy, jumped about 200 light-years to the south at a time, and stopped in an extremely remote, unnamed galaxy. Xiao Bili pointed to the galaxy in front of him and said to Li Qing. Just this galaxy, it won't affect the normal flight path. Li Qing nodded and said. In order to maximize the verification effect, we first go outside the gravitational well of the galaxy. 2 hours later, the fleet appeared at a distance of more than 10,000 astronomical units outside the gravitational well of the galaxy, and had entered the edge of the Oort cloud at the outermost edge of the galaxy. The fleet stopped, and Li Qing stretched out his hand to grab it without hesitation. A black hole door opened in the starry sky in front of the fleet, facing the main sequence star in the center of an extremely distant galaxy. Your Highness, I am now activating and charging the ultimate weapon. The target is the star in the center of the galaxy. Considering the strategic requirements at that time, I will directly target the entire galaxy this time. Xiao Bili and His Highness Examen Wu nodded in anticipation. Can. By the way, the larger the range, the longer it takes to recharge. We can understand this. Then, have you not finished charging yet? On the second day, the two-star Sea Lords no longer had the expectation from yesterday. This charging time is too long. 1 day is enough time for the enemy's main force to jump back. If it takes 2 days, the enemy's entire Eastern Coalition forces will be able to rush back, and the nearby fleet will have enough time to come to support. That's why I need your support. If a star system can be cut and taken away in just a few hours, why are you looking for them? The two of them were looking for more cannon fodder to block the gun and buy him a longer time. The two-star Sea Lords were silent for a while, and did not speak again. Then, time passes again and charging continues. Li Qing carefully felt the light of dimensional convergence at this time, and it has already included about 2/3 of this galaxy. In theory, doing it now is enough to destroy a galaxy. According to the internal defense layout of the core fortress in the east of mankind, at least 70% of the defense system and the garrison fleet are in the inner and middle circle areas. Taking this part is no different from destroying the core fortress. Time passed again, and soon came the next day. At this time, His Royal Highnesses Xiao Bili and Examen Wu suddenly came to him, and said in a deep voice, "I think it can be suspended. The time is too long, your plan is not feasible." The latest information shows that the main force of the Bruven United Central Army has broken through the original fortress base of the Central Allied Forces. It is estimated that it will not be long before they will be pushed to the Yanmen Pass on the Central Road. We must withdraw as soon as possible and call in the main force. Xiao Bili also nodded and said, "The major bases have already packed up most of the materials and are evacuating yesterday, and the main force is also preparing to evacuate. We will leave here and return to the eastern fortress." Li Qing was silent for a while, nodded and said, "Can." Then, the fleet jumped away, leaving less than 10 warships anchored in the void. Li Qing stood motionless at the same spot, and after a long while suddenly laughed lightly and said, "Unfortunately, you didn't seize this opportunity." At a certain moment after an hour, Li Qing suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed falsely, and an invisible distortion in the door of the black hole disappeared in a flash. In the next second, the direction of the distant star system suddenly distorted. Then, the galaxy quickly shrinks into a small ball of light and flies towards him. But there was only a dark void left in the original position, and countless Kuiper Belt meteorites lost their traction and began to drift toward the outer space. No one supports, then do it yourself. Although it was a bit unexpected, it was not too unexpected. 2 days is considered a fast speed for Li Qing. In the past, it was impossible to cover the entire galaxy in less than a week, but the risk was too great for the two lords Xiao Bili and Examen Wu. 2 days is enough for the enemy to withdraw after receiving the news, and there will be no benefit other than the loss of a large fleet. Plus the current situation is not good, they need to save more strength to support the core fortress of Yanmen Pass in the middle road. Compared with his extremely risky plan, the two lords finally chose to seek stability. Of course Li Qing wouldn't blame them. If he didn't know his cards, he would still seek stability. Since the two top military officers of the East Route Alliance Army did not support his plan, Li Qing could only rely on himself. First of all, he will not take the 2nd Army and the 8th Army over there, and he will resign as the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Allied Forces when he returns to the Shanhaiguan Fortress. Since I work alone, the benefits will naturally be enjoyed by myself, and part of the credit for taking this position will be taken away. As for the cannon fodder troops, he has a solution. You can't count on the regular fleet, but you can count on the player fleet. Although the combat power is not very good, it is still no problem to be cannon fodder. Halfway back, Li Qing sent a message to his clan brother Li Jingtun. "Where are you?" Soon Li Jingtun responded, "I'm on my way back to Shanhaiguan now." "How many fleets do you have on hand now?" "There are about 13 divisions. Why, is there anything good?" Li Qing smiled and said, "There is indeed a good thing for you. When you return to Shanhaiguan, come to me and we will discuss it in detail." No problem. A day and a half later, the huge fleet returned to Shanhaiguan, and Li Qing immediately resigned to Examen Wu and Xiao respectively. Both of them were quite surprised. Examen Wu directly approved. Xiao Bili persuaded, "Actually, you don't need to resign. The opportunity is really not right now. It is impossible to take risks with you under the current situation. If you are sure, maybe you can wait for a while and try again after the Battle of Yanmen Pass is over." Li Qing smiled and said, "Although we can try at that time, the situation is changing too fast. God knows what will happen in the future. I will try it personally. If I fail, it will not affect the overall situation. But if I succeed, it will greatly ease the tension on the Yanmen Pass pressure. Xiao Bili also understood this point, kept silent for a while, nodded and said, "What you said is right. Since that's the case, I won't persuade you anymore. I wish you success. I will do my best," etc. When he was about to close the communication, Xiao Bili stopped him, thought for a while, and said, "I'll send you a moon of war. If you can't do anything, you can forcefully jump away." Li Qing's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Your Highness. You're welcome." His Royal Highness Xiao Bili acted very quickly, and soon someone contacted him to receive a war moon. And when he went to receive it, he found out that in addition to the Moon of War, it also included a full 20 standard 5th level divisions, which were probably used as cannon fodder for him. Okay, this was beyond his expectations, and it increased the success rate of his plan a lot on the spot. Half an hour later, Li Qing saw visiting Li Jingtun at his residence. There was no politeness, Li Qing directly revealed his plan, and Li Jingtun was dumbfounded when he heard it. He finally said, "Bring your people, you can contact a few close friends and come with me, let's make a big deal." Li Jing swallowed uncontrollably, and said, "Your plan is really crazy, but according to what you said, it is not impossible to succeed. Now the main force of the Bruin United Eastern Road has been transferred to the Middle Road, and the other part is seizing an important galaxy outside Shanhaiguan, its eastern core fortress. The defense has reached the lowest level in history. If we are well prepared, it will be no problem to block the defenders for an hour. Of course, an hour is no problem. We are not directly attacking the core fortress, but just defending." He looked at Li Jingtun, thought for a while, and said, "By the way, which one of the family is hosting here? Is it Li Weixin?" "Yes. Well, you should prepare first, and get ready within a week. By the way, don't look for too much, and don't tell the whole plan directly, just try it out first." Okay. Li Jingtun nodded seriously, cupped his hands and turned to leave. Although he is a clan brother, Li Jingtun's attitude towards Li Qing at this moment is like that of an elder. Not to mention how high Li Qing's status is at this moment, he doesn't care, but Li Qing's legendary life experience makes him extremely admired. From a little all the way to today's situation, his strength and status almost surpass the entire Qinghe Li family. You can do a lot in a week. In the past few days, Li Qing contacted Li Weixin, the family representative, and representatives of the Yu and Ding families in Jinmen, and borrowed a total of 11 divisions cannon fodder fleet from them. Then Li Jingtun himself originally had a fleet of 11 standard divisions, plus several large teams this week, a total of 7 standard division fleets. Together, there is a month of war, a fleet of 39 standard divisions, and no mobile fortresses. Of course, this does not include Li Qing's own fleet. At this time, Li Qing had 46 level 7 fearless divisions, 8 level 6 fearless divisions, and 2 high-level mobile fortresses on hand. The conventional combat power is actually very fierce. These 7th level fearless divisions can almost defeat 3,000 standard 5th level division level fleets head-on, but it is a pity that there are too many superstar cities in the core fortresses that are comparable to conventional mobile fortresses, and there will be many mobile fortresses and Moon of War staying behind, and he can't attack head-on with his combat power. Chapter 311 Call from Lord Senluo. Unless the size of the fearless division is increased several times, then it can attack head-on with hard power. The premise is that there is no mobile battle star. If there is a mobile battle star, it goes without saying that even if there are 507th level fearless divisions, they will not be able to defeat a fleet with a mobile battle star. Everything is ready, only the east wind is owed. But when Li Qing was about to leave, he was stunned by a sudden news. 2 negative stars from the isolated star field sent a message: Lord Sen Luo woke up. To be precise, some time ago Lord Sen Luo showed signs of awakening. At that time, there were strange fluctuations in the mechanical battle star from time to time. Later, as the battle between human beings and Bruin United Civilization began, the strange fluctuations became more and more obvious. Until now, a message suddenly came from inside, asking to see him by name. This surprised Li Qing, and after thinking about it for a second, he decided to go back first. Let the assembled fleet wait temporarily, and he goes south alone. The group of starships leapt up to 2,000 light-years at a time, and the speed of the single ship leap was extremely fast. It took only 1 day to cross the distance of tens of thousands of light-years to the Zutar galaxy. with the help of the negative star as the coordinate, directly warp to the isolated star field. The two negative star bearers sitting here were transformed from many personal guards of Lord Senluo who were captured before, and they are waiting in the sleeping place of Lord Senluo at this time. The ship was parked in the starry sky. Li Qing stepped out, and came to a huge mechanical battle star. Lord Senluo's mechanical battle star is much larger than normal battle stars, with a diameter of about 22,000 kilometers. At this time, the energy shield has long since disappeared, but the surface armor is incomparably intact. I don't know what kind of alloy its texture is. It can be clearly seen that there are some broken meteorites and some wreckage fragments in some gaps in the armor shell, but the armor structure is not damaged at all, not even scratches can be seen. He came in front of the two star negators, one of the mechanical battle stars. One of the negative stars said to him, "During the all-out war between human beings and Bruin, there was a trace of awakening in the mechanical battle star, and the trace behind it became more and more obvious. 2 days ago, a signal came suddenly, and he asked to see His Majesty by name." Li Qing looked at the huge mechanical battle star floating alone in the starry sky with his hands in his arms, with a thoughtful look on his face. If there is no accident, the awakening of Lord Senluo should be related to the all-out war between humans and Bruin, but the main reason for his direct awakening is the stimulation of the Aisha civilization in Bruin. The all-out war between humans and Bruin has not never happened. During the thousands of years when Lord Senluo fell asleep, there have been several full-scale wars between humans and Bruin, and he has not yet woken up. But this awakening, there is a high probability that the Aisha civilization joined the war, which made the will of human civilization feel an unprecedented threat, so Lord Senluo, who had been sleeping all this time, woke up. As for why he was looking for him by name, Li Qing guessed that there were two possibilities. One may be the only one who is currently researching the mechanical battle star. Another possibility is probably his potential. The news that he obtained the complete database of the pioneers of advanced civilizations is unknown to other lords and military leaders, but it is impossible for the will of human civilization not to know. Complete high-level civilization inheritance. In the eyes of human civilization, his potential surpassed all Star Sea Lords in an instant, and even all Star Sea Lords and military leaders in the entire United Human Empire could not match him. After all, when he digests these technologies, he only needs 100 years of preparation, and his comprehensive strength can crush the entire human civilization. But whatever the reason, it was a good thing for him. Standing in front of the mechanical battle star, Li Qing adjusted his clothes, cupped his hands in the direction of the forward battle star, and shouted loudly, "Jalan Li Qing, meet Senior Senluo." It was silent. Li Qing was not in a hurry either, and stood there for a long time without moving. I don't know how long it took. The surface of the mechanical battle star suddenly glowed with faint light, and quickly outlined a huge fuzzy face made of light. In the center of the face, the closed shell parted, revealing a huge space that could accommodate a Titan super banner. In the passage, layers of lights are lit up in the passage, extending to the depths of the passage. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded. "Come in." Li Qing clasped his fists together, waited for the two star bearers here, and flew to the passage alone. As soon as it entered the passage, the entrance of the passage closed silently. Li Qing took a look, and continued to move forward without any worries. The passage is straight and goes straight to the depths. Li Qing observes the surroundings while flying. But he gave up after only looking at it for a while. There are only smooth alloy walls around the passage. With his super spiritual power, he can detect the gaps on the walls that are invisible to the naked eye, but he cannot see through the gaps. He speeded up without thinking much, and soon came to the end of the passage. Cross the passage door and appear in a huge independent space. He looked up, and the space was surrounded by moving alloy structures, as if he had come inside a huge mechanical clock. In the center of the independent space that is constantly moving and changing shapes, there is a huge invisible distortion, and a constantly changing gear sphere is suspended in the center. Consists of countless crystalline gear parts. These gears can change shape, and the external shape is constantly changing as the gear sphere keeps moving. Li Qing slowly passed through the empty independent space and flew towards the center. As he approached, the surrounding structures gradually lit up, and the texture of the internal structure also slowly lit up from cold metal, turning into a crystal. There is no lighting, but the interior is like daylight, and the light comes from the internal structure itself. At the same time, the ever-changing sphere in the center couldn't help turning irregularly as before, but slowly formed a mechanical head. When the head was formed, the eyes lit up, emitting a faint distorted light like a white hole, and an inexplicable will slowly awakened. Li Qingshan remained motionless before the distortion, waiting patiently. I don't know how long it took, but after the strength of the will that slowly awakened reached its peak, a loud voice suddenly sounded. Welcome to the Senra, young human. Li Qing bowed solemnly, and said in a deep voice. My junior, Li Qing, met His Highness Sen Luo. The voice paused slightly, and replied. I am a failure, no need to call me your highness. On the contrary, it is you, the caretaker of the will of civilization. I believe that it will not be long before you should be honored as your majesty. Li Qing felt his heart move when he heard this, but he didn't answer the words, instead he asked. My subordinate told me that His Royal Highness Sen Luo wants to see me, I wonder if it is. A loud voice sounded. I have woken up 3 times since I fell asleep, but this is the first time I was actively awakened. It seems that the situation of the joint war between humans and Bruin is not optimistic. Li Qing nodded and replied. Yes, the Aisha civilization that was expelled by His Majesty returned to the Perseus Arm and interfered in the all-out war between humans and Bruin. Aisha civilization. I remembered. Haven't these scums gone extinct yet? Not only are they not extinct, but they are also stronger than before. Humans have been unable to defeat the Bruin Union, and their development has been limited for thousands of years. Compared with 7,000 years ago, their strength has not improved much. What a bunch of trash. Except you, Li Qing. He didn't dare to answer those words. As Lord Senluo, who once fought against nearly half of human civilization alone, he is indeed qualified to say this. No, Li Qing suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and accidentally discovered a blind spot that he hadn't thought of before. He remembered that Lord Senluo was only ranked 3rd among human lords at the beginning, and there were 2 Star Sea Lords who ranked 1st and 2nd above him. The 2 lords should be stronger. But in fact, the 2 ancient lords did not seem to show the strength that matched their rankings, as if they had no sense of existence. Like before the lords approached him to buy a tier 6 dreadnought, the projections of the 2 bosses didn't seem mysterious, and they didn't feel that they matched their status and legends at all. Something is wrong. There happened to be a big boss in front of him. Li Qing was not polite, and immediately asked. I remember that in ancient times, His Majesty was so powerful when he ranked 3rd among the lords, and there were 2 other lords with higher rankings, but I didn't feel their strength in this all-out war. Lord Senluo paused for a moment, and the voice sounded. That's because they are not the first-generation lords at all. The first lord of the first generation has long been missing. At the beginning, he was resident in the Guardian of Cervantes. A long time ago, he received a special mission from the Guardian of Cervantes to reward a chip of the 6th generation ship, leading the main fleet to disappear during the mission. What you see now is the 2nd generation, without the skills and abilities of the 1st generation, plus the disappearance of the main fleet, the weakening of strength is inevitable. The 2nd-ranked Seiko found an ancient star gate connected to another river system in his own territory. An accident occurred during the development, and the Stargate was destroyed. Seiko was also trapped on the other side of the Stargate and could not return. Now he is the 2nd in modern times. The strength has long since lost its former glory. This, in addition to being speechless, I can only be speechless. The original 2 strongest Star Sea Lords have fallen. No wonder the current strength of the United Human Empire is not as strong as imagined. If so, a lot of things would make sense. But this is all history. Now the point is. Li Qing looked up at the crystalline mechanical sphere, pondered for a while, and asked. I don't know why Your Majesty called me here. The mechanical sphere was also silent for a while, and a loud voice sounded. I have a doubt, why the will of civilization chooses you as a military lord instead of other lords, can you explain it to me? Perhaps, it's because I obtained a complete pioneer database and a complete dark matter technology. In an instant, an extremely strong wave of will emerged, and at this moment Li Qing felt himself shaking involuntarily like a small boat in a stormy and rough sea. What a strong will, close to the immortal level. The storm comes and goes quickly, and quickly calms down. Have you obtained the complete pioneer database? Yes. Have you obtained complete dark matter technology? Yes. When did this happen? 3 or 4 years ago. No wonder. Lord Senluo sighed, but did not respond again. But Li Qing could clearly feel a gaze falling on him. He remained motionless, allowing him to observe. After a while, the loud voice sounded again. If this is the case, you are indeed qualified to inherit my inheritance, and you are also the most suitable successor. Li Qing showed joy when he heard this, and bowed with his arms folded. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your fulfillment. You got it by your own hard work and ability. Lord Sen Luo's voice suddenly became a little sad, and then he was silent for a while before speaking. You have two ways to inherit my inheritance, and you can choose one of them. Please speak, Your Majesty. The first way, you switch to the mechanical ascension route, and then devour the core of this mechanical battle star, and when you completely disassemble and master it, you will completely inherit everything from me, including this powerful mechanical battle star and the near immortal level will. The second way is to give up the mechanical ascension route, but it means that you will not be able to inherit it perfectly, including this mechanical battle star is bound to my will. If you don't take the mechanical ascension route, you will not be able to control this mechanical battle star. Of course, if you have enough time and a strong fortress designer, you can spend hundreds of years redesigning and modifying it. But under the current situation, you probably don't have that time. Li Qing nodded. There really isn't that time. This mechanical battle star can't be put into the palm of the universe, and it will take nearly 100 years to accelerate in a few hundred years. At this time, he has built all the 13 mobile battle stars, and the star fortress has come out. The role of a mechanical battle star is not so great. Skull hurts. Li Qing rubbed his forehead and asked. If I choose the second option, what can I inherit? My former treasure, and a mechanical battle star that belongs to you. Isn't it impossible to master this mechanical battle star? Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Some question marks appeared in Li Qing's head, but he didn't react for a while. Until Lord Sen Luo's voice sounded to explain to him. You can't master this mechanical battle star, but I can degenerate this battle star to its original state. You invest resources to re-evolve and upgrade. As long as you have enough resources, you can quickly re-promote to the current level, or even a higher level. Li Qing was still a little confused, not quite understanding. What evolutionary upgrade, this mechanical battle star is not. Li Qing's expression suddenly froze, and an unbelievable thought that he had never thought of suddenly appeared in his mind. With an incredible expression on his face, he asked in a low voice. Your Majesty Sen Luo, your mechanical battle star, is it that kind? As you guessed, this is an initial base that came from 10,000 years ago when humans first entered this new universe. Grade. My mechanical battle star has been promoted 7 times after years of fighting. Chapter 312 The Legacy of Lord Sen Luo. Damn. It's a big mess. At this time, Li Qing was extremely excited, a combination of shock and ecstasy. What is this? This is an infinitely upgradable ship. It might not be worth much 10,000 years ago. At that time, when human beings just entered the stage of survival in the star sea of the new universe, there was one person in each hand, and it was worthless at all. But with the passage of time, the Star Sea survival stage ended, and the first batch of survival pioneers either died in battle or died of old age, and these initial infinitely upgradable ships have disappeared. Until now, it has become a legend, and only in history textbooks can you hear the rumors of this magical ship. Every player dreams of getting an initial ship, but this is just a dream. Li Qing never thought that he would have the opportunity to obtain an initial ship just today. Etc. Li Qing suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly asked. Your Majesty Mori, I remember that the initial number seems to be non-transferable. Lord Sen Luo replied. Of course the normal situation cannot be transferred, but if there is the will of civilization to cooperate, it is possible to do so. How to do it? You killed me and sacrificed me, the will of civilization will deprive me of my initial number and give it to you. After hearing this, Li Qing's eyes widened, showing an unbelievable expression, his mouth opened, and he was speechless for a while. At this time, Lord Sen Luo's voice sounded again. Don't be surprised, this is my fate, it is also my choice, and it is my act of atonement for the mistakes I have made. Because of me, the vitality of human civilization has been seriously injured, thus missing the best opportunity for growth. I am guilty. Li Qing remained silent. He couldn't answer this, and he didn't know how to say it. Although it can be assumed, if he does not change his ideas and become independent, and does not rebel against mankind, there will be no earth-shattering battle. With his strength and the strength of the united empire of mankind at that time, it is not impossible to defeat Bruin early at that time united to dominate several star fields. You must know that 8 or 9,000 years ago, human beings at that time were very powerful. Several player civilizations were exterminated, several player civilizations were expelled, and even more indigenous civilizations were extinct. At that time, the Bruin Alliance was unable to fight against humans, and there were no so-called 3 core fortress defenses at that time. If there is no civil war, it is indeed very possible to defeat the Bruven United. But there is no if in the world, deduction cannot be regarded as a fact, things have already happened. After being defeated, Lord Senluo wandered outside. After thousands of years of sleep, he has regained consciousness. Reason. It's not really that he has been asleep all the time, it's probably because he doesn't want to wake up, he's escaping. The space fell into silence, and Li Qing didn't know what to say at this time. After a long time, Lord Senluo's heavy voice sounded. Young Junior, you are the most potential lord in the history of human civilization. You can lead human civilization to glory. As a senior, I am very pleased to see your birth, and I am also willing. Kill me, sacrifice, and let me atone for my past actions, and I will also help you. Li Qing contemplated for a long time with complicated thoughts, looked up at the huge mechanical sphere in front of him, sighed heavily, and said, at this moment, the juniors have nothing to say, and hereby promise to the seniors that they will definitely lead the rise of human civilization and defeat all competitors to reach the top of the galaxy. Lord Senluo said happily, I believe you have this ability, and I am optimistic about you. After another long silence, Li Qing suddenly said, Senior, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Unfulfilled wish. A faint voice sounded. There used to be many regrets, but it is a pity that time has changed and they no longer exist. Past grievances and wishes have long since disappeared with the passage of time, and now there is no wish. Child, do it. Goodbye, Senior. Li Qing was silent for a while, stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. Suddenly, a circle of faint flames appeared out of thin air around the twisted mechanical sphere in front of him. It boiled and rose rapidly, turning into a huge ball of light that burned blazingly. Just as he started, an inexplicable breath came slowly. Li Qing raised his head, knowing in his heart that the will of human civilization has come. It is impossible for normal human beings to sacrifice to the military lords and lords of the same race, but Lord Senluo is different. He once declared independence from human beings. In some cases, he is already a new species and new civilization independent from human civilization. At this time, he sacrificed Lord Senluo to the will of human civilization, which is equivalent to sacrificing a powerful civilization whose comprehensive strength was more than one-third of that of human beings, and the benefits he gained would be much more than the normal sacrifice of a Star Sea Lord. With the advent of the will of human civilization, indescribable power began to burn, and the mechanical sphere in front of his eyes was covered by flames, burning and disintegrating rapidly. And this invisible force also spread up and down along the invisible twist, one end flew to the dome, and the other end fell to the floor. The extremely hard alloy floor quickly burned like a bubble. In just a short while, everything in Li Qing's field of vision burned. He stood motionless on the spot, the raging flames seemed unreal to him, and he felt nothing. But beyond what he didn't know, the mechanical battle star suspended in the starry sky for thousands of years suddenly began to burn. Streams of flame seeped from the inside of the mechanical battle star, quickly extending to cover the entire mechanical battle star, covering the entire battle star in less than an hour, looking like a burning sun from a distance. Time passed, the raging flames had covered Li Qing's whole body, and he couldn't see anything in front of him. But he wasn't panicking at all. Although no one said anything to him, he naturally knew what he was going to do and what he should do. I don't know how long it took. The huge mechanical battle star shrank rapidly in the eyes of the two negative stars, getting smaller, and soon turned from a battle star with a diameter of more than 20,000 kilometers into a small group, almost only one as big as a frigate. Li Qing's field of vision didn't change much, the scene was still burning and distorted, and he couldn't see anything. But at a certain moment of burning, he could somehow sense something connecting with his will. Or, at a certain moment, something suddenly appeared in his will. In a trance, Li Qing's heart became enlightened. At this moment of enlightenment, the distorted burning in front of my eyes suddenly began to become clear, and the burning flame quickly became transparent and slowly disappeared, replaced by. I am standing in the middle of a small ship bridge. Behind me is a metal command chair. Behind the chair is a transparent pillar extending to the top, and through the transparent pillar, you can see that there are many lines inside. Is this the original appearance of the mechanical battle star? There is no need for tutorials, Li Qing thought. A beam of light fell in front of his eyes, and a model appeared out of thin air in the beam. This model looks like a miniature mobile fortress. It looks like a round steamed bun as a whole. It is high in the middle and flat on all sides. There are 8 corners in all directions, and each corner has a cannon muzzle. The specification is only 100 meters in diameter and about 50 meters thick in the center. It looks like a mini mobile fortress. Although the sparrow is small, it has all internal organs. Li Qing called out the attribute panel of the initial number, touched his forehead, and found it very interesting. Initial number. Initial mobile base. Basic hull. 6,000. Basic armor. 6,000. Basic shield. 6,000. Base speed. 28,000 kilometers per hour. Default tactics. None. Central core module default. Components. Nuclear fission reactor. First generation hyperspace engine. Chemical propulsion. Optical electronic radar. Primary combat computer. Weapon slots. G8, S32, P16. General slot. M50, A5. The initial attributes of this thing are not high. Roughly speaking, the basic attributes are stronger than frigates, but slightly worse than destroyers, but this is the configuration. Full generation technology. Nuclear fission reactor. Chemical propulsion. Optical electronic radar. Li Qing covered his face. How long has it been since he has seen such an ancient term? However, when human beings have just entered the stage of survival in the star sea of the new universe, it is normal to start with the first generation of technology. This can't be upgraded. Li Qing didn't study for a long time, and looked directly at the upgrade bar of the initial number, and found that in addition to meeting the upgrade requirements, 100,000 square meters of various metals are needed to upgrade to the second level. The specific metal is not indicated, because there is no demand for metal. Any metal is fine, no matter steel, copper, gold, or various alloys, or other rare metals, etc. It's just that the metal that is fused with the upgrade determines the upper limit of the attribute increase after the upgrade, which means that if you want to become stronger every time you upgrade, you must fuse better metals. Li Qing immediately opened the door of the black hole, opened the initial account together, and took out a dragon-scale alloy of 100,000 square meters from the warehouse. Yes, it is the god-level civilization alloy that combines the characteristics of the top Leviathan monster, the Ether Dragon scale. Since the fusion metal determines the potential of the initial number, it is natural to fuse the best one. At this time, the strongest metal in Li Qing's hands is the dragon-scale alloy. The 100,000 square meter dragon scale alloy was sucked into it by an aperture opened under the initial ship, and after confirming the upgrade, Li Qing saw that the entire initial ship began to become blurred and transparent, countless rays of light flew out, and a picture was quickly outlined in front of him. Model. He knows in his heart that this is a change after the promotion of the initial number, and he can adjust it freely. If he ignores it, he will evolve and upgrade according to the original appearance of the initial number by default. Li Qing ignored it and let it evolve by default. There is no need to adjust it now, we will talk about it later. You must know that he has completely inherited the mechanical battle star of Lord Senluo this time. Although it was degraded to its original state, after the sacrifice, the will of civilization perfectly peeled off the mechanical battle star, including the previous promotion and evolution experience. To put it simply, although this thing has returned to its original state, the other conditions required for the upgrade have been completely preserved. This means that he doesn't need to spend time trying to figure out how to meet various conditions. He only needs to provide a large amount of materials again to be able to continue to be promoted, and he can be promoted 8 times in total. Yes, 8 times. Lord Senluo's mechanical battle star has been promoted 7 times, but he can be promoted 8 times after inheriting it. Li Qing is not very clear about the influence, anyway, it does not affect him to fully open the casting furnace of light, and transform the dragon scale alloy crazily. The next 8 promotions don't require any resources, all they need is dragon scale alloy. No matter how many other substances there are, it cannot compare to the dragon scale alloy used by the god-level civilization. From the first level, it has been promoted 8 times in a row, all using dragon scale alloy, and the basic attributes of the initial number after promotion must be far higher than before. It takes a quarter of an hour to be promoted, that is, 15 minutes. Li Qing didn't wait, and just took the time to check his total gains after sacrificing Lord Senluo. Closing his eyes, Li Qing soon showed a hint of joy. Good, we should be the sons of the civilized will now. Almost tried his best to preserve Lord Senluo's legacy for him. First of all, after the sacrifice, he was directly given 124 destiny points, in addition to the rest in his hand. It also included all the consumption during the promotion of the Star Sea Lord, such as 10 destiny points for the promotion of the Lord, strengthening the 5th level technology to the 6th level technology, and mother chip strengthening and so on. Now the will of civilization has stripped all of this off, even including the cost of upgrading the mother chip. Of course, this will cause the 6th level enhanced technology mother chip in the hands of Lord Senluo to degenerate to the 5th level, but this has no effect on him. He does not use the 6th level enhanced technology, he directly uses the 6th level dark matter technology. With so many destiny points, is there a problem with strengthening the dark matter mother chip in hand several times? No problem. I have to say that it is worthy of being a powerful Star Sea Lord who can compete with half of human civilization in the later stage. It is too powerful to hold so many destiny points. In addition, Lord Senluo still has a full 568,552 civilization points in his hands. Yes, more than 560,000 civilization points. This was beyond Li Qing's expectation. To be honest, according to his guess, Lord Senluo may have tens of thousands of civilization points in his hands, up to 70 to 80,000. But it turned out that there were more than 560,000 civilization points, and I don't know where I got it. Compared with him, the Star Sea Lord of the Zinner Star group he sacrificed before seemed quite shabby. But no matter how there are so many, this is a good thing, which means that he can use so many civilization points to improve his strength. In addition to these two intangible benefits, he also got a top-level relic. Li Qing stretched out his right hand. A metal gear sphere the size of a ping-pong ball was hanging in the palm of his hand, and it was constantly rotating aimlessly. After sacrificing Lord Senluo, he condensed a top-notch treasure called the Heart of Destruction Machine. Destroy the Heart of the Machine, Sacred Relic, an artifact from the destroyed mechanical civilization. Passive effect. Perfect Machine. All ships under the command will reduce damage by 10%. Active effect. Mechanical Heart. Immediately after activation, the weapons of the subordinate fleet can be used again regardless of any conditions, and the cooling time is 1 day. Active effect. Destroy the machine. Temporarily reduce the upper limit of the hull and armor of all fleets by 20% after activation, increase the range and power of weapons by 200%, last for 60 minutes, and cool down for 30 days. Active effect. Mechanical Miracle. After activation, it can consume enough alloys and metals to build a mobile fortress out of thin air, with a cooling time of 2 years. Note: the consumption of resources such as alloys and metals determines the specifications and combat power of the mobile fortress. Chapter 313 belongs to Li Qing's first mobile battle star. P.S. It must be very busy during the Chinese New Year, only 4,000 words. What a strong legacy. Li Qing rubbed his chin excitedly. His gaze fell on the last active effect of this relic. A mechanical miracle. With enough alloys, a mobile fortress can be built out of thin air every 2 years. The specifications and size of the fortress are determined by the alloys consumed. This means that if enough alloys are consumed, a high-level mobile fortress can be built directly in one step, and even if enough alloys are prepared, a mobile fortress comparable to the Moon of War can be built in one step. Note that it is a mobile fortress with specifications comparable to the Moon of War, not the Moon of War. War Moon is the same level as Mobile Battle Star in terms of level, but it is smaller than Mobile Battle Star. Even if you have the ability to shrink the Star Blaster and install it on War Moon, it can also be used to replace Mobile Battle Star. This means that Li Qing can use a large number of dragon-scale alloys dedicated to god-level civilizations to build a mobile fortress with super basic attributes. Well, you can try it. Li Qing squeezed his chin, feeling good. This relic is the last legacy left by Lord Senluo after the sacrifice, and there is nothing else. It's not that Lord Senluo doesn't have good things, the main reason is that the will of human civilization disassembled all other heritages during the sacrifice, and then used all of them to convert them into fate points and restore this treasure. Otherwise, how do you think there are so many destiny points and civilization points? There is also this Heart of Destruction Machine, which is said to be an artifact of mechanical civilization that has been destroyed in the introduction. It stands to reason that Lord Senluo's once independent civilization is incomplete. This is also the will of civilization to sacrifice other heritage to repair this artifact of civilization whole. So after the sacrifice is completed, there are only 4 main benefits. An initial base. More than 100 destiny points. Hundreds of thousands of civilization points. A sacred relic. Small quantity. Super high quality. Don't say anything. Let's talk about dragon scale alloy first. 15 minutes ended quickly, and the initial number was successfully promoted for the first time. Li Qing immediately checked its attributes. Initial number, 1 promotion, initial mobile base. Basic hull, 200,000. Basic armor, 200,000. Basic shield, 200,000. Basic speed, 30,000 kilometers per hour. Default tactics. None. Central core module default. Components. Nuclear fusion reactor, second generation hyperspace engine, ion thruster, gravity sensor, and intermediate combat computer. Weapon slots. L8, G20, S40, P20. General slot. L40, A10. After only one promotion, the combat effectiveness has reached the level of a cruiser. Needless to say, continue to promote. The second promotion takes 30 minutes. After the promotion, the combat power surpasses the Lord-class battleship, and has 8x battleship main guns. It took 60 minutes for the third promotion. After the promotion, the combat power has reached the level of the flagship, that is, it has the firepower of a dreadnought and a huge hangar comparable to an aircraft carrier, similar to the combination of a dreadnought and a flagship. It took 2 hours for the fourth promotion. After the promotion, the combat power is equivalent to that of Star City, which is equivalent to a mobile Star City. It took 5 hours for the fifth promotion, because all the dragon scale alloys and various ultra-rare metals were used. After the promotion, the combat power has surpassed the high-level mobile fortress, and began to have various halo force fields. The sixth promotion took a full 10 hours, and the specifications after the promotion are equivalent to the enhanced version of War Moon. The seventh promotion took a full 24 hours, which is the current promotion level of Lord Senluo. After the promotion, the specification is 30,000 kilometers, which is larger than Lord Senluo's machinery and has more powerful attributes. He can also choose what type of ultimate weapon. It is worth mentioning that each promotion comes with technological weapons and accessories that match the level. That is to say, the weapons equipped after the fifth promotion are all 5th generation technology, the 6th generation is equipped with 6th-level enhanced technology, and the 7th generation is equipped with 6th generation dark matter technology. The next 8th promotion will be equipped with 7th generation dark energy technology. And according to the specifications, it will also come with a series of Halo accessories and ultimate weapons. Don't ask how it came about, asking is the gift of the will of the universe. When the 7th promotion was over, the moment Li Qing opened the attribute list, an option popped up, after the 7th promotion to the enhanced version of the mobile battle star, and because the specifications far exceed other mobile battle stars, it can be equipped with a full 4 ultimate weapons with a higher Stargate. And the ultimate weapon is still one of 3 choices. There are 3 ultimate weapons to choose from. One is the most common starburst, which is as powerful as other starbursts. One is the Nova projector that Li Qing has seen, and its power and range are the same as those he has seen. One is the nano plague virus, which is an ultimate weapon against living organisms. It can launch a plague virus that is fatal to organic living organisms, and can wipe out designated living organisms on the planet without destroying the planetary environment. Great for exterminating species on a planet while preserving it. Li Qing thought about it casually, and chose star blasters for all 4 ultimate weapons. Although it is better for him to use the nano poison, he has the light of the gods to replace the star blaster and the Nova projector, but the problem is that when everyone uses the star blaster, he is not good at being out of group. And there are many ways of genocide, other ways are at most a little troublesome. After completing all the selections, Li Qing stopped the 8th promotion. It's not that I don't want to, but the dragon scale alloy that I have collected is far from enough. This thing is an alloy of the 8th level god level civilization, and the conversion efficiency is extremely low. The previous use used up the stock, and the demand for the dragon scale alloy for the next 8th promotion is very high, and it will not be available for a while. But the problem is not big. The diameter of the 7th promoted mobile battle star is as high as 30,000 kilometers, and its attributes are far stronger than normal mobile battle stars. In addition to the ultimate weapon, it also comes with a high-level Stargate, which can be connected to the Stargate network of human civilization. But the premise is to have the authorization of other Stargates. If there is no authorization, it cannot be transmitted there. Li Qing was also lucky. Lord Senluo promoted this thing to level 7 while he was asleep. The 8th promotion met the requirements during his sleep, but he didn't have the time and resources to promote later, which made it easier for him. Mobile Battle Star. The ultimate strategic war weapon, with the power to suppress the fate of the country. Basic hull, 30 billion. Basic armor, 30 billion billion. Basic shield, 30 billion billion. Moving speed, 30,000 kilometers per hour. Default tactics. The default tactics of Mobile Battlestar. Battleship slot size, 90 million. Mobile Battlestar Central Core Default. Mobile Battlestar Inner Ring Core Default. Mobile Battlestar Outer Ring Core Default. Components. Energy core 30, superluminal components 30, thrusters 200, sensors 10, combat computer 30, Battlestar Halo 5. Weapon slots. 4W slot ultimate weapons, 2000 T slot Battlestar Axis-based railguns, 60,000 T slot Fortress railguns, 600,000 T slots Titan Lance, 3 million T slots Doomsday Light, 30 million T slots X slot Battleship main guns, 300 million L slot large weapons, 300 million P-type point defense slots, 300 million G slot missiles, and 800 million H-type hangars. General slots. 6 million Stronghold general slots, 2000 A-type functional slots. Mobile Battlestar correction. Hull regeneration plus 10 million, armor regeneration plus 10 million, shield regeneration plus 10 million. Mobile Battlestar correction. All weapons plus 1000% range, plus 100% power. Mobile Battlestar correction. Radius 300 million kilometers jump enhancement, jump range plus 2000%, penetration strength 13 levels. Mobile Battlestar correction. A strong electronic interference force field with a radius of 300 million kilometers, and the interference intensity is 13 levels. Mobile Battlestar correction. A radius of 300 million kilometers jumps the interference force field, and the interference intensity is 13 levels. Mobile Battlestar correction. Interception force field with a radius of 300 million kilometers, interception strength level 13. Mobile Battlestar special correction. Hull and armor strength plus 100%, damage reduction by 30%. Mobile Battlestar Universal Halo. Jump force field, which can carry the same fleet to jump across galaxies, ignoring any conventional shielding and interference force fields appearing on the battlefield. Mobile Battlestar Universal Halo. Planetary level gravitational variable force field. Mobile Battlestar is huge in size and can change gravity, causing the following effects on enemies within a radius of 30 million kilometers. Effect. Gravitational repulsion status. Movement speed minus 30%. Activation speed minus 50%. Hit reduction by 50%. Ignores all weapons below large size, and 20% damage of X battle line main gun. Effect. Gravitational attraction state. Movement speed plus 100%. Activation speed plus 100%. Small and medium warships and attacks will involuntarily approach the mobile Battlestar. Effect. Gravity control. Consume a lot of energy, and the gravitational traction controls the movement trajectories of warships, aircraft and meteorites below the battleship. Planetary suppression aura. Releases a super suppression force field to reduce the damage received by all friendly warships within the range of the aura. Effect. All friendly troops within a radius of 150 million kilometers of the mobile Battlestar receive minus 30% damage. Planet Nano Cloud Halo. Release countless nano robots to repair all friendly damaged warships. Effect. All friendly forces within a radius of 100 million kilometers of the mobile Battlestar get plus 1000 points of hull regeneration and plus 1000 points of armor regeneration per second. Planetary suppression aura. Releases a planetary force field to reduce the enemy buff effect of certain enemies within the range. Effect. All friendly forces within a radius of 150 million kilometers of the mobile Battlestar are no longer affected by hostile buffs below the epic level. Advanced Stargate. Stargate communicates with the Civilization Stargate network, and the maximum temporary transmission does not exceed the fleet size below the Advanced Mobile Fortress, and the maximum communication range is 100,000 light-years. It's so handsome. The shape of the mobile Battlestar floating in the starry sky is exactly the same as the common mobile Battlestar, a huge sphere. He didn't deliberately fabricate the shape. After all, this is an initial base that can be upgraded infinitely. If the shape is too strange, it will be too eye-catching. Although mobile Battlestars with a diameter of 30,000 kilometers are also rare, they are not without them, and they are relatively less conspicuous. With a thought, Li Qing turned into a beam of light and flew towards the huge Battlestar. A beam of light flew out from the Battlestar and enveloped him, and the next second the beam of light was retracted, he had disappeared, and when he reappeared, it was the core center of the Battlestar. In the center of the central space of the Battlestar core with a diameter of up to 10 kilometers stands an invisible twisted column that connects the sky and the earth. In the center of the twisted beam of light is a twisted vortex. The faint brilliance rotates with the twist, which looks like a twist that connects the sky. There is a rotating galaxy in the long river. Li Qingfei slowly merged into the center of the distorted beam of light, and instantly felt his consciousness spread rapidly, extending along invisible channels to every corner of the entire mobile Battlestar like the speed of light. Different from conventional mobile battle stars, this thing can control all the weapons inside without any crew members, only relying on the owner's consciousness. Well, not space fighters, that either need a crew or combat computer automation. In addition, this mobile battle star is equipped with all weapons and general accessories, but does not include space fighters. Now the huge hangar inside is completely empty, and needs to be configured by itself, or the Battlestar has its own production line to slowly produce. This Battlestar comes with 800 million hangars. Each hangar can accommodate a brigade of 360 space fighters, which means that this mobile Battlestar can accommodate up to 288 billion space fighters. Very strong. Li Qing opened the door of the black hole and entered the universe in his palm. First, he checked the aircraft carrier combat area in the high-dimensional fortress. At this time, there are about 260 million space fighters. He thought about it, but let it go, let Mobile Battlestar's internal production line produce it by itself. Anyway, the Mobile Battlestar itself has a lot of firepower. It doesn't seem to make much difference whether there is a space fleet or not. Next, Li Qing invited a total of 20 star destroyers, a total of 10,000 servants of light, and a large number of senior crew members to join the Mobile Battlestar as the crew of the Battlestar. Although he can use the special control system of Battlestar to control all the weapons of the entire Battlestar by himself, but that is too tiring, and he cannot stay on the ship during wartime and peacetime. Prepare a group of crew members, and they usually control the weapons on the Battlestar and the maintenance of the Stargate. After making these preparations, Li Qing first communicated with the territory, connected the Stargate network of Battlestar to Lock Fortress, and ordered the territorial fleet to gather at Lock Fortress for preparations, then drove the mobile Battlestar to leave the isolated star field, and jumped straight to the north. Halfway let his subordinates control Battlestar, he returned to the universe in his palm, and then 124 points of destiny are in hand. This cannot be left unused forever. After thinking about it for a while, Li Qing did not hesitate to spend 104 mandate points to strengthen all the dark matter technology full-set weapon mother chips 4 times. With the addition of the original ones, he can now produce 5 sets of dark matter full-set weapons in each batch, which can be used at one time. Configure 5 standard division-level fleets. It is worth spending so much in this regard. In the future, the dark energy technology will be upgraded on the basis of the existing dark matter technology. These weapon master chips can be directly upgraded on the existing basis and will not be discarded. With 20 mandate points left, Li Qing thought about staying for a while. After defeating Bruven United, they will definitely get more destiny points, and then decide how to use them. As for the 560,000 civilization points, he is also useful. A total of 500,000 civilization points are exchanged for 500 static streamers, and then 500 servants of light are selected to transform into negative stars. The more star negatives there are, the stronger his strength will be, especially the more star negatives connected to the mental matrix, the stronger the power will be. When there are only a small number of negative stars, this thing is just a place for them to communicate with their minds and thoughts. When there are enough star negatives connected, the power of the mental matrix will become stronger. The will of a large number of negative stars will be combined to automatically condense the spiritual thinking world. The more the negative stars, the stronger the effect of this spiritual thinking world. Chapter 314 What a Big Star! Happy New Year's, guys! Originally, when there were only 60 or so star-negative beings, the influence range of the mental matrix was only 30,000 to 40,000 light-years, and the star-negatives could only communicate within the range of 30,000 to 40,000 light-years. Now the number of negative stars exceeds 500, and the range of influence of the mental matrix has directly increased dozens of times. Now the maximum communicable range has exceeded 1 million light-years, covering the entire Milky Way. The newly promoted star-bearers are all selected from the servants of light. They are all the same as the previous star-bearers, with an initial psionic strength of more than 20 million, and they also have super star-bearer talents. But today is different from the past. In the past, there were only a few star-bearers, and each of them was very important, with heavy responsibilities on their shoulders. The quality of the negative stars has not declined, and each one is not much different from Longyan, Zhaofeng, etc., but there are more in number, and they are not as focused as before. It's like a student from a small county suddenly admitted to Qingbei. That must be big news. But if a small county has dozens of people admitted to Qingbei every year, they are all Qingbei, but at this time it can only be regarded as a routine little news every year. With more than 500 star losers in hand, Li Qing thought about it for a while, and selected a total of 300 star losers, and then spent 30,000 civilization points to exchange for the number of servants of light, and selected various talents from the previously collected talents. A kind of scientist, attuned to 30,000 scientific research type servants of light. Their task is very simple. The 300 star lovers are divided into 3 groups, and they are respectively in charge of scientific research in 3 categories: physics, engineering, and sociobiology. The 30,000 servants of light are also divided into 3, assisting the 300 negative stars in charge of scientific research. Their main task is to understand the dark matter technology first, and then study the advanced technology of dark matter after fully understanding it. The dark matter technology that Li Qing currently possesses is the standard advanced civilization technology. He does not know some advanced technologies, such as the mobile battle star technology equipped with advanced star gates. 300 immortal level scientists plus 30,000 gold quality scientists. This is a scientific research group that is less than a tenth of even a high civilization. After fully understanding the dark matter technology, you can start researching dark energy technology. This won't take too long. After all, the 7th level dark energy technology is a technology that the negative stars have already eliminated. As long as the dark matter technology is mastered to the extreme, it will be very simple to master the dark energy technology. Just like he directly reversed the 7th level group star ship mother chip after he got the ship mother chip, after he also mastered the advanced technology of dark matter energy, he could reverse the 7th level dark energy technology naturally. And it's not a preliminary mastery, but directly reverses the dark energy technology of the 7th level peak. Or to put it another way, directly master all the technologies below the 8th level God level civilization technology, that is, all the technologies mastered by the negative stars before they were promoted to the God level civilization. So, the remaining nearly 40,000 civilization points, Li Qing did not use them for other purposes, but used them all for this aspect. It burns and consumes all the time, improving the mind and thinking of scientific research teams, enabling them to quickly master dark matter technology. Coming out of the universe in the palm, the mobile battle star has entered the territory of human civilization. Li Qing contacted his subordinates from a distance and asked them to lead the fleet to sail and meet in a galaxy he designated outside Shanhaiguan in the east. He didn't dare to drive this mobile battle star directly back to Shanhaiguan. A mobile battle star with a diameter of up to 30,000 kilometers, a 4-door star blaster ultimate weapon, and a high-level star gate. A configuration that no mobile battle star has. This is an absolute strategic battle star. Its main strategic value is not the 4-door star blaster, but on top of the high-level star gate. Fleet jumps can only jump to a certain general range in the galaxy. For example, the anchor position of the fleet is the edge of the galaxy's gravitational well, but the exact location is uncertain. The edge of the gravitational well has a huge range. Even if one of the directions is anchored, the gap may be hundreds of millions of kilometers. The hundreds of millions of kilometers in the galaxy cannot be jumped, and can only fly at sublight speed. However, sublight speed navigation will be affected by various interceptions and interferences. If there is a mobile battle star intercepting and suppressing, unless there is a mobile battle star leader of the same level who can penetrate and intercept it, like a conventional fleet, it is completely unable to enter the battlefield quickly and can only slowly swallow the flight. With a distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers, flying at a normal speed, it is estimated that a battle is over. At this time, the Stargate comes in handy. The battle star has its own Stargate, which is connected to the Stargate network. According to the maximum transmission distance of Li Qing's high-level Stargate, which is as high as 100,000 light-years, it covers more than half of the Milky Way. It is completely possible to realize the strategic behavior of deploying troops from all provinces within the entire United Human Empire in a short period of time. But the more critical role is to break through the blockade of civilization artifacts. Bruven and the artifact of human civilization can block borders, even mobile battle stars cannot penetrate. But this blockade cannot prevent Stargate transmission. It can be imagined that after making preparations in advance, Li Qing will lead a fleet into the territory of the Bruven Union, directly into the capital of the Bruven Union, and then a steady stream of fleets will gather in the capitals of the major provinces in the human territory, passing through there the Stargate sent directly to the fleet. Needless to say later, in this way, all fleets of most of the human civilization will be assembled to fight. If the capital of the Bruven Union can be raided and destroyed, its civilization artifact can be destroyed, and the will of the Bruven Union civilization can be paralyzed for a short time, how much strategic role will this play in the total civilization war? It is worth mentioning that the artifact of human civilization is also in the capital of the United Empire of Mankind. If it is broken, the will of human civilization will also be paralyzed for a period of time. So all the lords and warlords of the United Empire must contribute a lot of resources or warships to form a powerful and absolutely neutral defense fleet to garrison the capital. This fleet belongs to the capital defense fleet and is absolutely neutral. After contributing, it has nothing to do with the military lord and the lord, and will not come back in the future. Contributors are even less likely to affect the fleet. It is precisely because a mobile battle star with a high-level stargate has such a great strategic role that Li Qing dare not pass through Shanhaiguan now, otherwise he will definitely be considered by the Joint Command to be temporarily recruited to participate in the battle at the central Yanmen Pass. He still has to implement his plan now, and only after completing the plan will he consider doing other things. The mobile battle star leaps across 2,000 light-years in one leap, directly passes through the northern border of mankind, and appears in a strange galaxy more than 800 light-years away from the northern border. Then he gave orders to his subordinates, Li Jingtun and others, to come and join them. Li Jingtun received the message and immediately posted it in the temporary channel he set up. Brothers, gather quickly and get ready to work. Immediately someone asked, has Lord Li Qing returned? We're back, let's gather in the past. It's over, I'll wait until all the flowers wither. Li Jingtun laughed and said, don't be silly, hurry up, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, if you succeed, you will be overwhelmed. If you can succeed, you will indeed be able to support yourself, but... Zhang Bin, what did you say? Do you regret it? No, it's just a little guilty. To be honest, this action is really bold and outrageous. It's no wonder if you don't feel guilty. Li Jingtun looked at the speech in the channel, curled his lips and said, let me first say yes, this action is entirely voluntary and will never be forced. If you feel that the risk is too high, you can withdraw. I will never force it, and it will not affect our relationship. He paused, and asked again in the channel. Now I will give you 5 minutes to think about it. If you have any regrets, you can tell me in private. There was silence in the channel for a few seconds, and someone laughed immediately. Hey, I've been waiting for almost 10 days. If I want to regret it, I will regret it. Anyway, I don't regret it. I want to hug His Excellency Li Qing's thigh and see if I can get rich. After he finished speaking, many people laughed out loud. Coincidentally, I'm also here to hug my thigh. The rise of Li Qingjun is legendary. This kind of big boss who can rise rapidly in a short period of time has not been seen for thousands of years. Generally, this kind of big boss rises up. Luck is overwhelming. Let's hug our thighs, maybe we can drink some soup. Li Jingtun also laughed when he heard this, and joked. Maybe, the rise of this kind of boss is accompanied by a lot of cannon fodder and a lot of bones. Maybe we are one of the bones. Bah, don't talk nonsense. Exactly, good luck, how can you say such a thing at this juncture? Anyway, it really failed, and I wasn't the one who lost the most. Li Qingjun and Li Jingtun's fleet is much larger than ours. I'm not in a hurry. Hey, I'm not in a hurry, anyway. Watching a group of people talking and chatting, Ji Yushunzhou quietly watched and did not speak. At this time, he is participating in this activity as a collaborator of his own race. Since Li Qing defeated the United Empire of Shatta and was promoted to the military leader, he left the Zutar star field with the remnants and came to the northern border of the empire. But it is not easy to mix when you are new to it. Although the northern border is large, the good places have already been occupied by other teams. You have to find a place that is almost the same to build a base, or go further north. But the farther north is too close to the Bruin Union, and a sweep every 10 years is difficult to sustain. So he changed his mind and used his current strength to join a legion established by his own race, and got a core member position. Relying on his ability and the capital accumulated before, he has been in the legion for many years and he is considered to be a good one. He is now the fourth in command of the legion, second only to the founders of the legion. In this all-out war, the legion gathered many friendly teams to form a combined fleet, with a total size of 8 divisions, which is considered a top-notch scale among player teams. It turned out that they had been hanging around Shanhaiguan, and participated in the battle with the East Allied forces. After that, the situation took a turn for the worse, and the fleet withdrew to Shanhaiguan. When the coalition forces were planning to discuss whether to continue hanging around Shanhaiguan or go to Yanmen Pass on the middle road to support, they suddenly received an invitation from Li Jingtun. Originally, the coalition forces were not interested in this invitation, and the risk was too great. But after Ji Yu Shunzhou heard that the organizer was Li Qing, he immediately realized the huge benefits contained in the huge risks. If it was someone else's organization, he would definitely dismiss it. But the organizer is Li Qing, but it is different. Having been entangled with Li Qing in Zutar for so long, how could he not know Li Qing's past behavior style, and he would never do things that he was not sure about. But the most important thing is that he believes that Li Qing has extraordinary luck. During the years in Zutar, he witnessed how Li Qing rose step by step from an insignificant person to now a human being. A newly promoted military leader that the United Empire has rarely seen for hundreds of years. And the ranking jumped from the last place in the army leader to the 5th place in the army leader like a fake. This upgrade speed is simply outrageous. No one knows you better than your opponent. After seeing this invitation, Ji Yu Shunzhou immediately realized that this was an opportunity. Then tried hard to lobby the core founders of the Legion, convinced them with Li Qing's past experience, and gather the strength of the entire Legion to fight. It's fine if you lose. There are winners and losers in everything you do, but if you succeed, you can not only make a lot of money, but also have the possibility of being promoted to the leader of the army in the future, and the possibility is not small. This is the main basis for him to convince several Legion founders. The fleet jumped to the designated galaxy several times in a row, a dim galaxy whose main sequence star is a white dwarf. Because there is no starlight, the entire galaxy is extremely cold, and all the stars are all frozen planets. At this time, Li Qing has not come yet, and there is nothing in the galaxy except for a few wild monsters. Li Jingtun assigns tasks in the temporary channel, and wipes out wild monsters while waiting. The fleet is parked above the orbit of a planet closest to the star in the galaxy. It belongs to the side of Li Qing's fleet, and a group of player fleets are called, and these player fleets also park one here and one there according to their belongings. There are about 40 or 50 divisions. Wait until the vicinity is almost cleared up, and the fleet receives a strong transition signal. Li Jingtun immediately informed everyone to prepare for departure. About 5 minutes later, the transition signal became extremely strong, and everyone looked at a certain position in the starry sky, which was the marked transition location. Circles of spatial fluctuations in the starry sky that were almost visible to the naked eye were spreading. What a strong jump signal. Is this another fleet sent by Lord Li Qing? I'm not sure, it might be. Damn it. Before the words fell, they saw a strong circle of light explode at the transition site, and then the space distorted for a while, and a mobile battle star that was huge beyond their imagination appeared in the distorted starry sky. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the mobile battle star that suddenly appeared out of thin air and was several times larger than the planet they parked on. Fuck, what is this thing? Why is it so big? Looks like a mobile battle star. I know it's a mobile battle star, but why is it so big? As soon as the mobile battle star jumped over, Li Qing received a communication request, opened it to reveal Li Jingtun's shocked eyes, and even his tone was full of uncertainty. Brother, are you a mobile battle star? Yeah, what's the matter? Why is it so big? Because it was made so big. Li Jingtun. Chapter 315 Bruven unites before the Eastern Core Fortress. I knew he was lucky, he is definitely the son of destiny. When seeing a mobile battle star as big as Li Qing appear, Ji Yu Shunzhou knew that the matter was settled, and the success rate increased by at least 20 percentage points. Although the other joiners didn't think so, they could clearly feel that their confidence had become stronger. In the past, they wanted to give it a try, and they were not sure about the success or failure, but now they feel that the possibility of success is more than 10 times greater than before. It's very simple. If Li Qing is not sure enough, how could Li Qing take a risk with an extremely rare mobile battle star? Even they know that Bruin United has a civilization artifact that can intercept everything. If it fails, Li Qing, a mobile battle star, will not be able to jump out if he jumps in. Introduced by Li Jingtun, Li Qing made an appearance on the temporary channel to boost morale. Ji Yu Shunzhou did not show up, not only because he is now only the 4th member of the Legion, and he is not ranked here, but mainly because he dare not see Li Qing. After all, the relationship was not very good before, and he made some small moves. He was afraid that he would be dismissed by Li Qing if he showed up. Here, after Li Qing returned, he immediately incorporated the mobile battle star into the fleet, and then summoned Li Jingtun and the few leaders in the team to assign tasks. With his current status, they only need to cooperate, and don't need to care about their opinions and ideas. You have to be obedient when you come. Either don't come. The fleet is ready and ready to go. The first jump is only 500 light years away, and this is an attempt to cooperate. The second jump of 1,000 light-years, the landing point is the east of the current star field, mainly to avoid the possible reconnaissance fleet of the Bruven United. Now the two civilizations are at war, and the border star field between the two countries is full of reconnaissance fleets from both sides. His current behavior is regarded as a sneak attack. It is best not to let people know, as long as he can hide it, the longer the better. Jump to the easternmost edge of the spiral arm in one breath, and then the fleet jumped northward along the edge of the spiral arm. The galaxies at the edge of the spiral arms are sparse, and further east is the endless void. The naked eye can see the endless darkness, and from time to time, layers of dark space storms like waves can be seen. There is an extremely terrifying power of decay in it, and any conventional ship will decay and damage soon after entering it. Theoretically, you can command the fleet to go north along the edge of the spiral arm, enter the decaying void at the junction of the two countries, circle around, and then enter the territory of the Bruin Union. The border defense lines of the two civilizations are only aimed at the spiral arm star field. The left and right sides are endless voids without any defense. But in fact, no one has ever done this in previous total wars. Even if the situation cannot be opened again, they never thought of detours. The reason is simple and unnecessary. In fact, it is not difficult to bypass the defense line and enter the territory of both sides. The difficulty is how to get out. The ban after the civilization artifact is activated can even intercept the mobile battle star, so if you want to jump in, you won't be able to jump out. Unless the fleet that jumps in can be strong enough to sweep all the fleets of the Bruven United, it will be consumed one by one in continuous battles until it is completely exhausted. After jumping in, the fleet can't jump, it can't even enter the speed of sublight, and it can only sail conventionally. At this time, both the Bruven United and the United Empire of Mankind can calmly mobilize troops from all over the country to encircle and suppress, and use various weapons that cannot be used in conventional battles. Some means to consume you. Unless the fleet that jumped in can sweep across the front and push it all the way to the end, it will eventually be submerged in the endless ocean of the whole people. The strategic role of the three core fortresses, in addition to the role of their own defense line, is also one of the support points for the civilization artifact to seal everything. To put it bluntly, the three core fortresses united by humans and Bruin are themselves the interception support points for the two super defense lines of the two civilizations, and they are also one of the important support points for the civilization artifacts to play a role. If anyone can be breached, the power of the interception system within a few thousand light years around the breached core fortress will be greatly reduced. At the same time, the banning effect of civilization artifacts within thousands of light years around the breached core fortress will also be weakened. But more importantly, after the core fortress is lost, the human external fleet can enter the civilization along this gap, and cooperate with the internal fleet. Advance can be attacked, retreat can be defended. As long as any core fortress is breached, it means that the entire defense line has been breached. The two civilizations have operated these three core fortresses for thousands of years. Once they are breached, it is impossible to rebuild a new line of defense in a short period of time. Even if the opponent is barely repelled, a new line of defense will not be able to be established in the next few hundred or even thousands of years. That is to say, within the past 1,000 years, the other side can accumulate strength to launch an all-out war at any time, and can use this gap to easily attack the hinterland of civilization every time. The strategic disadvantage is indescribable. But both sides understand this truth. Even an ordinary person understands it, but after thousands of years, no one can do anything to the other. Several all-out wars have been fought fiercely, and there is no way to break through any core fortress, or even the possibility of breaking through. Li Qing had collected previous all-out war data before, and saw that in the last all-out war, human beings used tactics to divert the main force of the Bruin Alliance, and the three-way main force made a desperate besiege of the western core fortress of the Bruin Alliance. More than 10 mobile battle stars and tens of thousands of divisions stormed for half a month, but still failed to capture. The fleet jumped 4 times in a row and came to the easternmost corner of the southern border of the Bruin United. Take a rest here and send a large number of ships to scout. The scouting fleet goes first, and the fleet follows. The purpose of reconnaissance here is not to hide oneself. At this point, there is no need to hide oneself, and there is no way to hide. It is just a routine reconnaissance. When the fleet jumped to within 1,000 light years of the eastern core fortress of the Bruin Union, it had already been captured by the ubiquitous unmanned fixed reconnaissance system scattered in this star field. But the headquarters located in the eastern core fortress did not respond except for doubts. The main reason is that his fleet is too small. Except for a mobile battle star with a diameter of 30,000 kilometers, which is a bit bluffing, there is only one moon of war, 2 mobile fortresses, and the regular fleet is just over 100 divisions. It doesn't look like the main force in any way. Although nearly half of the fleet in the fortress has been transferred, the remaining fleet cooperates with the defensive force, and even 10 battle stars and the siege of 10,000 divisions can persist for several months. In fact, as long as there is an enemy attacking the fortress, a fleet of more than 200 or 300 divisions can be mobilized from the fortress-affiliated galaxies around the core fortress to support it that day. In just 3 days, more than 500 standard division fleet support can be mobilized. Within a week at most, the other 2 core fortresses, as well as the fleet that has already set off, can withdraw support. So, Li Qing was found tomorrow morning, but the commanders of the eastern core fortress of the Bruin Alliance did not care about this fleet at all. Until the fleet stopped in the galaxy outside the core fortress, and then a large number of warships scattered out, wreaking havoc on various interception and monitoring systems in nearby galaxies. The high-level people inside the fortress suddenly realized, followed by an uproar, this fleet actually wants to attack the fortress. The high-ranking commanders who stayed behind were shocked, looked at each other for a long time, and then burst out laughing. The size of this fleet is not even as large as the fleet left behind in the fortress. They think the commander is crazy if they still want to attack the fortress. They didn't even hold a formal meeting to discuss defense matters, nor did they send a warning message to the fleet on the front line. They just issued a routine 3-level war warning in the fortress and it was over. This is a routine gauge, and this warning will be issued whenever the fortress is under attack. The lowest level is 3, the highest level. Outside the fortress, the fleet is in full swing. In the fleet channel, Li Qing looked at the leaders of the player team who were looking at him in the light curtain in front of him, and said in a deep voice, I won't say anything superfluous. I called everyone here mainly to let you be cannon fodder. It's too late to repent. If anyone wants to quit, say it now. I will never force it. Waited for a while, no one spoke, he nodded and said, it's best if no one repents, so let's get ready. As he was about to close the communication, Li Jingtun, who was at the far left of the light curtain, suddenly said, Commander-in-Chief, tell everyone about the benefits of success, and refresh everyone. As soon as he said this, many people immediately laughed out loud, and Li Qing also laughed and said, also, I won't talk about the rewards from the will of civilization. How much depends on everyone's performance. I will just say my personal rewards. After the incident, I will make up for all your losses. The compensation will be 3 times the loss. And within 10 years after the war, the leaders will have qualified to order a standard 6th-level Fearless division from Jolin Ling at the market price. Wow. As soon as the voice fell, the audience was in an uproar and exclaimed, really, every legion can order a 6th-level Fearless division, which is too much. I heard that Your Excellency Li Qing has obtained a set of Dreadnought battleship mother chips with a 6th-level advanced civilization. I thought it was just a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. It's the right time to come. If nothing else, this Fearless division is worth the price of admission. Don't stop me, let me go first. Go away, I'll go first. Li Qing didn't see the chaos in the channel. He had already closed the channel. At this time, he was opening the door of the black hole in the Battlestar Command headquarters, and a star bearer came out of it. For this battle, I have to invite all star negatives to take action. Fortunately, more than 500 negative stars have been enlightened before, and now the manpower is not as tight as before. The 2 generals Cybertron and Cyrus are also in the ranks of the negative stars. How can the 2 generals fall in such an important battle? Later, he will have to rely on these 2 to support the scene. About an hour later, Li Qing looked at General Cyrus. There is no need to say anything clearly, the mind matrix communicates, and God Cyrus will understand his meaning in an instant. Turning around and standing still, his eyes penetrated the space to look at the starry sky. With a thought, Li Qing immediately felt a layer of ripples and a layer of virtual light flashing in the inner space of the battle star. Damn it, what is that? A player moored on the bridge of a dreadnought flagship outside the mobile battle star suddenly pointed at the picture in front of him, his eyes widened in disbelief. Another player at the side turned his head and saw the display on the light curtain that a layer of virtual light suddenly appeared on the surface of the mobile battle star located in the center of the fleet and flew out, condensing into a ball in the void hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the battle star, and quickly expanding and forming a mobile battle star that is exactly the same as the mobile battle star, which is condensed by virtual light. As the virtual light quickly solidified, the virtual light turned into substance, and an identical mobile battle star appeared in the starry sky out of thin air. Damn it, what the is this? Fuck, this is the ability of a general. Ah, Ja Lanaling still has a general. This is just the beginning. Next, Li Qing asked Cyrus to continuously display the supernatural ability, and copied it 5 times in one breath, condensing 5 mobile battle star reflections with 100% attributes of the main mobile battle star. In the next battle, he will first use these reflections to absorb firepower. Get ready. Li Qing took a long breath, exhaled lightly, and ordered softly in the command channel. Set off. The huge mobile battle star started with a slight shock, and the other fleets quickly followed and flew towards the hyperspace channel located in the north of the galaxy. Beep. The ear-piercing siren sounded in the fortress galaxy, awakening an unknown number of people. Level 1 War Alert. Has the main human attack come? The headquarters of the core fortress in the east of Bruin was in chaos. All the senior commanders gathered together and looked at the picture displayed on the light curtain, full of doubts and inconceivable. Humans are crazy. 6 mobile battle stars with this fleet. To be honest, these senior commanders are well informed and have seen all kinds of big scenes, but they have never seen this kind of fleet configuration. The number of mobile battle stars is already more than the number of left-behind battle stars in the fortress, but the fleet configuration is so small, it is simply ridiculous. But although they thought it was funny in their hearts, they didn't think it was funny at all. They don't pay attention to 1 mobile battle star, but 6 mobile battle stars, and each of them has a specification far beyond the normal mobile battle star. Even if there are only 100 regular fleet escorts that are less than a division, that is enough to cause damage to the fortress. Certainly a threat. Order the nearest garrison fleet to come to support immediately. The current supreme commander of the fortress thought for a while, and continued to issue orders. The entire Eastern Core Fortress has a first-level war warning, so that the garrison in the nearby galaxy is ready to gather and support at any time. In addition, he paused and continued. The message was quickly sent to the frontline Eastern United Fleet, asking them to suspend their offensive and gather at the center line of the border to stand by. At this time another senior staff officer asked, "Do you want to inform the Central Allied Forces?" The commander-in-chief glanced at him, shook his head and said, "No, the existing strength of the fortress alone is enough to resist, and the Eastern United Fleet is only prepared just in case. The strategy of the Central Coalition is of great significance, and it cannot affect the situation of the Central Battle unless necessary. Besides, there is a fleet coming here at this critical time. It may also be a tactic of human beings to delay the troops, deliberately affecting the battle situation in the middle." Chapter 316 Terrible Suppression Effect of Civilization Artifact. The fleet slowly drove to the edge of the gravitational well at the northernmost point of the galaxy, and saw 4 star cities lined up on the edge of the hyperspace channel, and a large-scale fortress garrison fleet that was evacuating. The fleet didn't care, and it was already entering the hyperspace channel at this time, and it couldn't be stopped even if it wanted to. Starburst ready. One of the 4 mobile battle star reflections started charging, and a huge energy vortex emerged. At the same time, Li Qing, who was sitting in charge of Battlestar, suddenly raised his head. At this moment, he felt the existence of the will of human civilization. Can't see anything, but he can feel that there seems to be something more in himself. He didn't dwell on this. Anyway, whatever it is must be a good thing. After 5 minutes, the charging ended, and 4 earth-shattering beams of starburst traversed the starry sky, blasting the 4 star cities in the air cleanly. After the flames dissipated, the fleet slowly crossed the wreckage of the starry sky and drove to the entrance of the hyperspace channel. The reflection of a moving battle star exploded a violent energy halo, and the light disappeared into the vortex. The reflections of the 4 battle stars lead the way, and then the main force begins to enter. It was 2 hours later when the real battle star where Li Qing was sitting entered the hyperspace channel. Short half an hour later, the fleet passed through the hyperspace channel and appeared in another strange starry sky. The entrance was a burning battleship and the wreckage of the Star City. The reflections of the 4 battle stars were scattered in all directions, and there were no other enemy fleets around. Before he had time to look further away, a transparent light curtain appeared in front of him, and a series of prompts attracted his attention. Suppressed by the Bruin United Civilization artifact, unable to leap, unable to enter the sub-light speed state. Suppressed by the Bruin United Civilization artifact, maximum movement speed -20%, activation speed -20%, attack -20%, range -20%, hit -20%. Suppressed by the Bruin United Civilization artifact, all commanders' basic naval skills, level 20, talents below the epic level will be invalid. Suppressed by the Bruin United Civilization artifact, fleet shield regeneration is invalid, armor regeneration is invalid, and hull regeneration is invalid. Suppressed by the Bruin United Civilization artifact, all flagship halos and force fields are invalid. Suppressed by the Bruin United Civilization artifact, the effects of all the relics below the holy relics are invalid. Li Qing. What an outrageous suppression. This is not that Bruin jointly activated the civilization artifact, but that the three core fortresses, the capital galaxy and the nearby core galaxies are all passively suppressed by their own civilization artifact. It's like the three core fortresses of human civilization and the capital galaxy of the United Empire also have this series of suppression. Whenever, whether in peace or war, as long as they are identified as enemies, and any sabotage will be triggered. Except for these 4 star fields, other star fields will not be affected unless the civilization artifact is activated to cover the entire civilization territory. This is one of the main reasons why the 3 core fortresses are so difficult to capture. This series of enemy buffs are too powerful to be exempted. It has a defensive and home court advantage, plus this series of enemy buffs, and the certain buffs to one's own side, one goes up and the other goes up, so it is naturally difficult to break through. Fortunately, Li Qing didn't come to fight hard this time, otherwise the result would be no different from the ending of his predecessors. There are no defenders near the hyperspace channel, and the wreckage at the door is a few star cities fixed at the door, which cannot be withdrawn. The fleet waited here for a while, and after all the fleets came in, they slowly drove towards the center of the galaxy. It is impossible to enter the sublight speed state here. It takes several years to fly from the hyperspace channel to the center of the galaxy for a distance of billions of kilometers, and the day lily will be cold when it flies there. Isn't it outrageous? It's that outrageous. This is also part of the defense system. After waiting for you for several years, the war outside is over long ago, and the enemy even has the time to repair all the battleships and then lay an ambush on the only way. This is outrageous. Li Qing couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Of course, such outrageous suppression, the only few times in history to attack the fortress, all rely on the talent of a very powerful general commander to cross this distance and enter the combat radius. Civilization artifact suppresses all flagship halos and transitions, but cannot suppress the commander's natural ability and the effects of some super relics. Some generals or super commanders have some special abilities, which can allow the fleet to ignore the suppression of civilization artifacts and accelerate into the internal battlefield of the galaxy. Some super relics with terrifying power can also resist the suppression of civilization artifacts. That is to say, if you want to attack the core fortress, you must either have a super commander or a general, or have a super relic above the level of a holy relic to open the way. Li Qing happens to have the Cybertron God General, whose talent can teleport to any location in the galaxy regardless of everything. Without this, he wouldn't dare to come and take the risk. Smacking his lips, Li Qing turned around and ordered to Cybertron. Don't give them reaction time, get ready to teleport. General Cybertron nodded, and with a thought, a circle of faint ripples swept across, and the fleet suddenly disappeared out of thin air. The fortress command, which was paying close attention to the fleet, was completely overwhelmed again. Where did the fleet go? I don't know, it suddenly disappeared. Commander immediately ordered. Immediately increase the alert level, and there is no need to wait after ordering the surrounding garrisons to gather, and come to support immediately. Found it. Where? The center of the galaxy, in the void a billion kilometers away from the stars. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Everyone has a question mark. What are they trying to do? Immediately someone suddenly realized. They want to destroy the stars. Immediately order the 3rd and 4th garrison armies to approach the star. Don't worry, the stars are equipped with super star shields. The defense power is more than 100 times that of the mobile battle star shields. They cannot break through. Strange, the central star of the 3 core fortresses has a super star shield. This is a well-known thing. Doesn't this fleet know? It is possible that his goal is not the star, but he just paused halfway, and the main goal is the core base. Possible. In the starry sky about 1 billion kilometers away from the star, the fleet teleported out of thin air and immediately dispersed. Li Qing ignored the exclamation and noise of the players in the command channel, and looked directly at the distant orange star and the layer of naked eyes beyond the star. Visible shield. There is a huge fleet outside the shield. A huge mobile battle star revolves around the star all the year round. In addition, there are hundreds of superstar cities in a circle 50 million kilometers away from the stars, and several circles of densely packed defense lines of floating forts. The total number may be as many as hundreds of millions. Li Qing noticed that the circle surrounding the star is a stellar super shield. The principle is to directly extract the energy of the star to form a layer of super shield covering the star in all directions. Shanhaiguan also has this thing. He has seen it. The main purpose is to prevent the enemy from destroying the stars. Although the star is big, it is not stable, and it can be deformed and collapsed with 2 consecutive shots from the starburst. Or there are bombs designed to destabilize the star structure. One can make the star explode. As the only vital point of the core fortress, how could it be possible not to take precautions? The defense is 100 times greater than the battle star shield, and there is a steady stream of energy from the stars, and the recovery speed is super fast, enough to ensure that even 10 mobile battle stars can't be broken even if they bombard continuously for a year. Not to mention having a powerful fleet stationed at the edge of the star won't let you attack super shields easily. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to destroy the 3 core fortresses by breaking stars. But Li Qing is not a normal person. His ultimate weapon, the dimensional converging light, is not a normal ultimate weapon. This thing is not directly destroying, but directly cutting off the space within the coverage area. He can't break this super shield, but he doesn't need to break it. As long as the shield and the surrounding space are cut off, a gap will appear in this super shield, and then a few star explosions will hit the star, directly destroying the structural stability of the star, causing the star to explode. The stars are gone, the galaxy must collapse, and this fortress will naturally be breached. However, as soon as the fleet was launched, the battle star sensor discovered that a strong transition signal suddenly appeared in the starry sky less than 1,000,000 kilometers away from the fleet. He looked at the target starry sky in surprise. Is this the advantage of the artifact of civilization over our own side? Normal battleships cannot jump in the galaxy, unless it is like Cybertron's general ability, or some top-level relics. But in fact, this is indeed a leap, and the speed of the leap is very fast. Before he had time to give the order, he saw a circle of halo explode, and a division with a total size of more than 600 or 700 appeared out of thin air in the twisting void, including a mobile battle star and a huge fleet of more than a dozen large and small mobile fortresses. Interesting. Li Qing pondered for a while, then ordered in the channel. Relying on the mobile battle star's local defense, it must not leave the battle star's range of 1,000,000 kilometers. After issuing the order, Li Qing ignored these, but looked at the distant stars covered by super shields, and quickly thought about the next tactics in his mind. At the beginning, it was expected to be the same thing, but when it came here, Li Qing found that this task seemed simpler than imagined. It doesn't take much time at all. As long as a hole with a diameter of several thousand kilometers is opened on the super shield, and then 2 starbursts blast along the hole into the stars inside the super shield, the mission is over. After all, the original plan did not include mobile battle stars. How could it have the current strength when it was originally conceived? At that time, it was difficult, troublesome and difficult to plan, and it continued to weaken as his strength grew. God help me too. Li Qing smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, and a black hole door appeared between the battle star and the central star, and then an inexplicable breath spread out from the black hole. Then, at the moment when the converging light of dimension began to recharge, there was a momentary suffocation in the entire galaxy, and then, all the Bruvans, ranging from senior officers to ordinary members, bounced like an electric shock for a moment. Stop them. In the core fortress, the commander-in-chief of Bruin Fortress was still standing on the spot, seemingly calm, but his red eyes and nervous face revealed how frightened he was at the moment. Actually, he doesn't know what happened now, but the crazy warning from the will of civilization made him nervous involuntarily. At this time, there is no need to think about anything, just order according to instinct. The first thing to respond was hundreds of superstar cities around the stars, and densely packed space fighters were released to fly towards them. Is constantly flashing in the air, spanning hundreds of millions of kilometers in a flash, and approaching them in a few strokes. At the same time, the fleet stationed near the stars only left about 100 divisions. The main force of more than 400 standard divisions and mobile battle stars directly jumped to the human fleet through the function of civilization artifacts. In the starry sky 100,000 kilometers away. As soon as it arrived, the star blaster started to activate, aiming at the gate of the black hole. But Li Qing didn't bat an eyelid. Even though the gate of the black hole was outside the battle star, it was not protected. On the contrary, around the fleet, Halos continued to explode, and fleets scattered in other locations around the eastern core fortress were teleporting over. There were only a dozen divisions at least, and hundreds of divisions at most. In addition, there are dozens of strong transition signals in the farther starry sky, which means that the garrison fleet in the neighboring galaxy has also received an order to jump over. What a strong mobilization ability! Li Qing had a solemn expression, and said in the command channel. Next is the most difficult time. You need to persist for 2 hours under the enemy's crazy attack. Everyone was silent. At this time, it is too late to regret, and it is not regret. The main reason is that the scale of the enemy is too outrageous, and everyone is a little guilty. There are more than 1,300 divisions. I didn't expect the main force to go out and have such a strong defender. It is worthy of being the 3 core fortresses. Those people thought that if the defense was not strong, it would have been broken by our predecessors. Then now, never mind him. Let's talk about it after a fight. Anyway, I was mentally prepared before coming here. But after all, everyone is still very uncertain. After seeing the size of the enemy and the speed of support, many people are already pessimistic. Although Li Qing didn't watch the command channel anymore, he could guess it. Blessed by the will of civilization at this moment, coupled with his own super perception, he has a very keen perception of emotions. But knowing it is one thing, at this moment he can't do much, he can only continue with the original plan and stick to it for an hour. Yes, it said 2 hours, but in fact only 1 hour is enough. He doesn't need to cut much space. It takes less than an hour for a space with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers, and the charging time of the starburst is only 5 minutes. The plan can definitely be completed within an hour. However, his idea lasted only a few minutes before it was shattered. Following the sudden appearance of a small fleet that was incompatible with the Bruin alliance, and then an invisible force swept across, Li Qing was shocked to find that the space had been frozen. His entire fleet swept by this invisible wave, from the battle star to the frigate, including the people inside, all were suppressed by a mighty force and couldn't move. God General. This is definitely the unique ability of God General. The suppression lasted only 2 seconds before Li Qing forcibly broke free, and all the star losers also escaped one by one, but the rest of the entire fleet could not escape. At the same time, the fortress defense fleet that was already in place immediately seized the opportunity and launched a fierce attack on the human fleet that was forcibly suppressed by the talent of the general. Chapter 317 Destroyed. Energy beams of light and missiles bombarded the center from all directions. In an instant, countless battleships were smashed to pieces and turned into fireballs. The energy vortex in the center of the 2 mobile battle stars emerged. After 5 minutes, they were fully charged. 2 starbursts focused their fire, blasting a high-level mobile fortress in the fleet to pieces, and fiery flames spewed out from the split fortress. The massacre without resistance. The human fleet that was suppressed after being superimposed with a series of enemy buffs had no resistance at all in the face of the siege. In just a quarter of an hour, the fleet of more than 20 divisions fell. The players in the fleet saw this, except for the powerless roar in their hearts, engulf. In wars involving divine generals and artifacts of civilization, ordinary players are incomparably insignificant, dying silently and without waves. Fortunately, they are all ordinary players with no status, and they are not worthy of being sacrificed by the will of civilization combined by Bruven. Death in battle has no additional loss except that the loss and punishment are more serious than normal death in battle. Of course, when the battleship sinks, it sinks, and this one is definitely gone. The fleet sensors are still operating, and the battle reports of the sinking of the battleship are constantly appearing on the light curtain in front of him. Li Qing sits on the command chair with a blank expression, seeing this huge loss from the corner of his eye. Reopen the door of the black hole, and reopen the light of dimensional convergence. And this once again attracted the attention of Bruven United's civilizational will. Immediately, a mobile battle star adjusted its direction, and tens of thousands of T-slot weapons aimed at the door of the black hole and fired. The Doomsday Light is mixed with the Titan Light Spear and the more powerful Fortress Railgun, and the thick and destructive light blasted into the door of the black hole, but it was like a mud cow into the sea, without any response. Li Qing has learned his lesson. There is a distance of more than 100 million kilometers between the gate of the black hole and the light of the converging dimension. According to the power of this group of concentrated fires, if the area where the light of dimensional convergence is located is bombarded head-on, it will indeed affect the charging that is being prepared. Unfortunately, the distance is too far. Even the most powerful orbital axis-based main gun of the Battlestar does not have a range of 100 million kilometers. No, he must be stopped. The commander-in-chief of the Eastern Core Fortress said loudly in the command channel. Please take action, masters. In addition, invite the masters of Aisha civilization to take action. They have interfered in our all-out war with the United Empire of Mankind, and there is no way out. Immediately a subordinate responded. For the time being, there are only 21 masters staying in the fortress, and there are more than 30 masters scattered in various star fields of the fortress, but they will not be able to catch up for a while. Convey the order to them and ask them to come over within an hour. This is the most urgent military order, so please masters at any cost. 5 minutes later, more than 20 beams of light were sent to the edge of the battlefield, and after a short wait, they disappeared one by one. Appeared again, it was the edge of the mobile battle star located in the center of the human fleet, the edge of the black hole gate. A dozen super psychers with over 10 million psychic power gathered around a powerful psyker, and they seemed to be preparing some means to destroy the black hole gate. But before they could make a move, streaks of golden light burst out from the gate of the black hole, and soon gathered hundreds of star negatives to surround them, forming a golden ocean of golden light all over the sky. This, more than 100 star negatives with an average psychic strength of more than 20 million joined together and directly completed the suppression of the 20 or so super psychics from Bruven United, and even the leader of them super psychic users with nearly 60 million psychic powers were forcibly suppressed by dozens of times the number of negative star users. Several Aisha civilization psychic masters who were one step later saw this scene and looked at each other in surprise. So many psionic masters. What to do? Difficult. An Aisha man with golden skin showed a trace of annoyance and regret on his face, and said, I didn't expect there to be such a person in human civilization. I have a strong feeling that he will be our enemy, but it's a pity that we didn't find out in advance. Our preparations and strength here are insufficient. At this time, an Aisha man with a dazzling blue complexion said, You know, I have a treasure that can banish him to the deep red lord in the depths of the subspace, and use the power of the crimson lord to kill him. But was immediately stopped by the golden Aisha reaching out. It can't be used, this is our whole card, and with so many psionic masters in charge, coupled with the suppression of civilization artifacts combined by Bruven, your relic may not be effective. Then don't care. Do not care. The golden-skinned Aisha said in a deep voice. It depends on the situation. If they can't suppress it, we will retreat as soon as possible. We signed a letter of credence with Bruin, so it's not good to just give up and leave. Then leave half the fleet. Of course, this is the worst plan. It is best to defeat this fleet before that. Gold-skinned Aisha thought for a while and said, You can communicate with the Bruin United to see if you can obtain the permission of the artifact of civilization. If you can directly communicate with the Crimson Lord and give it to him. It's unlikely, but you can ask. Before the words were finished, an astonishing change suddenly occurred on the battlefield. After sinking a dreadnought, a Bruven joint commander set his sights on a super aircraft carrier in the human fleet. With one order, more than 50 dreadnoughts plus Titans, and the remaining main guns of the conventional mobile fortress are all aimed at this super aircraft carrier. Fuck, they're targeting me. This super aircraft carrier is the flagship of Ji Shunzhou. He is in a state of confinement and suppression, and he can clearly sense the terrible threats from all directions. I can't escape. What should I do? Although he couldn't move, Ji Shunzhou was surprisingly calm at this moment. Although he was defeated by Li Qing, it doesn't mean that he is bad. He is first class in both ability and mentality. It's just bad luck to meet Li Qing. If Li Qing hadn't encountered Li Qing's rise, with his ability and background, he would not have been able to win a living planet from Zutar and be promoted to the Lord. At this moment, his mind turned quickly, thinking about the pros and cons of the next choice. It's already come to this point. The fleet is sure to be lost, and the people are sure to die. If it doesn't succeed, all previous investments will be in vain. Although Li Qing promised to pay for all losses, the loss of death, the loss of the rebuilding period, etc. are huge losses. So, Ji Shunzhou exhaled lightly, and with a thought, an inexplicable force suddenly emerged from his body. This is the last chance to use it. I hope it can turn decay into magic and let me turn around. With a thought, an inexplicable force erupted from his body like a volcanic eruption, and it was as fleeting as lightning. No, faster than lightning. An invisible wave swept across the starry sky at a speed faster than light, and spread to a distance of 100 million kilometers in an instant. Where the invisible wave swept, the speed of various laser energy beams dropped to 1/10, and countless battleships that were charging were affected by the silent ember effect, and the weapons quickly failed and forcibly interrupted the charging. Embers of silence. Silence everything within a range of 100 million kilometers. The movement speed of affected targets is reduced by 90%. The transition is suppressed by level 12, unable to enter sub-light speed, unable to attack, and lasts for 12 hours. Is this an ember of silence? Is the ancient Shunzhou here? Li Qing recognized this familiar scene at a glance, and he was very surprised. Was silent for a while, and said in the command channel. Unexpectedly, you helped me a lot today. From now on, the grievances between you and me will be wiped out. If this operation can be successful, I will personally send you a big gift. He didn't say who it was, but if Ji Yu Shunzhou heard it, he must know who Li Qing was talking to. The effect of Silent Ember is very powerful. As a top-level relic that can only be used 3 times, its effect and power are higher than those of the same level of relics that can be used infinitely. 100 million kilometers completely covered the entire battlefield. After the human fleet was suppressed by the civilization artifact plus the ability of gods, the Bruven United Fleet was also suppressed by them. Although it is not completely immobile, it can still move. But the deceleration is 90% plus the inability to attack, which is no different from suppression. Although the interception strength level 12 cannot prevent the mobile battle star from jumping out, it is meaningless to jump out. Their strategic goal is not to wipe out the fleet, but to destroy the core fortress. Unable to attack, the tens of millions of warships on both sides faced each other in the air, which became extremely embarrassing. It is worth mentioning that although Ji Yu Shunzhou opened the embers of silence in time, he did not escape the catastrophe. Before the relic takes effect, the enemy's concentrated fire attack has been blasted out. Silent Ember only prohibits further attacks, and attacks before the relic takes effect cannot be cancelled. So, after all the attacks were 10 times slower, they still smashed his flagship into pieces. However, he was in a good mood when he heard Li Qing's promise during the 10 times delay. The silenced Bruven combined fleet made a decision in less than 5 minutes, and left the battlefield with 2 mobile battle stars as the core. But when they jumped to 100 million kilometers away and reappeared, they were embarrassed to find that they could no longer reach the human fleet. In addition to this, what made them even more embarrassed was that with their withdrawal, the fleet of the Aisha civilization also withdrew. The suppression of the gods exceeded the distance and failed, and the human fleet returned to normal. At this time, it is not so easy to jump in again. The spatial fluctuations caused by the siege of more than 20 psionic masters of the Bruin United Civilization by hundreds of star negatives have affected the accuracy of the jump. Jumping means that you can jump in again, but there is no guarantee that you will jump near the human fleet. Time passed quickly, and soon the light of dimensional convergence was charged for more than half an hour. Li Qing roughly estimated the size and ordered the launch without hesitation. Of course, before firing, he had already ordered the mobile battle star's ultimate weapon, the Star Blaster, to start charging. I saw a circle of invisible ripples on the surface of the super energy shield on the outer circle of the star 1 billion kilometers away. 1,000 kilometers away, where the ripples sway, that space together with a shield generator inside the super shield it disappeared out of thin air, and a hole with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers appeared in the shield. Then, the mobile battle star that was ready to charge early and the reflection of the last 3 battle stars were launched at the same time, and 4 starbursts blasted out one after another, blasting into it along the hole in the super shield. The star protected by the super shield seemed to be inserted into it one after another by 4 beams of light. The terrifying energy exploded, and the star structure instantly became unbalanced, expanded, and exploded. The indescribable golden torrent expanded and filled the entire space wrapped by the super shield, and along the only gap, a super ion flame column with a diameter of thousands of kilometers and a height of hundreds of millions of kilometers was ejected. Gorgeous and beautiful. It's over. At this moment, I don't know how many officers of the Bruven United Civilization saw this scene that made them desperate. It's done. Many human players who were still alive jumped up excitedly when they saw this scene. At this time, Li Qing was still sitting calmly on the commanding throne, but the calmness on his face had long since disappeared, replaced by joy, and there was no need to be serious at this time. Although most of the star energy is bound by the super shield and has not completely collapsed, but he cut a gap in the super shield, the collapse of the star is inevitable, it is only a matter of time. This means that his strategic goal has been achieved, and it won't be long before the out-of-control stellar mass leaks along this gap. When the star disappears, the galaxy will collapse automatically. And this galaxy is the core pillar of the entire Eastern Core Fortress Group. Once this galaxy collapses, other galaxies in the Fortress Group will also be affected. Of course, other fortress groups of galaxies also have not weak defenses. The fleet in this core fortress galaxy can still be withdrawn, and even the fixed star city still has enough time to be dismantled and withdrawn. There is still a certain buffer time between the disappearance of stars and the collapse of galaxies. However, this is of no use, even if all the fleets, star cities and supplies are preserved. Because the most critical core galaxy collapsed, this means that the three core fortresses cannot be breached. That is, the permanent effect of civilization artifact suppression will disappear. The root of the permanent effect of the artifact of civilization suppression lies in this core fortress, and it is precisely because of the existence of this core fortress that it has always been resident in this fortress galaxy group. Now that this galaxy has collapsed, the existence of civilization artifacts is gone at all, and naturally it cannot take effect. In the future, the suppression effect of civilization artifacts in the Eastern Core Fortress Group will be gone, and it will be no different from ordinary galaxies. Of course, if you take the initiative to open the civilization artifact to cover the entire Bruin United civilization, you can still suppress everything. But it is not sustainable to take the initiative to open the artifact of civilization. When the main star was destroyed, Li Qing's super perception instantly sensed that the suppression of the artifacts of civilization combined by Bruin was weakening. Although it is only a little bit loose, it is the beginning. At the same time, he vaguely sensed a breath of will from human civilization in this looseness, like a boiling volcano. At the same time, in the territory of the United Human Empire that he could not sense for the time being, all the human military masters and the Star Sea Lords looked at the sky at this moment, with shocked expressions on their faces. Chapter 318 Boiling Fortune of Human Civilization. This is. Star Sea Lord Xiaobili looked at the sky blankly. On a level that ordinary people cannot see, he felt the boiling will of human civilization. Or you can use another word to describe it, excited. He stretched out his hand, and at this moment, he felt a wave of luck flying out of him. No, it should be that everyone has been stripped of a bit of luck in proportion. The stronger the luck, the more stripped. This innumerable amount of luck rose up and gathered in an indescribable place, forming a cloud of boiling luck. Did this happen? If Xiao Bingli was deprived of his own luck, he would definitely have a huge reaction at ordinary times, but at this moment, the boiling luck and the excited will of human civilization attracted all his attention. He had never seen this happen. Promoted to be the Star Sea Lord for thousands of years, Xiaobili has never seen the will of civilization so excited, nor has he seen such a boiling luck gathering. His Royal Highness Xiaobili, did something important happen? Several military leaders who stayed in the Eastern Core Fortress sent messages to inquire at this time. He was silent for a while, and replied, I don't know what happened, I'll ask the lords of Yanmen Pass. After finishing speaking, immediately contact the general headquarters at the Yanmen Pass Fortress on the Middle Road, and the commander-in-chief Si Tianming soon replied. We don't know, and just now, the Bruin United Fleet, which was approaching Yanmen Pass, suddenly withdrew its troops. At this time, many military leaders in the command channel were asking what happened. But many military leaders appeared one after another, but no one could answer. At this time, the rotating chairman Yi Kengchong said, Get ready to call an emergency elder meeting to see if anyone knows what happened. Okay, let's hold it. It is difficult for many lords and military leaders to make decisions with extremely high efficiency. A quarter of an hour later, Xiaobili entered the Da Luo Tian Palace, an artifact of human civilization. As soon as he entered, he couldn't help but raise his head. At this time, infinite luck had gathered above the Lingxiao Palace where the meeting was held, turning into a huge golden cloud shrouded in the Lingxiao Palace. A dazzling golden light shot into the Lingxiao Palace from the center of the cloud of luck. Has a new lord been born? He quickly entered the Lingxiao Palace, and found that everyone who came over had already entered the palace, and no one stayed outside. As soon as he entered the hall, Xiaobili's gaze was attracted by the phantom of the golden throne condensed in a golden beam of luck light in the center of the hall just like everyone else. He remembered that since His Royal Highness Luo Zhen passed away, there were only 13 Star Sea Lords left in the human race. I thought it would take a long time before a new Star Sea Lord was born, but I didn't expect that a new lord would be born after less than a year. Which veteran military master is promoted? I'm not sure. Most of the top 10 military masters have come. Only His Excellency Li Qing, who is ranked 5th, and the Lingji military master, who is ranked 7th, are not here. Could it be the Lingji military master? Improbable. Then it can't be Your Excellency Li Qing. I admit that he has developed rapidly recently, but he has just been promoted to the military leader, and his accumulation is not enough. It is impossible to jump from the military leader to the lord so quickly. Ah, if it's not Your Excellency Li Qing, then it's the 7th-ranked Lingji army lord. It's possible that the lord of the Lingji army is an old-fashioned army leader with sufficient accumulation. If it's not right, the lord of the Lingji army has been sitting in Yumen Pass in the west recently, and has no time to do major things. It is unlikely that he will be promoted to the lord suddenly. Quote. Who is that? These two are the top 10 who are qualified to be in the future. Then someone said, do you think it is possible? It is ranked slightly lower, such as ranking 10. At this time, several military leaders stepped into the Lingxiao palace together. The little lord who spoke was stunned for a moment, and swallowed back the words he hadn't said. The emergency elder meeting held temporarily. The military masters and Qinghai lords were basically prepared either in the 3 major fortresses or in their own territories. After receiving the notice, they went online very quickly. In the anticipation of everyone, people stepped onto the ancestral platform in the center. Everyone sat down one after another, and Li Yongcheng also sat down, looked around curiously, and said to a military leader next to him. Basically everyone has come now, and there are less than 10 military leaders left. I don't know which military leader has done something earth-shattering and has crossed this level in one fell swoop. Sitting next to him was his old friend, who laughed and said, we all know the few who didn't come, and it's basically unlikely to be them. At this time, a military leader on the other side turned his head and smiled. Isn't your grandson here yet? Do you think it might be him? Li Yongcheng waved his hands with a smile and said, my grandson is indeed good, and this old man is proud of it, but there is one thing to say, my grandson has just been promoted to the leader of the army, regardless of his strength, qualifications, and accumulation. How could he be promoted to the Lord of the Star Sea so quickly? It's possible to say, if your grandson does something earth-shattering, it's not impossible to do it in one step. It's too much. What major event can reach the sky in one step now? Is it possible that he broke through the 3 core fortresses of the Bruin Union by himself? Ah, well, it's really not possible. Strange. Who is this? The meeting is not yet complete, so the meeting cannot start. Everyone is extremely curious about who the new lord is. As time goes by, military lords come one after another, and even many small lords come one by one. But as everyone sat down one by one, no new recruits arrived. 269 army leaders, almost all arrived soon, only a few vacancies left. Everyone looked at the remaining vacancies, everyone knew that the newcomers were the few who hadn't arrived yet. After a while, a military leader arrived, and as soon as he entered, he saw the attention of everyone in the venue. Looking at the golden beam of luck in the palace, the military leader knew what was going on, and smiled and waved. I would really like to be true, but unfortunately it's not me. Many familiar military leaders laughed. Not long after, another army lord arrived. He also understood in seconds, and waved his hands in the same way. Not me. Many people sighed, but immediately raised their breath again, and everyone looked up at the front row. 13 Qinghai lords and 269 army leaders. Now there are 13 Qinghai lords and 268 army leaders, and there is only one seat left, Li Qing, who ranks 5th in the army leader. Everyone finds it incredible, improbable. He has just been promoted for less than 10 years, how could he be promoted to Star Sea Lord so quickly? Actually, this is not a problem. The main reason is that I was thinking about why he was promoted to the Lord of the Star Sea. Recently, human beings are fighting with Bruin in an all-out war. The situation is at a disadvantage. What did he do in the Eastern Union Army? A sudden promotion. By the way, aren't His Royal Highnesses Xiao Bili and Examen Wu commanding the Eastern Allied forces? Many army leaders looked at the rostrum, and Xiao Bili spread his hands when he saw this. Don't look at me, I don't know either. Examen Wu also nodded in approval. Indeed, the Eastern Allied forces are currently deploying fleets to support the central route, and there is nothing wrong with their actions. Examen Wu suddenly thought for a while and said, His Excellency Li Qing did propose a plan to me and His Highness Xiao Bili a month ago, but it was rejected by us. He suddenly stopped, and Xiao Bili looked at each other, and he could see the surprise in each other's eyes. At this time someone asked, I don't know what the plan is. Neither of them spoke. After a while, Xiao Bili said, At that time, Your Excellency Li Qing proposed a very bold plan. He had a very special and powerful treasure. If the power of the treasure can be fully utilized, it may be possible to destroy the eastern core fortress of the Bruven Union, but a fleet is needed. Buy him time. Speaking of this, Xiao Bili suddenly had a vague feeling that this was the truth. He was a little shocked, surprised, regretful and overwhelmed, and he was a little dazed. If for no other reason, perhaps this is the truth. As soon as the voice fell, the venue was in an uproar. All the army lords, big and small, whispered to each other, and the venue was extremely noisy. Some believe, but most still don't. The truth is too shocking. Even though the situation is very likely, they don't believe that Li Qing can destroy a core fortress so easily. We must know that in the 10,000-year history of mankind, there is no shortage of amazing and brilliant military leaders, especially the 14 lords, each of whom is the son of luck, the son of the era, and the son of destiny. No matter the powerful fleet, or powerful subordinates, there is no shortage of super relics and so on. At the peak of their luck, they all tried to deal with Bruven United, but without exception, no one could succeed. You must know that they had the support of a huge fleet at the beginning, and more than one lord and military lord cooperated, instead of breaking in alone like Li Qing. This is too scary. Yes, this incident was a bit scary for some military leaders. Most of the military leaders were shocked besides being shocked, but for several military leaders of the Baji Consortium, it was a horror. If Li Qing really did this, he will be promoted to Xinghai Ling on the motherboard. With Li Qing's indescribable achievements, the prestige of defeating the enemy of mankind for thousands of years, and the luck of hundreds of millions, there must be a period of promotion after being promoted to Lord of the Star Sea. Combined with rewards for meritorious deeds in the future, he will definitely be able to share the fattest part of the Bruven United territory. Coupled with the addition of destiny, the growth rate of strength will be very fast in the future. It is estimated that when the United Human Empire annesses the Bruven United, Li Qing's strength will be enough to compete with them. It will take hundreds of years to digest all this, and then there will be a Star Sea Lord whose strength and status match, enough to easily crush them to death. Hope it's not him. Feng Yu army leader hung his head and muttered to himself. Xiaoqing raised his head and saw all the military leaders discussing eagerly, and heard one military leader talking to another military leader beside him. If this is true, then Your Excellency Li Qing is my human hero, a hero who can stand shoulder to shoulder with all the legendary heroes who fought for the survival territory of our clan in the Star Sea survival stage 10,000 years ago. If we can annex the Bruin Union, our united human empire can occupy the territory of 4 or 5 star fields in one go. Not only will a large number of new military leaders be born in one go, but we old people will also be able to eat a large piece of meat. But the more important thing is that our human race has broken free from the shackles. From now on, the sky is high and the birds are flying, and the sea is wide and the fish are jumping. Yes, after the annexation of the Bruin Union, we humans have no restrictions, and will usher in a period of rapid development. In less than 100 years, our comprehensive strength will double several times. This will allow us to survive better in the Milky Way. Hearing these words, Army Master Feng Yan fell silent. But after everyone discussed for a long time, someone suddenly discovered a problem. Where's Your Excellency Li Qing? Why haven't you come yet? At this moment, everyone realized that a long time had passed, but Li Qing hadn't arrived yet. Where did he go? His Royal Highness Xiao Bili said that he is going to the eastern core fortress of the Bruin Union. Could it be that Your Excellency Li Qing has accomplished such a feat and is being hunted down by the Bruin Alliance? It's possible. Then let's send the fleet to support. Send who? At this time, several Xinghai lords on the rostrum had already finished their private communication. His Highness Yi Kangchong, who presided over the meeting, held a golden hammer and tapped on the table. The noise in the venue gradually became smaller until it disappeared. Yi Kangchong stood up slowly at this time, and said in a deep voice. Your Excellency Li Qing's unparalleled feat to our human civilization is comparable to those legendary figures who pioneered the survival of human civilization 10,000 years ago. Our human race can survive in the dangerous Star Sea, relying on unity. Let's face all crises together. Now His Excellency Li Qing may face a crisis, we can't just sit idly by. It is now jointly decided by Your Highnesses to transfer the Allied forces on the east route to immediately go to the core fortress of the Bruin United East. At the same time, the Western Allied forces will support Yanmen Pass as soon as possible, and the fleet retreating to Yanmen Pass will be prepared for the 1st Army, 2nd Army, 3rd Army, 4th Army, and 5th Army. The feat is confirmed to be true, and immediately go to the core fortress of the Bruven United East. In addition, all the military lords and lords of the entire civilization, the highest level of mobilization is now starting, and the pre-assembly must be completed within a month. He didn't mention specific standards, but there is a set of so-called highest level mobilization orders within human civilization. Once it is issued, it means that human civilization will enter a life and death situation. At this time, all the lords and military leaders must gather all the fleets in the territory to stand by. The premise of all this is to confirm that Li Qing's feat is real. Now is the pre-assembly, which is to prepare first. If it is true, the prepared fleet will immediately go to the front line to prepare for battle. After announcing the decision of Lord Zhu Xinghai, without waiting for Li Qing, Yi Kingchong announced the immediate end of the meeting. The will of the restless military lords and lords left the civilized artifact Daluo Tiangong with excitement and returned to the real world. Li Yongcheng, the patriarch of the Li family in Qinghai, and Yu Tiangong from Jinmen left, surrounded by many military lords. Feng Yan, Ling Ji, and another military leader stood at the gate of Lingxiao Palace, looking at Li Yongcheng and Yu Tiangong surrounded by the crowd with complicated expressions. The three of them looked at each other with ugly faces. Chapter 319 Fully Unlocked Civilization Artifact and Strategic Retreat. Eastern Core Fortress. As the main star was destroyed, the fortress of the entire Eastern Core Fortress, which was cast like steel, was finally successfully shaken. First of all, the monolithic system completely controlled by the Bruin United Civilization revealed a gap with the shaking. After confirming that the main star collapsed, Li Qing vaguely sensed the existence of the will of human civilization. When the breath of the will of human civilization appeared in the galaxy that the Bruin United Civilization had completely controlled for tens of thousands of years, it meant that the Bruin Federation no longer had complete control over this star field. And this is only a change at this stage. As entire galaxies collapse due to the loss of stars, this stability will also collapse completely. This core fortress is the core of the civilization artifact banning system of Bruin and the Eastern Defense Line. Once it collapses, the civilization artifact banning system covering thousands of light years around the entire Eastern Defense Line will also collapse. By that time, no, not until then. With the rapid collapse of the stars, Li Qing can almost perceive the existence of the will of human civilization with a feeling visible to the naked eye. Vaguely, he could also sense the frantic competition, struggle, and mutual exclusion between the will of Bruin's combined civilization and the will of human civilization. If in the past, the power of the will of human civilization would not be able to survive. But now that the core support point has been lost, the power of Bruin's combined civilizational will has been greatly weakened here. Although occupying the local advantage is still stronger than the human civilization's will, it is no longer as absolute as before. But now we cannot count on the power of the will of human civilization. Now that the destruction of the core fortress in the east of Bruin Union has been determined, how should we leave next? Don't think about it. The enemy will absolutely entangle him crazily and leave him behind. After doing such a crazy thing, at this time, Li Qing has definitely skipped everyone on the Bruin United hatred list, ranking first, and absolutely surpassing everyone. Next, they will definitely use all means to mobilize all the fleets they can mobilize to surround and kill themselves. Now there are already more than 1,000 divisions and 2 battle stars here, just wait for a while. No, there are only more than 1,000 divisions. And, Li Qing checked the suppression effect of the civilization artifact that had been greatly weakened, and his mind suddenly turned a corner. Fuck, there is no civilization artifact to suppress it, why should I run? He still has a remaining fleet, which is enough to confront 4 or 5,000 standard 5th level divisions head-on, and the initial mobile battle star he has on hand has a star gate, which can directly open the star gate leading to the southern lock fortress. Before he came, he had ordered the territorial fleet to assemble. In addition to the 5 7th level fearless divisions in the rock fortress, 4 7th level fearless divisions could be transferred from the Quierta fortress. There is a 7th level fearless division in each of the 5-star regions, and a part of the fleet can be dismantled to gather 3 7th level fearless divisions. Now there is a high-level mobile fortress and 13 7th level fearless divisions. In addition to the 46 LEVEL 7 fearless divisions and 8 level 6 fearless divisions that I have on hand. Li Qing turned on the command channel and said loudly, "Brothers, we have accomplished an earth-shattering event and successfully destroyed the eastern core fortress of the Bruin United. But this is just the beginning. We will continue to work hard. Now the suppressing effect of the Bruin United civilization artifact is weakening. It is estimated that it will completely collapse and disappear in 2 hours. It is time for us to fight back. I'm going to do it in 2 hours and completely defeat the local defenders. Many players who are still alive are in high spirits at this time, and all of them are very excited. Your Excellency Li Qing, you are what you say. That's right, just say what you want to do. If I blink your eyelids, you beat me up. Your Excellency Li Qing, you don't need to be polite. This time, I will go all out. At worst, I will become a loner. Everyone said something to each other, and each of them became very bold, as if this was not a batch of fleets, but a batch of worthless garbage that could be thrown away at any time. No one has any objections. At this moment, they hope that Li Qing will lead them to do a few more big things. Then, I'm not impolite. Li Qing quickly used the high-level Stargate configured by the mobile Battlestar to communicate with the Lock Fortress, and ordered the fleet assembled by the Lock Fortress to prepare for teleportation. However, when the high-level Stargate on Battlestar opened, Li Qing suddenly raised his head. At this moment, he felt that the power of the Bruin United Civilization artifact, which was weakening, suddenly began to greatly strengthen. At the same time, the will of human civilization, which was slowly being affected, suddenly weakened rapidly, and it was hardly felt in less than 10 seconds. Have they fully activated the artifact of civilization? The collapse of the Eastern Core Fortress is a foregone conclusion, and the effect of the artifacts of civilization has been weakening and cannot be changed. Now that the suppression of civilization artifacts has suddenly returned to its peak state, there is only one possibility, and that is that the Bruin Union has fully activated the civilization artifacts covering the entire territory of the Bruin Union. This is too decisive. Li Qing thought about it for a while, and felt that apart from wanting to catch him, the bigger reason was probably that he opened the Stargate of the Battlestar. The local defenders thought that behind the Stargate was the main force of the human fleet ready to go. After all, according to the normal thinking, it is impossible for Li Qing to come here alone for such a big event. There must be a large number of human army lords supporting him, and there may be a super large fleet behind the Stargate. Li Qing, who was not mistaken, didn't care about it, and didn't stop the transmission, and continued to let the fleet assembled by Lock Fortress come over. But did not continue the previous plan. Since the artifact of civilization is fully activated, there is no other way but to avoid it temporarily. After all the fleets came out of the Stargate, Li Qing reopened the command channel, ignoring the surprise of many players seeing the Stargate teleportation fleet, and announced that the plan just now was cancelled because of Bruin's joint full activation of the civilization artifact, and he was going to retreat. Of course I have to run away. Ji Yu Shunzhou's Silence Ember effect is only 12 hours, he can't stay here for 12 hours. It can be expected that all the reinforcements of the enemy are frantically rushing here. After waiting for 12 hours, I am afraid that a fleet of thousands of divisions and several battle stars can be assembled. Once it is blocked and cannot get out within a few days, it is over. Bruin's Central Allied forces will definitely arrive. At that time, more than 10 mobile battle stars and the huge force of the 10,000 division will encircle him. Even if he is all the 7th level Fearless division, he will only have a dead end. So, before the effect of the Embers of Silence disappears, the General of Cybertron's General's ability is activated, and the huge fleet disappears in a flash, and the hyperspace channel on the edge of the galaxy reappears. At this time, the entrance of the channel has already been blocked by a large-scale fleet, led by a war moon. Li Qing unceremoniously ordered the fleet to deploy, but not to attack. At the same time, he ordered the divine light in the universe in his palm to start charging. At the same time, the Star Blaster with 1 real 5 reflections and 6 mobile battle stars began to recharge, and the target was the War Moon. Li Qing, a high-level battle star, has 4 Star Blasters, which are placed in the 4 directions of the battle star. Every time it is fired, you can turn the battle star to adjust the angle and continue firing. As long as the battle star keeps moving, it takes only 10 minutes to complete a 90-degree turn. This means that as long as it keeps moving, it can achieve a high-frequency continuous strike of a starburst every 15 minutes. 5 minutes later, the first round of 6-shot Star Blast was in the Moon of War. The terrifying power caused the strong energy shield on the surface of the Moon of War to form ripples and spread around the Moon of War. The distortion of the shield can be clearly seen, but the shield is not broken. While the size of War Moon is not too large compared to the size of the high-level mobile fortress, its essential level is 1 level higher than that of the mobile fortress, resulting in its basic attributes being much stronger than that of the mobile fortress. Even a high-level mobile fortress couldn't hold back 2 starbursts, but Moon of War hit 6 starbursts in a row, but it didn't even break the shield. Even the second round of starbursts continued to hit the target 15 minutes later, but the shield has not yet been broken. But the problem is not big. If the second round is not enough, then 3 rounds and 4 rounds will come. At the same time, less than 20 minutes into the battle, another Bruin combined fleet rushed over, just behind the human fleet, and besieged the main force in front. But Li Qing just allocated a part of the fleet to resist and ignored it. After half an hour, the light of divine judgment was fully charged, and a round of earth-shattering light of divine judgment covered the entire battlefield, clearing the field in one wave. Then Li Qing left some cannon fodder to entangle War Moon and some flagships, and the main force of the fleet dived into the hyperspace channel and left this crumbling galaxy. He had just walked for less than 10 minutes when the third wave of the fleet rushed over with a mobile battle star. The speed is not uncomfortably fast. It took only half an hour for such a large-scale battlefield to block the door and provide support. But it's a pity that Li Qing's movements were faster, and he finished clearing the field in half an hour. Galaxies outside the core fortress area do not belong, but within the coverage of civilization artifacts, jumping is still prohibited at this time. But with the Cybertron God General, the entire galaxy will be teleported every half an hour. After passing through the hyperspace channel, it was half an hour earlier, and he was sent to the hyperspace channel on the other side of the galaxy without delaying a minute, and entered the next galaxy in only half an hour. Half an hour after he left, only a fleet accurately jumped to the front of the hyperspace channel, but it was already too late. Learning a lesson, when Li Qing entered the fourth galaxy and came to the hyperspace channel on the other side again, he saw a huge fleet of mobile battle stars standing guard in front of the hyperspace channel in advance. Li Qing ordered the fleet to suspend and retreat to distance itself. There was no entanglement, and half an hour later, it was directly teleported away, and before another hyperspace channel in the galaxy, a wave of divine light wiped out a small fleet guarding here. This is no longer the galaxy that is close to the core fortress, and no longer has only 2 waterways in front and back. There are 5 hyperspace waterways in the entire galaxy, up, down, left, and right, but the hyperspace waterway that was guarded by the battle star just now is the direct route to leave. Since you can't leave directly, let's take another hyperspace route to detour. At this time, the enemy has only the local defenders to intercept, and the troops are insufficient, so they can't stop the elusive Cybertron general. Although the artifact of civilization combined by Bruin also has the function of teleportation at any time, this thing requires the central command to guide and control it. The general fleet commander is not qualified to directly communicate the will of civilization. Unless there are dozens of military leaders of the Bruin United Civilization sitting in the town, it may be possible to block him by relying on the authority of the military leader to communicate with the will of civilization at any time. But it is a pity that there are many military leaders left behind, but the strength of the fleet is seriously insufficient. Except for the 2 main forces that can stop him, the other squadrons cannot stop him even if they can find him. As the fleet travels through galaxies, the farther away it is from the core fortress, the harder it is to contain it. The moment he jumped out of the 11th galaxy and came out of the hyperspace channel, the ubiquitous suppression of civilization artifacts suddenly disappeared. Li Qing paused, and then laughed. Escaped. The fleet left the channel mouth and jumped out of the gravitational well of the galaxy for the first time, and then started the leap to the south. Is no longer within the borders of the Bruin United Civilization, and it is no longer possible for them to block him. Next, the sky is high and the birds are flying, and the sea is wide and the fish are leaping. The 2 jumps cross the center line of the border star field. Li Qing opened the command channel of the East Road Allied Forces and said a sentence in it. Fortunately, Jolin caller Li Qing destroyed the core fortress of the Eastern Union of Bruin in 10039 of the Star C calendar. At this time, there are a lot of people in the channel. Since the end of the Senate, a large number of lords are dispatching troops, and a large number of scout fleets are going to Bruin to unite with the Eastern Core Fortress for reconnaissance, but at this time the scout fleet has just set off, and there is no news. Touched. At this time, the most talked about in the channel are various speculations, as well as various questions and wrangling about the highest mobilization. In this noisy channel like a vegetable market, such a message suddenly appeared. At the beginning, no one noticed, and countless new news quickly wiped out his words. But not long after, the bigwigs who were chatting suddenly found that they were restricted from speaking, or everyone was restricted from speaking, and there were fewer noisy messages in the channel. Then, Li Qing's speech just now was put on the top in front of everyone. Silence. The restriction on speaking lasted only 15 seconds before it was lifted, but no one spoke in the channel. Until almost a minute later. Oh my God, is this true? Surprise is followed by ecstasy. Doesn't this mean that the tens of thousands of years of stalemate between human beings and Bruin's joint civilization will be broken? Then convene a temporary elder meeting, and gather the main force to fight a wave first. Don't worry, the Bruin Alliance has already opened the territory of civilization artifact suppression, and it can't be fought at this stage. The proposers soon found out that the answerer was Li Qing, and immediately asked. His Royal Highness Li Qing, are you sure that Bruin has jointly activated the artifact of civilization? No, you are there, it must be true, where are you now? Do you need our support? Li Qing smiled and said. No need, I have already escaped, and now I am only one jump away from Shanhaiguan. That's great, I'll wait for you in Shanhaiguan. You're too polite, what a shame. Although he said so, the involuntary upturn of his mouth proved that Li Qing was in a very good mood at this time. Isn't that what life is for? Working hard and working hard. Chapter 320 Promotion to Star Sea Lord and Rewards. Entering the Dalwoshan Palace, an artifact of human civilization again, Li Qing felt the incomparable luck and destiny condensed in the Lingxiao Palace before reaching the Lingxiao Palace. Luck comes from the contribution of all the military masters and lords of the entire United Human Empire, and the will of human civilization is torn and stripped from the will of Bruin United Civilization, while the mandate of heaven is completely from the will of human civilization torn and stripped from the will of Bruin United Civilization. To put it bluntly, when he destroyed the eastern core fortress of the Bruin Union, at the level of civilization will, the four cores of the Bruin Union suddenly collapsed, and the will of human civilization took the opportunity to forcibly tear this corner off. Li Qing didn't see it, but when he entered the Daluo Tian Palace and saw the huge luck and destiny, he knew it naturally. As the absolute hero who led all of this, Li Qing was favored and rewarded by the will of human civilization. Huge luck and destiny. Li Qing still doesn't know how many mandate points he has, but it will definitely not be less. And this is just the beginning. As humans continue to grow stronger, Bruin's union continues to weaken. When the civilization artifact that unites Bruin cannot continue to be opened, the human and Bruin will finally defeat Bruin in a decisive battle. He will continue to have a steady stream gain the benefit of fate points. There are not many people in the Lingxiao Palace, but the gate of the Lingxiao Palace is full of lords and military masters. Everyone knows why the temporary meeting of elders was reconvened in such a hurry. The promotion ceremony of the 10-star Sea Lords. Yes, right now, it is Li Qing's promotion ceremony. The personality of the Lord has been condensed. As long as he steps into the Lingxiao Palace, he can be promoted on the spot in one step. It doesn't even require him to reveal that he has mastered the complete dark matter technology, just to be promoted. Normal Star Sea Lord needs to meet many conditions for promotion, such as 6-level enhanced technology, 10 destiny points to communicate with the will of the universe to obtain a personality, but at this time these are all paid for him by the original will of human civilization. Or to put it another way, he has made such a contribution that it is worth any civilized will to pay for all promotion expenses. Qinghe Li Yongcheng, surrounded by many friendly military lords, stood at the forefront of the military lords, and stood side by side with the Xinghai lords. In normal times, he does not have this qualification, and there is a high probability that he will not have this qualification in the future. Only at this moment can he have the face to stand side by side with the Star Sea Lords. He looked proudly at the young figure flying from beyond the clouds, with a smile on his face, full of relief. The figure slowly landed on the stone steps of the Lingxiao Palace and stood still, looking up and looking around. Various people have entered the Daluo Tiangong more than 10 or 20 times, but they have never felt so cordial as this time, and at this moment, Li Qing felt the existence of the artifact of human civilization for the first time. In the past, he didn't feel anything. The artifacts of human civilization, Daluo Tiangong and Lingxiao Palace, were just a space for the existence of will when he was only the leader of the army. At that time, he could not perceive its existence at all. But now that his status has been promoted, his authority has also naturally increased. He can already sense the existence of artifacts of human civilization, and can communicate at any time. That is to say, the Star Sea Lords don't need to hold a meeting of elders, and they can use the Daluo Tian Palace to communicate with other Star Sea Lords at any time. This is the authority of Star Sea Lords, not ordinary military masters. Come in front of the army lords, Li Qing smiled and saluted with fists in both hands. Everyone, it's a good luck not to disgrace your life. After a few seconds of silence, His Highness Xiao Bili, who was in the front row, suddenly clapped his hands. It was sparse at first, and it quickly became dense. Welcome, Your Highness Jialin Li Qing. Xiao Bili clasped his fists together, and the other Xinghai lords clasped their fists and saluted one by one. Feng Yan, Ling Ji, and Tianshui Wang's 3 military leaders stood behind and looked at Li Qing, who was congratulated by everyone, with complicated expressions, and his mood was even more complicated. It didn't take long for a small character who didn't bother to do it himself to soar into the sky at a speed beyond their imagination. From a pioneer to a small lord, and then to an army lord, until now the Star Sea Lord, the total sum is less than 20 years. What can you do in 20 years? 20 years before their pioneering, they were still making money and accumulating capital everywhere, trying to find opportunities. At that time, they were not even ordinary lords. Outrageous. At this moment, they don't know what to say except outrageous. Well, Tianshui Wang Yuanchao, the last military leader of the Baji Consortium, looked at Li Qing, who was surrounded by entering the Lingxiao Palace, sighed softly, and said to the 2 companions beside him. He has become powerful. In the future, it will not be whether we can suppress us, but how he suppresses us. Before it's time to die, admit your mistake. The other 2 were silent for a long time. They both sighed heavily, full of depression, but helpless. Since the Xinghai survival stage 10,000 years ago, I haven't seen this kind of comparison for more than 9,000 years. This leads to their underestimation. Before they have time to do anything, they have already risen and surpassed themselves. This is simply a speechless mother. Open the door for Wu Yu's son, and Wu Yu has arrived home. Now that Li Qing has become powerful and has surpassed them in status, they have no other choice at this time. At this time, Li Qing had already entered the Lingxiao Palace surrounded by everyone. The moment he stepped in, his figure suddenly disappeared. Many people showed surprised expressions, but a few looked at him with understanding and envious eyes. In the center of the hall, the beam of light hanging from the dome suddenly brightened, and an invisible wave exploded. Then someone was surprised to find that Li Qing's original position disappeared with the sweep of the fluctuation, and a new seat appeared out of thin air on the top rostrum instead. Originally, there were only 13 seats left after the fall of His Highness Luo Zhen, but now 14 more seats have been added. Everyone's eyes fell on one of the 14 seats, a throne shrouded in faint peripheral vision, which happened to be in the 9th position. Originally ranked 9th was His Highness Xiao Bili, but with the fall of His Highness Lu Jun from Ziliang, who was originally ranked 5th, he took advantage of the trend to rise 1 place and ranked 8th. That is to say, as soon as Li Qing was promoted to Lord of the Star Sea, he directly surpassed the 4 Lords of the Star Sea in terms of status. Of course, this refers to status, not comprehensive strength. The ranking of the lords and military masters of the United Empire of Mankind has never been based solely on strength, but on the contribution to human civilization. The higher the contribution, the higher the status. However, under normal circumstances, while more contributions can be obtained, the general strength will be very strong, so most of the time the ranking can roughly measure the strength of the military leaders. The Star Sea Lord position has been condensed, but Li Qing has not yet come out, and all the lords and military leaders know that he is understanding the changes after the promotion. Naturally, they would not stand all the time, and took their seats one after another. At this time, Li Qing's consciousness is indeed counting a series of benefits after being promoted to Star Sea Lord, which roughly fall into 3 categories. The first category, the promotion of status, includes a series of qualifications that only Star Sea Lords have. For example, becoming the chairman of the Senate of the United Empire of Mankind, the temporary supreme ruler, is like the lords of the Star Sea taking turns presiding over the Senate. Can directly communicate with the will of human civilization, control the artifacts of human civilization, convene temporary meetings of elders, be eligible to initiate various proposals, be eligible to sign some contract terms with other civilizations, and be eligible to participate in a series of actions that only Star Sea Lords are eligible to participate in, etc. The second category is the favor of the will of civilization. The Lord of the Star Sea is the spokesperson of the will of civilization. If placed in a fantasy world, he is the so-called divinely favored one, who has a series of privileges. At the same time, destiny is added, which has a series of related benefits. The third category is the benefits of the authority of Star Sea Lord itself. For example, the Star Sea Lord can choose 2 national policies, one more than the military lord, and can choose some powerful national policies that only the Star Sea Lord can have. Or, the Star Sea Lord can theoretically become independent and become a new civilization. can be independent from human civilization and establish a new civilization dominated by human beings. Although they are all dominated by humans, they are new civilizations. That is to say, if human civilization is defeated by other more powerful player civilizations in the future, all the planets in the Emperor Starfield will be destroyed, and trillions of human beings will be extinct. If it is not considered extinct, if it is not eliminated, there is still a chance for a comeback. It's like 10,000 years ago in the Starsea survival stage, when a large number of civilizations were extinct, but many civilizations were just expelled instead of extinct. For example, the Aisha civilization that has returned to the Perseus spiral arm now is because the core figures of the civilization are not dead, escaped. So in the eyes of the will of civilization, the military leader is considered a backup, and the Star Sea Lord is the core. When Li Qing was promoted to the military leader, he had already chosen a unique national policy called Descendants of Light. As long as the national genetic ascension and spiritual energy ascension of the whole people are completed at the same time, this national policy can be activated. In the future, all people can be transformed into descendants of light. Now, if you are promoted to Star Sea Lord, you can get an additional new national policy. A transparent light curtain unfolded in front of him, and a row of national policy lists appeared in front of him for him to choose. It is worth mentioning that the promotion of Star Sea Lord has nothing to do with the will of human civilization at this time. What he is now in contact with is the original will of the universe. The Star Sea Lord's authority is extremely extraordinary, and it can already be regarded as a new seed of civilization. This row of national policies is different from the national policies Li Qing saw when he was promoted to military leader, but many of them seem to be upgraded versions of some options that he has seen before, with similar effects but more powerful. Li Qing patiently checked them one by one, planning to choose one that suits him. Then he glanced at the second national policy, and his eyes lit up. National Policy Martial Arts Culture. This society has developed a strong warrior spirit, and martial arts combat power is above all else. Only on the battlefield can one gain real glory and status. Effect. Gain plus 100% battlefield experience, morale will always remain high. The national policy is the policy of the territory, so it will act on the entire territory, whether it is a player or a native, whether it is a fleet commander or a crew, or an army unit, etc. are all included. The 100% experience bonus that acts on the entire territory is very powerful in itself, plus the effect that morale will always remain high. National policy affects the tendency of civilization and civilization. If you choose this national policy, the overall tendency of the territory will definitely quickly become extreme militarism. This national policy. Li Qing is a temporary candidate. Militarism is actually okay. In this dangerous universe, militarists have great advantages in warfare, and it is easier to produce more and better commanders. Human civilization itself is extremely xenophobic and militaristic. It is worth mentioning that human civilization has no national policy. Because human civilization has not yet had an absolute ruler, nor does it necessarily require individual rulers, a ruling class is also fine. Theoretically, a presidium of elders composed of all Star Sea Lords is also possible. But it is a pity that although the Xinghai Lords are strong, they are even more powerful when united, but they cannot completely subdue all the military lords, let alone achieve unity. The so-called unification is not just lip service. If you want to achieve a completely unified standard, you must gather military power and financial power. To put it bluntly, all the fleets of the military lords and even the Star Sea Lords have to be taken away, and the presidium of the elders will control them. Only when this key point can be accomplished, can it be regarded as a unified regime and can choose a national policy. According to the situation of human beings, this is absolutely impossible, even if the united front of the 14 Star Sea Lords unites. It is one thing to be able to fight well, but it is another thing to make people willing to give up power in their hands. So the current human civilization is equivalent to a coalition regime composed of many small civilizations. Everyone usually plays with their own, and will only unite when facing important choices for the entire civilization. It is also fortunate that the universe is too dangerous, and it is too difficult to survive alone, which makes everyone united enough. If human beings unify the galaxy, that is, there is no unified political power and no foreign enemies, the lords will definitely split into individual human branch civilizations, and those who are ambitious will even launch wars to unify the entire human civilization by force. Retracting his flying thoughts, Li Qing quickly saw that the second national policy looked good. National Policy Seeds of Life. This civilization has acquired the ability to condense the seeds of life in an unknown way. Effect. Every other year, by consuming 10,000 civilization points, you can condense a seed of life and plant it in a planet. The seed of life is cultivated in 1 year, germinates in 3 years, grows in 3 years, matures in 3 years, and can be spent after maturity. It takes 10 to 100 years to transform the planet into a super livable planet. Note: there is no limit to the type of planet, but it affects the maturity time and transformation time. Vori. After reading the national policy introduction, Li Qing was stunned. This is too outrageous. Can there be such a national policy? This means that if there are enough civilization points, the seeds of life can be continuously condensed, and then a living planet can be transformed. And there is almost no limit to the planets that can be transformed. Whether it is a barren planet or a frozen planet, even a furnace planet can theoretically be transformed in this way, but it will take too long. Transformed in this way, but it will take too long. Transformed in this way, but it will take too long. Transformed in this way, but